Bam. Let's do some music. And then go to over here. And then copy this. Chow, chow. And then paste that into yonder. Director's commentary live stream. Spelled correctly. Hosting. Okay. Oh, their movements and the dancing. Alright, now we close Discord forever. Hey, Rad. Hey, Doreen. Doreen. Welcome to the live stream. I'm going to wager that I probably sound all right. Posting cool gifs. But the monitor that I was gonna have the comments on is the same one that Discord would be on. Okay, actually, better yet, I'll put them both on. Open both windows. Wow, pretty cool. Okay. Hey there, New Game Plus, and Rachel, and Loud, and Bells, and Sanity. Alright, we're moving over to public. Where's this guy, and then this guy, and then this guy. Cause you missed the time traveling designer stream? Oh, don't worry, you're in for a world of fun. At least. That's what I like to tell myself. Let's open up the old project as well. Hey there, Samuel and Crater Koo and Brian and New Game Plus again. Oh, sorry, I can't read that sentence. It's too long. Cherry and Lunium and AZ and Pokey Horse and oh no, oh no. Hey everybody, welcome to the stream. Sorry, I was saying oh no because there's a lot of people rushing in, which is a lot more than usual. But hey everyone, I hope everyone's been doing okay. Welcome. Come on in. Make yourself comfortable. There's some seats over there in the back, I think, along the wall and everything. Yeah. Just scooch in. Yeah, it's okay. There's space. Will there be a sequel series after part two? You'll have to find out. Okay. Also, the music, Gravity Rush 2 music. It's just where I start in the playlist. I'll shuffle it a bit. I like these tunes. Your voice is very soft. Thank you. Hello. Hello, Sailor Alex. Welcome to the stream. How long will you be streaming? Alright, yeah, I guess this is probably where things will level out and decline from here. The stream will probably be like 5 or 6 hours long. I tend to be very talkative and very long-winded in explanations, so yeah, I hope you got your popcorn. I hope you got your drinks. Hope you got everything you need for a long one. This is both, I think, the longest episode out of all of them. So yeah, there's a lot to unpack here. Oh, thank you, Bingy the Bingus. Can the island post reset have Sprocket? Is my fave. Also, can Mira die horribly? No. But maybe we could add Sprocket. We'll see. I have some villagers in mind for who I want in the next one, but it also is really gonna matter much. But yeah, it all makes sense when you see it. Don't worry. Is this a Denzel? Hey, Phonics, welcome to the stream. As you build geometry jazz levels, that's a-okay. All right, so I think we're cool to begin the party. OBS, where are you? Oh no, hold on, I need like cool music. Okay, not that cool. Maybe what does this sound like? Okay, that's a little sad. Or actually, no, the last one was just fine. All right, everybody. Hey, folks. Welcome to today's live stream. If you're not familiar with what's going on today or have never been to a live stream before, today is kind of a special occasion. It is a director's commentary. And that means, I'm actually going to stand for this. That means that I, Denzel, will be perusing through the last video, the good old Reset Part 1. And we'll be just kind of going through the production of it, just kind of telling stories about how this video was made and showing you guys all the behind-the-scenes nonsense about animation and modeling and rigging and Blender and you know, taking a fun little deep dive into the production of all these videos. So I'm not really going to be touching much on lore stuff and story related stuff. Like maybe if you ask questions about how I you know, came up with the story, then like that'd be neat. But I will not be confirming theories or like spoiling what the next episode or any of that stuff. You're gonna have to figure all that on your own later on. So this is mainly just cool technical stuff. And showing how these are made, you know, explains what have you. So with that being said, these are often fairly lengthy. They're usually a couple hours. By couple, I mean more than 4, because we're gonna be describing and talking about a lot of nonsense. I'm gonna be venting a lot about a lot of stuff. Yeah, so if that's not really your cup of tea, if like, you know, hearing me, you know, talk about a bunch of dry space algorithms, then you know, you're free to dip out whenever you want. But if that's cool, if you're down for the party, yeah, it's a good time. Okay, so actually the comments are kind of too big on the screen. I'm just gonna make them tiny again, so I can make them tiny. Okay, hold on. Before I start answering all your immediate burning questions, let me move over to an actual screen you guys can see. Like, the director's corner. Hey, it's me in the corner. I'm at the director's corner. Where am I going? I need to be over here. Okay. God, there you make this tiny. It's just it was just so big on on my other monitor. I just couldn't. Or could I have? Yeah, it doesn't matter. So hello, hey guys. Let me quickly skim the last little bits of comments. Paul, yeah, we'll talk about the dissolving effect. The X catches stream. Hey Moon, welcome to the stream. Do these stay up after live streams are over? They do. They hang out in the Denzel live stream archive. YouTube, where are you, YouTube? No, not the. I need my actual chat. No, good. Bing, you're hurting me right now with all your redirecting to everything that isn't the YouTube channel. Over here. Yeah. So on the channel, there is a playlist called Playlists, and in it, there is the live stream archive. This is where every single live stream, unfortunately, I need to give them all better thumbnails, but every live stream on the channel goes here. They're unlisted so that they don't clutter up the rest of all the regular uploads with these 1 to 7 hour long videos. But they're here. Yeah, this is where you can find them afterwards. Ciao. Okay. How to come up with the villagers? Island Zion's personality of Mask, Susie and friends. The villagers in the last couple of videos, they were chosen half by me and half we had a little vote, public vote on some stream for 5 of them. And then I forgot I had Filbert already, and then had to bring him back. Oh no. Hold on, sorry. We don't want any of that spooky music. We want to shuffle everything. All right. Okay. So, where do we begin? Oh, actually, I didn't actually finish your question. Yeah, most of the villagers were chosen by me, but also chosen by you guys. I also had the criteria of picking not a couple or having most of them being like less common ones, and then some more popular folks, just to keep the variety nice. Personality of Mask, he's just a guy. He's just a guy being a guy. Susie and friends, I don't know. They all just were fun folks to. Their personalities just kind of evolved, in a way. Okay. Use music from Reset. It's so sad. Oh yeah, I will be talking about the music too at some point later on as well. All the music and sound effects and all that fun nonsense. But that's probably going to be like a couple hours from now. So if you wanted to hear that first, I'm sorry. We're going to be talking about all things animation first, and then so on and so forth. But hey guys, welcome to the first part of the party. I guess we could start with the storyboard, or how these things are written. Okay, so fun actually little tale. Well, I guess I'll just let this play. I actually had no I didn't think I'd ever make this video, actually. I did the first couple, and I'm like, yeah, this series will never be popular enough to like, get to this episode, because I really want to do an episode where we do a big island deleting thing, because I think that would be neat. But I didn't assume I didn't think I'd get there. Like, I had this episode kind of like half written, or like the idea of it kind of like just kind of there, because I'm like, wow, if we're doing Animal Crossing things that you have to do, it just makes sense to do one about an island getting reset. But also it's hard. It's a hard idea, man. It's tough. You gotta like, you gotta do deleting things, and you gotta build up the drama, and you gotta like do all this stuff, and like it's tough. It's a tough bean. So I put it way on the back burner for quite a while, and then I just kind of did a bunch of other episodes to slowly build up to it, and then halfway through working on the last episode, time traveling designer. Yes, was it time? I think it was time traveling designer. Please, I should know my own videos, but I currently don't. Yeah, time traveling designer. I was in the middle of doing that one, and I'm like, holy cannoli! I'm actually gonna. I've the next video is the reset one. I actually have to do it now. Oh, that's gonna be really cool, but also I am not excited about this episode because it's gonna be rough, and it was 100% rough, both in terms of writing it to make it look interesting or pace interestingly enough, and making it. Sorry, I'm looking at the script for it. No. Yeah, no, I rewrote it like 3 times because the first draft that I had was kind of garbo, and then the second draft that I had kind of was working a little better. Sorry, I said I was going to let this play as well. I'm all over the place. But I do want to talk about these things where I didn't have shots ready yet in the storyboard. But yeah, I rewrote it like 3 times to make it work. And did it work? Yeah, I think it came out pretty okay. There's some parts in it that I wasn't 100% on, but I don't know. There's a lot of moments where you just go, it's good enough, and then you just keep going. It did work. Welcome, Viru. Yeah. So it was written a bunch of times, and then the last time, and then I wrote, and then on the 3rd rewrite, I was like, all right, is either you gotta make this work or do it anyways, and then do it anyways, because no one really is expecting anything from the series, so you can do anything you want, really. And I said, bet. So literally, like, as soon as I finished physically writing it, went to my computer and started physically doing these things. So the storyboarding phase, if you're not familiar with how I do them, I don't draw anything. Like usually, the usual depiction of storyboarding is you open up Krita, and then you put on your drawing glove. You get a pen. And then you open up a brand new file, and then you go, all right, this here is Piepo, and then here we have Isabel with her Izzy ears, and then she goes, Pietro, it's drama time with her nose and everything, and Pieplop with his horns is all like, bet we're gonna kick him out of the island, and it's gonna be wild, and it's supposed to be anyway. So you draw the things, you draw him walking around, you everything's doodles, and you got your big arrows and everything, and then your director's commentary underneath that. I don't do any of this stuff. All right. Instead, I open up good old instances of Blender here. Actually, do I have the project for it? Please, I think I do. In here, in shots, Sturbird, layout, lighting, layout. Hold on, guys, please. Just give me a moment. Actually, while this is happening, I can catch up on your words because I can't talk and read at the same time. Never mind. We're back in it again. Yeah. So I'll literally like open up Blender, and I'll just bring in the rigs for characters. I'll just pose them out or put them in positions and stuff. Get a camera going, and then just take snapshots of them doing in T pose or whatever. And then I'll take those images, and I'll bring them into my editor here, and I'll just be like, bam, photo, bam, photo, add some captions about what's going on here, or some dialogue about what they're supposed to be saying, and so on and so forth. And then like that's it. That's how I do the storyboarding. I just set them up like little dolls, and we just take little photos of them, and then that's the video. That's how we like do the video, kind of. It's pretty good. I feel like I always feel like there's way more I can like talk about the storyboarding phase, but like it's never really that interesting. It's just I take pictures and I write on top of them, and then I sequence them out, and I take enough photos to be able to kind of like get an idea for the video length and pacing and everything like that, because you know, this is the first step into turning the script into an actual visual representation of the script. And I don't want to do any hard work. I just want to put them in there, and I just want to see them do things, standing around, you know, figuring out compositions and camera angles, and like, you know, what I can and can't do, what I thought was too ambitious in the scripting phase reveals to be not that bad here, or vice versa. Turns out like this step lets me figure out what I can and can't do, and what might need to change in the story to make things work. But yeah, it's a good time. It's you know, we had a lot of stuff. You know, they're all in T-pose, and everybody finds T-poses funny. So you know, it's always great to share them afterwards, because everybody goes, hee hee, look at Tom Nook being a T-pose guy, and then he does the thing, and then it's a good time. Yeah, it's come on, I'm trying to close this water bottle. Yeah. What's my favorite thing about making shorts? Seeing them come together at the end. Like, the whole process of production for them is usually utter nonsense, but then like the last, like, I don't know, couple days where the video is kind of like done, and like you get your renders back, and like everything actually looks kind of nice, and like the moments when you see it all come together, and like you see it actually like taking shape, are like really cool wins, at least in terms of artist dopamine rushes. But everything in between is just it's just pain and a lot of hard decision making, but it's a good time. Do you get the AC models into Blender? I do. So we do the storyboarding phase, and part of the storyboarding phase we have to do a thing which is getting the assets to make them work, or at least reusing assets that I currently have to the best of the abilities. Like, for example, you can see that Isabel here is wearing a raincoat, but this is actually the shot that that was describing the end here, where Isabel is on a new island, and at the stage of me taking these photos, I didn't have Meg and Colton and Jeremiah, so I just used what I had already ready, which was Mask and versions of Nook, and this working version of Isabel wearing a raincoat from before. But yeah, it was a delicious time. We do the storyboard, and if the storyboard looks okay, if everything kind of like looks like it's working, then I'll go into the asset gathering stage, which is the stage that I usually live stream, which is where I'll go into Blender here and I'll like actually peruse through all the game files. Oh no, can I get to those quickly? Here, and then in here. No, wait, it's in here. I'll peruse the game files and be like, oh, I need a structure. I need a house. Farmhouse destroyed. What the site for Animal Crossing? DAE structure. DAE. What's the good one? Campsite 0. Sure. So we'll go in and I'll go through the process. This usually takes a couple days, where I'll just peruse through the game files, find things like that I don't need to get, like here's the campsite little stage thing, or characters or their clothing, or our other buildings at the bottom, as you can see here. I just gestured with my hand, even though you can't see my actual physical hand, but you get the idea. We got furniture and all that fun stuff, and all the goods, bookshelf, teapot, so on and so forth. We'll go into this long binge where we gather all the assets that I'm missing, because I try to reuse everything from, or most things from previous videos, at least characters and sets. But then oftentimes I'll have to get new stuff. So we'll go in, we'll grab all the characters. Here we have we have Isabel with her raincoat, and I'll talk about the water a little bit later. Here we got Mask Boy being a mask boy with his wet. We got Meg here with her face. Come on, you can do it. Come on, you can do it. What's your favorite shirt you've made? All of them. They're all my little baby babushkas. I love every short equally. Truth, and that's the truth. Oh no, take care, Nora. Thanks for coming. Thanks for stopping by. Do a flip. I'd love to do a flip, but I can't. I'm in presenter mode. They're cheap models. You go ahead and create gold. We try here at Denzel Gold Making Emporium. Yeah, we got them all. We got the Able Sisters. Oh, the Able Sisters were kind of cool. The rig for it, if the textures load. Come on, you can do it. Come on, you can do it. Yeah, there you go. The rig was kind of neat because I made it so that it could do, it could switch between the two of them. But this ended up being not used because of problems I will vent about later. But we got all the characters that we'll go in. We'll prepare all the characters. We'll reuse any rigs that we can. We'll rig up new characters if need be. We'll get new we'll get everything that we need. Like our boy here, Ratatouille, with his nose. If his face finishes loading, then with his nose. We got Rossetti, and he's even resetting with his reset face. What else do we got? We got the Tim Tims, the villagers. I made a big old badonk file. Don't worry about this UI, like how everything looks. It was just it's a lot of nonsense, but it all makes sense in terms of making sure the characters work for shots. But here we have the file that all the characters were made in. We got Diva here. We got Dottie. We got Philby. We got Goldie. Please. We got everybody else. We got Hibix, Jacob, Lolly, Raymond Rolled, and all the fun beans. Then we got all the villagers that go on Meg's Island, which currently is just Colton and Jeremiah. And it's a good time. It's a good show. Were you ever inspired by John Vasquez's work? I have not been, but let me do a quick Google search because I might have coincidentally also seen some of their stuff. Bam. That's a face. But to which I say, oh, Invader Zim. I did like me some Invader Zim. But also I do like me some dark horror. Sorry, dark humor and horror, but that's not the point. In other words, indirectly, yes. Immortalized in the chat replay. Yes, you are. Just Fun and David Gaming. What software do you use for animations? This application that I'm currently using, or that I currently have open here is Blender. Blender is a free, open source 3D application, which just froze, but it's a good time. It's what I do it's what I use to make everything. All the characters doing all their backflips, all their emoting and looking around and jiggle dancing and all that fun stuff. This application is what I've used to do like 90% of the videos. Inside of here is where everything moves, everything animates, everything. I literally can even open up a shot. What is one that will not be slow? This one, sure. Please. You got remember this shot when Masks stands up from his chair, and he goes, stand. That's pretty cool. That was all done here in Blender. Everything's animated in Blender. Everything's rendered in Blender. Everything is rendered out of Blender and then brought into DaVinci Resolve here to be further edited and composited and made into a video. So that's a good time. Where do you get the models? The internet. If you just Google Animal Crossing models, you will find probably all of them. They're out there. You just gotta do a little googling. At the beginning of the series, I actually did game file ripping and everything. Like I got a ROM, acquired a ROM of the game, extracted it, found the files, converted them to files. And I still do that today for the sound effects, because I don't think anyone's done a full rip and conversion of the game sounds, but I already have most of the stuff that I need, so it's a good time. How do they look so glossy? Artistic interpretation. How long does a shirt take to animate? It feels like it would take forever because of all the frames. And you're right. Each one of these videos takes about 3-ish months to make. But that's usually including everything, like from the writing phase to blocking and preparation and animation and rendering and editing and everything. Which is, now that I'm saying it out loud, kind of wild, but yeah, about 3-ish months. And they're pretty amazing. You smash work. Oh, thank you, Chris. I'm glad you like them. The rigs are so good. Will you ever release them? If not, how do you get them? The rigs, I make them all myself. Actually, what's a good file to be in? Isabel, you're a great example. Yeah, I make them all myself. I use Blender's Rigify system for character rigging, and it's pretty easy. You literally just make a rig. Where is it actually? Get rid of this and bring this back. You literally just make a bone hierarchy system. Each one of these little shapes here controls a part of the body. This one would be her head. This one would be her arm and her forearm and her hand. For, shoulder. These parts are for her spine and the leg and the foot. These guys are for the ears. These guys up here are for the parts of Isabel's hair. And then you just bind it all to her skin or to her body, and then you get rig character rig. Ooh, you can make them do anything. Actually, let's turn on some of that. You can make them stand around and talk, and then characters. Don't ask me how I did the mouths or the eyes and stuff, because that's a whole tutorial. But yeah, it's a good time. Oh, actually, my stream might have completely died there for a hot minute, but it's a good time. Or it's not super difficult. There's a lot of tutorials online on how to do it, because it's not hard. It's just time consuming. That's the thing about all of this, that are a common thread, theme, lesson that I want to let you guys know. None of this is hard. It just looks really hard because you're seeing everything that I've gone through kind of all at once at the end, but it's just really time consuming. You guys could do this. It's just a lot of tutorial watching, and and doing, but none of this is impossible. So yeah, storyboards. Or the preparation phase. So we go and we prepare all the assets, and then even here is where I'll try to do some quick R&D. Like this is where I was trying to figure out how to do the rain effect on their clothing, or this might be really sad. This might look kind of not so fun, but I had a project file that I was trying to do the deletion effect in, or like trying to figure that out in. Is this it? Yeah, it's like this is an older version of the effect that I was gonna do, but I didn't do it because it was really like counterintuitive to like set up, because like each one of these would have to have like multiple effects on them, and then they would also need to have custom shaders and stuff to put on them, and it was really hard or really challenging. It would have been really not inconvenient to do this effect for like big shots where a lot of stuff is being deleted. So I'm like, I need something a bit better or a bit different. And then I put a pin in it. Put a pin into it for like a while. I was like, we'll figure out deleting way later. Just you'll do it in the future. We also did a little concept thing for the lightning, which I admittedly didn't do enough of. But we can draw lightning, and it's pretty cool. This is the result from another tutorial on how to do lightning in Blender with geometry nodes. Ooh, very cool. Anywho, so we collect all the assets, props, characters, furniture, buildings. We do some very vague set dressing. We get sets and files that we reused in last videos, and we just get to work. And then we move into the blocking phase, which is this guy. So the blocking phase is the cool part. This is where all the technical stuff happens, or at least as much technical stuff as I can feasibly remember to do. All this from Blender, yeah, it's a good time. So yeah, the blocking phase is kind of half animation, half storyboarding. I kind of look at it like a storyboarding 2.0. It's where a lot of layout also happens, where we figure out technical stuff, like, oh, how is the rain gonna work in this shot, or like how the camera is actually gonna move in this shot. Setting up the crowd so that they actually like all move in one big thing, so that when I come back to it to do animation, it's a lot easier. I'll also do very rough character animation, like just kind of pose to pose, hitting for pacing, and to just understand the flow of the scene and where the camera should be looking, and kind of just setting up the backbones for every single shot that this episode is going to have. This one shot in particular was kind of neat, because it's all these angles, all these cuts are all in one file. I just animated them both together in one long file and just animated camera cuts. These shots, these ones in between the opening title sequence, were not thought of back in the storyboarding phase. I got a bit too lazy and didn't actually like make them. I just wrote them in, which is not a storyboarding technique that I advise, because you can get really carried away with just writing shot descriptions as filler. But I'm like, yeah, we'll make it work. But yeah, so we see this is a line of villagers all holding lanterns. I didn't make them all hold lanterns because I did 2 of them, and I'm like, oh my god, constraining lanterns is not it. We'll just do a couple. They march towards camera. That was switched to walking away from camera. Isabel in the middle. Reset. Close up of Isabel's face as they arrive to where they're heading. it's just a close up of Isabel's face. I was gonna have a shot where like where she's walking. It was gonna be this shot of her walking, but they were gonna arrive to the house and like it was gonna be cool. Didn't do it. Instead, I just did it here. Wait, what else did I write? Yeah, just a big paragraph on like what the shot was supposed to look like. Logo, but the logo moves down. Camera rises from behind masks to reveal the line of villagers all standing at the top of a small hill. I didn't even do the hill. Oh man, it's just a flat ground. I'm a fraud. But yeah, logo and the camera and all standing there, and then they just were all vibing. I went through the hassle of like constraining things here and doing the camera animation and doing very rough character posing. But also, as you can kind of see, they're all moving a little, just a little bit. I'd also go and apply noise kind of layers to them so that I can animate them a little bit less if a little bit later. But yeah, we'll go in. We'll just rough out the whole episode, kinks and quirks and bugs and all. Like as I'm not sure if you saw earlier, but Raymond his hood wasn't done yet, so I had to fix that later, and that was a fun time. Something else I was going to say about the hoods. Yeah, as you might imagine, villagers don't wear hoods in the game. They wear little rain hats, and I thought those look so dumb. So I was like, I want them all to wear hoods. I think hoods would be really cool. So I went through the hassle of getting of finding the hood hat model, which are for players, and I just bent them to all of their heads, and then except for Diva, because Diva's a frog and frogs don't wear. They don't dress for the rain. They just stew in it in the game, which I thought was a detail that I probably should add. Also, I didn't want her to be like Hippix here, where where the hood covers her entire face, or covers her eyes, and it's just the mouth going through it. But it's fine. Hey Norman, welcome. Or sorry, a normal weirdo on YouTube. Welcome. What else is there? Why one more episode? Because I've done 10. It's been a year and a half, and I need to do something else. I'm not an Animal Crossing channel, guys. I'm just a dude. Drink water. But I do have plans for a series afterwards that I think you guys will enjoy. So just, stay tuned. Don't unsubscribe just yet, guys. I promise I'll make your ride here worthwhile. Anywho, so they're all doing their thing, and we do blocking. We're trying to figure out all the stuffs that I want to do in it, camera moves and compositions and stuff, and like figuring out how to. I'm gonna be doing a bunch of storytelling, setting myself up for failure with things like placeholder clouds, and then just vibe it. Just vibing. Yeah. So we'll just go in every shot, do the thing, make them do the stuff. It's cute. It's a good time. Oh, and yeah, Nook's head was broken there, and it was a time. This season, the settings page, and Isabel cries. Some fun little trivia. Doing crowds is the worst thing to do in this series. Like animating this shot, I'd rather eat a porcupine than than animate this. But you gotta, and everybody needs to have some sort of personality when we look at them. So throughout most of this episode, I've been like trying to not do as many crowd shots as possible, while also knowing that they're very important shots to do when doing them anyways. So I'm like, all right, well, we gotta do them nicely. So for a lot of the sequences, just to show character reactions, I would try to have the least amount of characters possible. Like I'm like, oh, I just need Isabel and maybe Lolly here, and I could probably put in Diva at the side. But because Pietro is standing to her left or screen right, we can have an empty space here, which means one less character animate. All right, and then this shot, which is the reverse angle, so it's the same 4 characters, but less. And then just Pietro, and then just Isabel, and then just Nook, and then just Nook again, and then literally just Isabel. Oh my, great! So little work, except for this shot where everyone had to go, ooh, I'm a big spook, and then look up at the sky, and so on and so forth. So I'll often I'll try my very hardest to like not have to animate as much as possible, or at least reduce my animation workload as much as possible. Which brings me to talk about this one thing where I also will try to buy a bunch of add-ons that will hopefully save me time. And this episode, I bought animation layers, which was kind of like Blender's non-linear animator, which is this thing. If we go into here, then we go into here. It's this thing. And in it, if you add animations to things, then it'll add animation tracks, kind of like just blocks of animation data. And then this add-on is supposed to help make it all work, make it all better. And it did. It's an amazing add-on, actually. I will talk about more of it later. But it also brought some problems later throughout the episode, which I'll probably talk about in the rendering phase, maybe. But from something like that, it lets me reuse a bunch of animations from either previous episodes or from around this very episode. Like, for example, the noise that's on them. Like they're standing still, but they're doing just a little bit of swaying. That's just a noise chunk that I just put on them and just have them put on them so that they're doing a little jostling, a little jiving, a little rocking, a little riving. It's a good time. You plan on combining all the shorts once part 2 is completed into a full movie? I mean, maybe, but you're gonna have to stick around to find out. What else happened? Yeah, blocking. We block. Do the thing, and then we also set up cool shots. So that I go, wow, this is gonna look so cool. Without knowing how god awful garbo it is to actually like render shots like these. But it's a good time. It'll be great. So yeah, we'll constrain things. We'll add Rossetti. We'll make sure all the characters are linked. We'll make sure that all the things that will need to work later on work. What else? What's a good information to talk about? Does anybody have any questions for the blocking phase? Because I always think I have so much to talk about, then I like get into it. And I'm like, no, actually, all I really want to do is vent about how hard animating was, but that has nothing to do with blocking. Oh yeah, the shot where Pietro looks up at the house was right here, but I didn't do that in blocking phase. I kind of did it later. And then the house is supposed to do a big kind of thing, and then he looks in the hole, and then she goes, "Come back home, please, Pippo." And he goes, "Yes, ma'am," and then he immediately dies. We did a hilarious nondescript reference to everyone's favorite other movie. And it was a good time. I just it had to be done. Why was there a hole? Well, because it's the hole through the map. Grass is paper thin, so yeah, it's just under the map. What else happened? What other cool things were there? The running. Technically, this run doesn't make sense because Isabel should have been able to reach him before getting there, but I'm like, no, it's for the drama. It's fine. We can artificially extend the distance. This is another shot that had clouds. I'll talk about clouds later, but clouds are really annoying. Yeah, doing it phonetically. Oh, that was a time. I'll talk about that in sound, but yeah, I wanted to make sure that whenever she said Pietro, it was the same sound effect because it's a name. Everyone's running. Oh, this reset sequence. If you guys listen to the music or saw any of the other non-YouTube related posts about the music, there's a fourth bonus track which is called Isabel's Nightmare or something. And it was the original song that was supposed to be for the this deletion sequence. This is what it was originally synced to, or this edit was what originally synced to that song, and it is the same general feel, the same general sequence, the same everything. Just the song was different. And this was all edited a little differently, but for most of the production, it was kind of like I made it as filler, and then I was like, this is gonna be great. I'm gonna do a cool thing where time is gonna like slow down as the sequence progresses, so that the song slows down as the sequence progresses. But then like I did that, and I made the song, and then I made the rest of the video, and then I hated the song. Just kind of more and more the more I listened to it and the more I edited it, or the more of the video that I kept producing. So at the end, I'm like, okay, well, I like animated, rendered, and edited the sequence to the song that I knew I was going to change sometime later. So that's kind of bunk, but also that's not that bad. I can just fix all the shots, and it's whatever. So then at some point I took a break from doing everything, and just worked on the music for a bit. Made a new song, which was the last broadcast, which is the song that's in the episode now. And I'm like, wow, this sounds a lot better. This slaps way harder. Oh my god! So then, scrapped that, re-edited the entire reset sequence because, well, not really because, but yeah, I didn't really like the edit that I had for it. I thought it was kind of flat and didn't really work out too well. You can see it in the comparison video. The blocking, I think, and the animation. No, I think the animation, blocking, and the storyboard phases all have the old edit. But the newest one, the one that is released, is edited to a different songarino. But you get the idea. Yeah, we hated it. We changed it, and then I think the change made it better, and then yada yada yada. But that all happened in the like final stage. Not here in blocking. In blocking, I thought everything was gonna be great, it was gonna be cool, it was gonna be amazing, and then I just kind of left it. This shot of Isabel doing her Isabel thing, I'll vent about this later in rendering phase, but oh my god, this took like 10 hours to render, and it took so long to animate. Actually, no, it didn't. It wasn't that bad to animate, but it took so long to prepare to render after animation. Isabel's ears, I wanted to use Blender's wiggle add-on, but I couldn't for it, so I had to animate all her ears in this episode by hand. And this shot is so long. Jeremiah's shirt is so weird in the background. It was a time. It was a big shot. But at the same time, it's my favorite shot in the whole episode. And even this cut is in file, so it just renders all in one big thing. But it's a good time. It's a good show. So we do the blocking phase. Blocking is all things technical. We try to figure out what the camera's going to be doing, how much animation I'm going to need to be doing. We figure out all the character rigs, all the clothing that they'll be wearing. We make sure that all the rigs work. We make sure that as much of the stuff that I'm going to be using is as renderable as possible, at least in this early stage. And if I need to change it later, then I'll change it later. But like this set for that Nook is in with the settings page or whatever. I tried to make this all work, all look nice kind of from the get-go, so that when we get to the lighting stage, I can just hit render, and then like the shot would look okay or good enough, or already be lit, or be ready to go. But that was not the case. So yeah, just all the technical stuff. We figure out all the rigs, all the characters, all the objects, all the constraints, all the how the shot's gonna work, how I think I'm gonna want to animate it, how I think I'm gonna want to render it. Like we just figure out all the backbone technical stuff that the video is going to have to rely upon throughout the rest of the production, and it's a time. This process usually takes like 2-3 weeks maybe. Because it's just this cycle of gathering things, rendering, or gathering things, rigging things, putting them into shots, seeing if they break, going back to fix them, and then while also trying to make the next step or the next version of the video, and it's cool, it's neat, it works, it works. Now I can quickly take some impromptu questions or read at least your chats. Let me just use the character models for the post reset mask of the same person, right? That's a lore question. I'm gonna have to respectfully ignore that. How many people help you? It's just me. Sometimes in episodes I'll get some friends and stuff to help with things, but for the most part it's just me. Yeah, it's a good time. Not a big fan of Isabel. That is a-okay, but unfortunately she is the star of the series, so I'm sorry if you don't like Isabel that much. Is your rendering dependent on your machine? Is it maxed? Yeah. Oh, sorry, I can't read. And can't see the screen between to see if it's a Mac or PC. So I use a Windows PC. It's a PC that I built. We got a 3090, a 5950X processor, 64 gigabytes of RAM, a bunch of hard drives. Yeah, it's a work machine. I built it. I've slowly built it over the years. And it's what I used to make all the videos. It's a good time. Do you do the sound before or after animation? We do the sound afterwards because it's far easier to sync sound to animation than it is to sync animation to sound. Because if you need to change the sound later on, oh goodness. How did you do the hologram thing? Oh, that's going to be in the rendering phase later, but we will talk about it. Sorry, I have a big bottle of water. What else do we got? Do you come up with the whole? Do you come up with the whole story arc? Yeah. I've been sitting on this story for like the majority of the series. And obviously I've been refining it as things go and I figure things out. But for the most part, yeah, I have we got plans. Some fan game stuff. I'd like to show you what I can do. We can talk on Discord. You can join the Discord and share your stuff there. I'm always down to see what you guys are good at in Blender. Yeah, what software do you use for animations? Blender. It's the GOAT application. What's a cool shot to open up? Like I really like this shot, but it's so heavy. Actually, it's not that heavy. Bam, bam. All of them walking around and doing stuff and saying evict and all that fun nonsense. It's all animated in here. They're all doing stuff. Actually, I could get rid of the rain. They're all doing stuff. They're all walking. Look at them go. They're all going to school. Your voice is just really nice. Thank you. What's have to use for editing? For editing, we use DaVinci Resolve. DaVinci Resolve there's a free version, there's a paid version. The paid version has just has more features and tools and stuff, but the free version is amazing. We edit the whole video in here. It's where all the magic happens. This tab is the final tab. This is where the whole video the video is edited in, and it takes like 5 minutes to open because it's so big. But yeah, this program is what we use to edit everything. Oh no. Are the villagers you chose to use your villagers? Some of them are, but not all of them. Some of them are just ones that I like, and some of them are ones that you guys picked. How long have you been using Blender / animating for? I've been animating for a while, but I've been doing tons of, not really tons, but I used to do 2D animation stuff in After Effects back in the day, and then some years ago I started doing 3D stuff and working on and actually like working with 3D and VFX and stuff, and then I picked up Blender about I think sometime in 2019. Yeah, around there. Year. And I've been using it kind of on and off ever since. But then the beginning of Lolly's Crafting was when I well, actually not really Lolly's Crafting. The beginning of Fee Patapons. Where are you? Where are YouTube? Like I was using it throughout the time of making all these, but I only seriously started using it during I think the being Steven phase, and then ever since then I've just kind of been ramping up using it more and more. And then the Lolly's Crafting series, the Animal Crossing series was just it's me like 100% using it and or at least doing 3D animation stuff like right from beginning to end, and focusing fully on it. That barely answered your question, but yeah, for about 4 years. What version of Blender do you use, 3.0 or older? I started using it back when I literally only picked it up because 2.8 did the big UI change, and then have kind of been using it ever since. But I update every time they do a big update for it. So this video was made using 3.2.1, but I think I started it in 3.2, and then some way through they were like, yeah, get the new update, a bunch of bug fixes, and I'm like, yes sir, Mr. Blender. And yeah, and each video is kind of done is done with some version of, or some older version of Blender. I think, where are you, list? Terraforming was done in, I think, 3.1. Isabelle was done in 3.0. Same with Town Meeting, I think. Collector, I think, was done in 2.9. Maybe. Most of these were done in 2.9 or 2.8, 2.9. And yeah, we just update everybody. We go along. Oh no. Other questions? I'm actually way down too far up the list. How long does this take? About 3 months. How often do you have to re-render after many hours when you find something wrong? Quite a bit. I'll talk about that in the rendering phase, but that's going to be in a couple hours from now. Maybe not. I don't know. We're already halfway through Nexus animation, but we do re-render a good bit of stuff. But I'll talk about more about that later. When do you put all the details on the characters? It's a really long process, right? We usually, depending on the type of detail, sometimes we put them on during the rigging / character making phase, sometime in animation, sometime in rendering. It depends on the detail and what I'm trying to do in it. Any tips on how to reach yourself and how to teach yourself animations? Just start. Just do it. Make some bad stuff, and keep making stuff. Study the world. Study yourself and how you move. How to, in terms of recreating things and understanding how things move and motion, all that nonsense. Because you can look at animation as such as how a painter paints with a brush. You're sculpting motion with the mouse and keyboard. So you gotta study how things move to get the goods. But yeah, just make a bunch of stuff. Just keep practicing. It's all in the practicing. What is your favorite part that you made in this episode? I think the opening, like the title opening sequence in this episode. But one of my favorite parts that I've ever, or one of the favorite things that I've done in any of the videos so far would probably be Hmm. Uh. I was gonna try to say something in the collector, but I don't remember a good sequence. Maybe the dig up sequence? That was really challenging, but it came out looking really nice. Um, on the last shot in this episode, that was also really cool. I don't know. Everything, but nothing at the same time. Town hall looking a little big in there. Oh, so as you might know, the model for the town hall is literally just this really skinny building. But this particular shot, I'm like, oh, I'm gonna need the camera to come out to be on the outside, but then pan up to look through the door to see the inside of the town hall. So we're gonna need to see the desk and the chairs and the walls and everything like that. And I know this room doesn't fit inside of this building or this building model, so I cut out half of it to add the extended interior bit, so that I could actually have just I could do the shot. Yeah, that's why it's looking a little chonk. I'm sorry. Oh, nice. Hey, Ruth. Welcome from Canada. But studying Disney films is a good reference. Yeah, Disney and the guys at Disney were pretty much the dudes that came up with the animation principles. Study those. It's good. It's juicy. Because once you internalize all that nonsense, then like animating just becomes a lot easier, and then you can do a lot of cooler things a lot faster. And then, not to say I'm some sort of amazing animator. I'm very not, but but it's cool. Animation's cool. Which scenes gave you the most trouble? This one. Any shot with crowds or with like high volumes of characters. So this shot was really tough. The shot where the camera comes out from behind the building. This one was a nightmare. Mostly just in terms of render, not necessarily to animate. This one was pretty easy to animate, but actually we can just go to animation. This was pretty easy to animate, but it was a time. This shot was okay. These shots were all okay. The deletion sequence was really something. This shot was neat, but wasn't that bad. Where is it? Oh, this shot was wild. It kept breaking. Okay, well, we're out of the animation. I can talk about animation stuff. It kept breaking. Like, I would open it up. Like, I'd animate it. I'd spend a day animating it or something. And then, like, I make them all animated, give them all faces and make them all move and stuff like that. And then I'd save it, come back the next day or sometime later to render it to find that half the rigs had vanished, or, everyone's T-posing on the side here, and all the animation's broken. All the faces don't work anymore, and I have to fix it. And I'm like, oh no, well, maybe I can just go back one save. But no, it turns out the problem came from the first time you opened it, and then it consisted in every single save after. So you have to go back and reanimate all of the faces and half the characters again, and it was very painful, very painful. But I'll explain why that happened a little bit later. How do you animate the faces? Via texture switching. I can quickly talk about that because it's a loaded topic that I've slowly been figuring out how to better describe. But we're gonna be in here. Where are you, Isabel? Face. No, sorry, we'll do your eyes. No, yeah. So we have our characters here. They're charactering, and they have eyes and they have mouths. But how do those work? Because in the game they can move their eyes and they can move their mouth. What's going on? How do we replicate this in Blender? To which I say, very non-conventionally easily, but we can do it. What I I do is I go through the fun hassle of taking all of their character faces, mouth shapes, and whatnot. Because if not, you get this big old list of all the different ways and all the different eyes and eye shapes and uh, yeah, mixed textures and normal textures and stuff. You got all the building blocks that you have for their faces. I will take them and I'll put them into a long row so that it's just one image of every single eye texture or mixed texture or normal map or mouth or what have you, and I'll plug those back into Blender and hook up this little math system, which basically takes a value, makes sure that this value is a hard value, like 1, 2, 3, no decimals, flips the number output for it so that it goes from left to right, and instead of right to left. I'll show that in a second. And then we take that so that this math equation or this math output only affects the left and right of her UVs here, because because you can take it, or you can make the eyes do a thing, or the like the UVs of her eyes, the slides left and okay. I'm sorry, music. I know I'm explaining this kind of weirdly, but just give me a moment. And that puts into a mapping node, which basically just takes her face and then just slides left and right. So yeah, so that we can just have a big old thing which does the thing, does the eyes, the eye moving. It's pretty cool. And then I just have that connected to a system that is on her rig, which lets me affect it from a slider instead of having to go into her actual shader and finoodle with these values. So these are just long lines of photos of her eyes, and then we just have this little network here that just stretches the image out and then slides it around her geometry. Everything else, it just makes it so that it's colored consistently with the rest of her skin, and that is how we do the mouth and the eyes. And it's a good time. It's a great time because I went through the hassle of what's the word I'm looking for? Of revamping the whole face animation system that I've been using, because it makes for updating the character rigs in shots inconvenient later on in the animation and rendering stage. So I'm like, I want to make sure I want to use a system that like works with the rigs, that if I need to update the character in any way, then like I don't have to redo any of the animation that I do. So I'm like, cool, let's learn Blender's drivers and sliders stuff, and they also have a toggle here for her hair so that she can put her hood on and stuff. I'm like, yeah, let's make a cool rig. Let's pick a cool rig because it's gonna be cool. And then I got into the actual animating phase. Like this shot, for example. We got into the actual animating phase, and then it turns out that is this a good one? No, this is an older version. We got to the actual animation stage, and then I'm like, all right, time to animate her face. Let's do. Oh no, our slider isn't working for her face and her mouth. And it turns out that in the blocking phase, or in the asset prep phase, I was setting up a system that like worked, that was supposed to universally work throughout all the shots and everything, but then I actually put it into all the shots because I was hoping to use Blender's linking system, which for those that are unfamiliar with that, Oh no, Prism, don't do that to me. There's a neat thing that Blender can do where in one file you can make a rig and then or like an asset or something, and then in another file you can reference it in so that please reference link please. Please. 1 second. Yeah, take this. Take copy Open Explorer. Take this guy. Bam, bam. You can come up and you can go into file, you can go into link, and then you can go to another blend file or like another save file, and then inside of that you can find yourself your collection and the thing that you want to bring in, and you can reference in a whole character so that if you need to make changes to this character sometime later down in production, then all you have to do is just open up the all you have to do is open up. Please come on, Blender, you're faster than this. Ka-chow, ka-chow, ka-chowie, ka-wowie. Is open up the original. You can you can go and you can make your changes, and then theoretically, I'm not going to save it and do it because that's going to be a nightmare. But if I were to save this and then reopen this file, then it would update. Her geo would change, and everything would be cool. And any animation or anything that I've used this instance of a character for won't break or I won't need to like update or like swap out or anything like that. Like it all just works. And I'm like sick. But it turns out that if you make these editable, so that you can actually like bring it in and start doing animation and stuff for it, everything works except for yeah, come on, where is it? Give me the goods. Except for these systems, because they don't actually they didn't actually work during production. They seem to be doing it now. So take my words as a fun thing. But basically, I was animating all the shots, and then I got to the stage where I had to do all their faces, and this whole system that I thought was going to work, based off these sliders, was gonna be amazing. Was just gonna make animating all their faces so much easier. And then I opened up all the shots to do all the animation, and then I slid the sliders, and then none of them worked. They all just didn't work. And I cried for like a whole 3 days because I'm like, fudge. That means I'm gonna have to like break every single shot to make them all work. Why is Prism dying on me like this, sir? Please, you're the backbone of the production. Bam, 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 bam. Sorry, I was gonna do a thing. No, not this shot. I need a good shot. Sorry, I'm trying to just figure out a decent example shot. Yeah, we'll go back to this for a good one. So we animated it, and I'm like, let's go. It's gonna be amazing, and we're gonna be able to do the thing, and it's gonna be so cool and fun. We can do all we have to do is open up the shot and just do the eyes thing, and then do the mouth stuff, and it's gonna work. It's gonna be great. Yeah, so like here it's not working on Lolly, and I'm like, oh no, why is that? So we do a bunch of googling for like a whole day, and then we found out that turns out that this exact feature that I was trying to do in Blender wasn't supported during anything. So we had to figure something else out for it. And then I cried a lot harder, because then it meant that doing all their faces was gonna be nothing but pain, and it was. So instead of me having to do animations, or instead of me spending like a couple days doing faces, I spent like a whole week doing faces, and it was pain. But anywho, sorry, I was way ahead of myself the entire time. Animation. The animation phase is where we come along, or is where we take the blocking phase and we make everything move and look nice. So in blocking, we went and we had everyone doing, very stilted looking animations, kind of just pose to pose looking nonsense, as if they're all just kind of photos, but in 3D. In animation is when we take all of those keyframes, all that data, all that sweet pose information, and we make it nice and smooth, nice and smooth. And give characters expressions and emotions and all that fun stuff. Sorry, I had to guzzle. I was talking a lot, and then getting thirsty. Have you ever cried or had stress? Like, have I ever cried in general? Like, at any point in my life, I'm like, yeah. I'm like, who hasn't? Or had any stress? Never. We never stress here in Denzel Media Production Pictures, except for throughout the entire production of videos, because it's they take so long to make. But they're a good time. They're delicious. So in animation, we'll also refine any camera moves as well, because sometimes I'll like do it in blocking and then not really like it in the animation phase when everybody's moving and such. So we'll refine some moves here and there. You'll also notice that there's no like vegetation and stuff in most of the shots, because we didn't do them. We didn't do any of the set dressing here. We should have done it in the storyboard blocking phase, prep phase, but instead we do it in the lighting phase because it's just easier there. Oh no. But yeah, it was a good time. So we animate them doing all the things. Oh yeah, and we also figure out some of the other effects if we can, like for example the deformation, the wind blowing on their little raincoats. That was all from geometry nodes. We did the rain with geometry nodes. We did some other stuffs. We just gotta do the things. What else was I going to talk about? Animation. Animation is super not even that crazy. Because like I also try to not do a lot of full body stuff. Like if you've noticed, most of these shots are medium shots, or shots that don't require characters, or that don't require us to see their feet hitting the ground or like touching the ground, because I hate doing walk cycles. Stuff like this, which is like just implied walking, is great. Implied walking, this shot I'm like, I actually have to make him step a couple times, and that's gonna suck. But not this. Everyone's just standing still, and they're just vibing. Like this one is implied motion. We just have to make it look like Lolly stepped over, but we don't actually have to show her feet moving. Her feet aren't even doing anything. Like they're what happens in that shot? Who's in this one? This one. Yeah. Get rid of that. Get rid of this. Get rid of that. Yeah, she's not like, and Diva's not even doing anything. She's just T-posing because it's just the side of her head in frame. But yeah, Lolly, she just kind of does this. She just slides over and then just kind of, what have you. So, we do a lot of that. We do a lot of we only animate what the camera sees in frame. And with that being said, we try to frame the shot so that we have to do the least amount of animation for all the characters. I'm great doing waist up stuff, but like anything that involves them moving and like walking, I'm like, ugh. What else is there? And then big shots where there's like a lot of characters are also fairly painful. This one I strategically made sure that Pietro covered Jacob, covered both Jacob and Raymond, because they're both standing there, so that I didn't have to animate. And so So I didn't have to animate 2 extra characters, two less character yeah. Clown NFTs are not screenshotable. That's true. Please buy my Pietro NFTs. There's only 10 of them. They help with the art. Anywho, so then we also did the we made the ugly hat. I was really scared about making this hat an actual like physical thing to see because I thought the idea of it being take care, Teddy. Thank you so much for coming around. I thought the idea of the hat being like just this ambiguous description of ingredients and that you just kind of have to imagine was like, at least for most of the series, funnier than the actually seeing the hat. But then I'm like, but then in writing this, I'm like, oh no, that makes so much sense to like do a callback and like actually like have the hat come up. So I went through the hassle of making sure the hat looked kind of okay. It doesn't even look a little ugly, but but we tried. Yeah, and the recipe card. So this is actually the same texture from Lolly's Crafting. The and it needs to be rating was actually there all from the beginning. I thought that was pretty funny. And then we actually made it part of the episode because I both wanted it to rain, but also at the time of writing this, time of me writing the ingredients for this, I thought it was just like funny ingredients, like just funny things to read on a page. But then when making the series, I'm like, oh, actually, I could make some of these actually like come up in the episodes. So why not? Why not try? And I did, and then we put them in the episodes. And then we had this shot. This was one of the shots where the thing kept breaking every time I opened it. Do you use Eevee or Cycles? We use Cycles. We run everything in Cycles. Because some of the mainly because in the previous episodes I had gotten into the habit of only rendering in Cycles because the shaders that were required for their faces and their bodies often were too computationally complex for Eevee to render. They would just spit back pink textures, so I couldn't render their faces inside of Eevee. So I went with Cycles, then I just got into the habit of just liking the way that Cycles looks, and then now we're just vibing with Cycles. Bit. Do I ever have any issues with copyright? Oh, fun story about copyright. Nothing officially from Nintendo. Fingers crossed. But I run into this problem, and I've been wanting to vent about this for a while, but I've run into this problem constantly, where random people on the internet will take Animal Crossing music and like just upload it to Spotify and stuff, or we'll go through like DistroKid or Fuga or something, and like just like song distributors. They'll steal the music from Animal Crossing, upload it to these distribution sites that then put it on Spotify and YouTube and Deezer and Pandora and all that stuff, just to have it on there for some reason. And because of these systems, these songs then get put into like YouTube's content ID systems and like other copyright nonsense or what have you, and then it just starts to screw over everybody, because then like tons of channels and people get copyright flags for like somebody else stealing, like KK Parade, for example. I run into that a bunch, like just people stealing the music and then trying to copyright it themselves, and then be getting flagged for somebody stealing Animal Crossing music. And that's a time. I hate that. I always have to go through some nonsensical backdoor emailing to be like, hey, this lady is stealing music. Can you not let her do that? And they go, what? There's no problem here. And it's a time. But in any serious notes, no, not yet. Thank God. But yeah, animation. It's a good time. It's a great time. With the background, looks like they're on the white void. Ah, I love me some white voids. What is a tip for keyframes? Well, keyframes are just a part of animating. Like it's just what data stored in. So think of them as like little snapshots of information for any given thing. So don't go overboard, but also put enough in. This isn't good advice at all. I don't really know what I'm saying because keyframes are kind of cheap, at least in terms of making good animations. You just add them where you need them. Sorry, that was a long-winded answer. That probably was really confusing. We're gonna move on. How long would it take you to make the background? Ooh, so wait, backgrounds like this, like the forest and stuff. Those usually get put on, or those usually get made in the rendering phase. Like I'll literally just be like, all right, this shot looks good, looks great animated. The next step for it is adding the set, which is in all these shots just a forest and grass. So yeah, we'll just open them up. We'll just paint. Actually, here we'll do it. I'll do it right now. I'll do it literally right in this exact shot. I use an add-on called Scatter for tree scattering and bush scattering, and in that I have a preset that's just for or is it for trees. So in one file I made a thing that just has a master tree and a master bush, and then and these guys are procedurally animated so that I don't have to animate any of the wind blowing kind of effects to the leaves. And then from this I can then click on a piece of geometry and be like, all right, wait, no, that's already long. I can be like, all right, give me this tree and scatter it across this plane, and then that's going to give me a bunch of trees, and then I can add more or more of them if I want, or less, or what have you. And then I can be like, all right, now give me the thing for bushes. Excuse me, bushes. And this, and then I have a preset set up already so that this kind of hooks into the tree system, and then kind of puts bushes like around the trees, just kind of randomly. And then I'll be like, all right, time for grass, and I'll go and I'll get my grass, my singular blade of grass. Where are you? Right in here. And then I'll go and get my singular grass version 2 preset and be like, scatter. But this is a hand painting grass system, so that I can only add grass exactly where I want to see it. Oftentimes I'll just look through the camera and then just paint grass from the camera view so that I don't add too much. But then in here we'll go in and we'll be like, all right, give me grass. Just give me tons of grass. And then we'll just add grass. And then we'll just paint it enough so that it looks kind of full enough, and then hope that it renders okay, because Blender does not fare well with having large fields of physical grass, but we need to see it for the shots, so we put it in, and all of this, it's not super slow. It takes time to do, but it's like, it's fairly easy to put everything in, and I'll show more about some of those things later. Actually, no, I'll show them now. Heck, any structure that I thought I probably should have, like this shot, for example, with them in a line. Tons of grass everywhere. In fact, if you freeze frame and zoom into right here, you can see an area that isn't covered. Shh, don't tell Grandma, because she'll be really upset. But yeah, a lot of all of these shots, they're kind of just all the sets, they're all made to camera. Like they're all just big planes. We draw in grass where like in the areas that we see it. We literally put a big chunk of rain. Where are you? We put a big chunk of rain just like over the general vicinity, or like the general area of where the action takes place, so that we save on resources, so that we can make the shot actually kind of okay to work in, kind of. And then we'll also set up a bunch of stuff that only shows or only comes up in the rendering phase, and that's stuff like the rain droplets that are on each of the characters' hoods and stuff. Right now you don't see them because they're kind of really they're kind of CPU intensive, but they're geometry node systems that just kind of are added to the geometry for the characters. Like I have one here that's for the wind, and then I have another one here that's for the raindrops. And then you can hook them up or set them up so that they don't show in the viewport. But if you were to render them, then they'd come up in the render, and then you don't have to worry about those systems and those such things blocking down your scene. And then you hit render, and it just looks nice, and then it's all good to go. Yeah, that's kind of how sets are made. Whenever we, at least most of the outdoor sets, any of the interior stuff, I'll usually make beforehand because they're just more important than, or or at least forests aren't really that important the way that they look. Every single shot in this sequence kind of has a slightly different looking forest. Oops, sorry, but it doesn't matter because it's a forest. So it's just trees and bushes and stuff. Like no one here is looking at it going, "Oh, that tree's in the wrong spot, dong dong," and I go, "Who cares?" Anywho. So yeah, we'll animate the characters. Oh wait, there's something else I wanted to say about character animations. And the linking system. In previous videos, I did a thing where is it? Was it Isabel stream? Was it in time track? I think it was in Isabel stream. Thank you, Wisp. Not in the opening sequence. Boop. No, it was in time traveling. Time traveling. Yeah, bep, bep. Where are you? Where are you? There's a particular moment where, actually, yeah, kind of there. And here. So in some of the previous videos, I was leveraging the system called Wiggle, or Bone Wiggle, which in Blender is an add-on that lets you take it lets you take character controls for things like their ears and their tails and stuff, and it'll simulate them bobbing and weaving around and kind of moving around, so that I don't have to animate portions of character bodies. So things like secondary animations with ears or tails flopping around in the wind or whatever, or just stuff, or just extra movement. I could use this add-on, this Wiggle add-on, to handle that, and that in turn would give us results that looked like this. Not this, not this, no, not this. You kind of can see it in her ears a little bit here, but kind of not really. But her ears here, for example, are animated with that, and his ears here are animated with that, which is why if you freeze frame, his ears stretch a whole lot, because of the physics solution that the add-on uses or whatever, and what have you. And it's great. I'm like, wow, this is such a great little add-on, because then it lets me animate character ears. Or not animate character ears. I can just not worry about it. And I'm like, yeah, we're gonna hecking use it a ton in the next episode. And I set up all the rigs so that they're going to be as easy to use with it as possible. Wait, you've been making these animations for a while. Does it ever feel like you make these animations faster with more experience, or does it always feel like trial and error? Curious. There's certainly a whack ton of trial and error. Every video is, I always try to do something new or something that I haven't done before. So there's always something new to learn or something new to do. But I also reuse a bunch of stuff wherever I can. As these videos go, I can reuse all the character rigs, just in each video. So a lot of preparation work, which is oftentimes where a lot of time is spent, is reduced considerably with every next episode because just a bunch of stuff can be reused. I'm trying to get into the habit of like reusing animations, but like so many of the animations are like are tailored to specific shots. Like I was going to use this wave in this episode, but I didn't end up doing that. But also to answer the second part of your question, how do you pronounce that name? Arlen? We also do get more experience, like just in terms of animating and using Blender and all that stuff, so that we do get faster, but that extra time gained is often spent doing other ambitious things or learning new things or syncing them into other stuff that makes everything end up taking the same amount of time for each video. But it does... I am now fortunate enough to say that I'm getting good enough to make longer videos in this with the same amount of production time, if that makes sense. So like this or the Time Traveling Designer was it was just over 7.5 minutes, and this episode was almost 10 minutes, and they both took the same amount of time to make for the most part. So it's cool, it's great, it's good, it's a good time, it's a great time. It's hard, it's challenging, but it's not that bad. What was I talking about? The wiggle animation, the wiggle add-on. Oh, thank you, Alejandra. Wiggle add-on. I was gonna use it to do a bunch of ear stuff, at least for Isabel, because there's a couple more shots where there's a couple long shots where she's moving around and we see her ears move, and I didn't want to animate them by hand. So I'm like, we'll let Wiggle do that later on. Don't even worry about it, self. And then we animated the whole video. And then I got into the secondary animation stage where I'm like, all right, it's time to animate tails and ears and faces. And then I was met with this very unfortunate realization, which is one of the systems that I wanted to really sink my teeth into this episode was Blender's linking system, which I briefly talked about earlier in this stream. But what it is it lets you make a rig or make a file or make a character in one file, and then lets you import that into another shot, or at least multiple shots, and then use them uniquely in all those shots, but still being connected to the original file. So if I made changes to the original file for, say, Isabel or Lolly or any of these characters, then I could update them in that file, and then it would update procedurally in the rest of the shots that it's used in. So so say I like Isabel's face here was kind of broken, or her body or her arms didn't deform correctly, or like her needed to change one of her I don't know, her outfit or something, and I didn't want to do that in every single shot. I can open up Isabel's original file, make the change there, save it, and then in every single other shot it'll be updated or fixed, which is amazing. It saves so much time. But turns out Blender doesn't have super duper... Oh, thank you, Anna. Blender doesn't have super duper like deep support for this system yet. It does in a lot of ways, in a lot of different facets of the program, but not in terms of changing specific types of data with your characters. And what I mean by that is, come on, give me the click. Whose pose am I on? Yeah. So like, for example, I can edit the character rig, I can animate the character and do all this fun stuff, but I can't. Will this work? Oh no, this is the latest version actually, so this will work. But come on, but like this slider for her eyes, oh, it doesn't even work. This doesn't work. This breaks, even though it works in the original file, because the system that drives or that takes this information, the me picking a number with this slider, and however that hooks up into changing her face, it just doesn't work. That, and then when it came to the wiggle add-on as well, the actual add-on itself that was supposed to do all the ear and tail animation movement and all that stuff, if it was enabled, it'd be fine. If I tried to bake it down, Blender would crash. And then, but that's after getting it to work. Turns out that you also can't use it on a rig system that's linked. Basically meaning that if I want to make sure that Diva here, or not Diva, that Dottie here remains editable for the foreseeable rest of the production, then I can't use the add-on that was gonna help me animate her ears because of some way that Blender works and how linking works and all that fun nonsense. The add-on can't control the rig the way it usually does. So it's a long-winded way of me basically just saying that one of the tools I wanted to use to make animating a lot easier wasn't possible because of another system that I wanted to use to make animating easier. So it was very painful going through that because I eventually had to animate all of Isabel's ears by hand again. And it's not bad. It's not terrible. But it's also not amazing. You know, it's kind of looking a little. Yeah, it's fine. But I didn't want to have to do it. That's the problem, because it adds more work to the thing. Ooh, if you can see here, I forgot to add the rest of her body at the in her arm torso bit, so she's kind of just a floating head and her hands. But pretty cool. See, animating the faces was bunk. The system I tried to build to animate their faces easier turns out wasn't supported, so I had to break a lot of shots. Animating their bodies were all great and dandy. Secondary animations I had to do by hand. And still, we didn't do the pixel effects, the deletion effects just yet. Oh, this shot was actually kind of neat because I animated it all in one. Actually, I can open it up and show you. Bam, 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 bam. Sequence 7? Yes. Yeah. Okay, we're gonna have to get rid of this for a hot minute and get rid of the environment. This was an interesting shot because it's actually all just one big shot rather than, you know, a ton of tiny little shots. I knew I wanted to be cheap and just kind of have one big sequence and then just have them running forward and then just having a bunch of different camera angles of that. So we did that. They're all just running really, really slowly. Look at them go, and the camera's just going bam, 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 bam. So that I don't have to animate, you know, a ton of shots individually. I could just make one big one and then, you know, cut it up later on, if that makes sense. Oh yeah, our doodle. We can get rid of this. We don't need this. What else was there? Bam, bam. Talking, squawking, looking. This was Pietro for too long. He was just a blob. And then they're vibing, they're talking, they're doing their walking. Big crowd reaction. Had to do all their faces, and my goodness gracious, it took forever. Oh right, because hold on, I need to show this. This is why faces were so painful. Come on, give me. Yeah, give me this shot. This shot. So, to animate their faces, I had to in every single shot I had to break the system that I had and then hook it back up, because right now if I try to animate Isabel's face, then well, then it kind of works, but this is deceiving because this won't render. If I try to render it, then it'll break. But basically what I had to do was I had to go into her geometry, and this is for every character that has a face that moves. I had to go into her geometry all the way into her body here. I had to open it up all the way down to the materials. Then I had to go find her eyes and her mouth, take the thing that's underneath and the geometry itself, and I had to make all of them local, so that I can edit them in the file. And then I have to go into the material tab here and then go back into here, and then I have to make a brand new copy of the eyes and the mouth, and then I had to go into the her head controller here, and then I had to right click on the eye slider, and it copies driver, and then go back into her geometry here, go into the eyes, and then open up the shader graph editor here for her eyes, and then I had to go down to the little thing here, the little math thing, and then paste the driver. No, paste the driver, and then now I can go in and be like, yeah, now I can animate her eyes and whatever. And this is all local to scene or local to file, so that if I go and put this to render, then like it'll work. We have to do this process for every mouth, every eye, for every character in every shot. And where's my copy driver? And it was quite painful. I'm not gonna lie. So I really hope they address this in some later version of Blender, because this would have saved me a ton of time. Don't worry about the little shifting in the eye theta. Don't worry about that. Props to you for having the patience and dedication. Thanks. See, I want to say thank you to that, but at the same time, it was kind of just a blind rage at this point going through this, because I'm like, I realized that this had to be done at like the 80th percent of the video like stage, like right when it was right when I had to render everything. So like I had already done all the hard work to like do everything or like make the video up to that point, and like there was way less work that needed to be done than there was work I had already done so far, if that makes sense. So I'm like, we're gonna finish this, even if it kills me, and I just kind of grit my teeth and then just did this for every shot. Yeah, very I wouldn't recommend it, but totally doable. Yeah. What else happened? So yeah, that was for all the faces. That was a good time. That was really fun. What else was there? Oh yeah, there's a whole story about this shot with Rossetti. That's gonna be fun to talk about, but that's a rendering problem. Yeah, there's this shot, and then these boys having a good time. This shot was added later because I thought the pacing was kind of weird. Halfway through, I just kind of was like, oh no. It was originally going to be him looking at it and then him immediately grabbing it like this zoom shot, and it was so awkward. I was also going to change this to be a little nicer, but I didn't. So they're talking. Nook's giving him all of the sass. I could probably talk about the pixel effects actually. So I animated the whole episode, and the whole episode was pretty much fully finished. And then I was like, okay, I need to figure out this deletion effect, because I want it to look violent but also not super violent. And for a long while, or at least for most of the production, I was using where is it? Excuse me. I was using this shot as like a temp-pole shot, like a shot to set up the deletion effect in, to see how it would look rendered and figure out how I was going to comp it, and like just this was the shot that I was going to use as all R&D for the deletion effect, or at least one of the deletion effects. So in the lighting phase, we have where is it? I had another version of it that was significantly more violent that I didn't end up using. Where is it? And by violent, I mean like it's not actually that violent. It's just he's a lot more broken up than I would have liked to have done. Tweaks, test. Yeah. All right. So here is one version, and then here is stop it. And then here is another version, and then here is a version that I ended up going with. We have this guy here, which is also going to look like, I don't know, give me, where's my filmic? Sure. All right, so this was the original shot. It was just rendered to look rendery, and then we have this shot. This here it is with the here's a test because I also was using this to test the rain and the grass because I had this scare in the rendering phase where none of the grass and or trees or anything were rendering. So I was like, I better hope I figure that out. But then we did the first version of the deletion effect, which ended up being like this. It was a lot of weird. Oh no! All of his triangles are looking all weird and wonky. You're crazy. But it's the software that I'm currently in right now is DaVinci Resolve. It's a free video editor. But I did all. But this image was animated and generated out of Blender, the free 3D software. Anyway, so yeah, it was gonna be this super dramatic. And then but then like I did this. And I had it in the edit, and I'm like, wow, this actually looks really, really painful. So maybe not. And also like setting it up, like this version of the shot or this version of the effect was, it required so much extra work. Like every element of his body needed to have some sort of thing hooked up to some system. So like his hood and his actual clothing, his body geometry, and his face, and every single texture or every material that also hooked up to this deletion system to make the red kind of inside glow effect on the different parts of his body. All of the shaders that make up the character, which in this case was 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, maybe 6 shaders. All needed to be hand reworked to make sure this effect worked, and I'm like, wow, I'm not going to be able to do that for every single character, for every single for all the deletion effects stuff, for the rest of the sequence. It was going to be really tedious, really painful. So I'm like, I need something else that's going to be a little more procedural, a little more like drag and drop kind of, because we're going to be working with a lot of shots. So then we kept R&Ding a little bit, and I'm like, okay, well this shot's gonna be special anyways because it's a character, it's Pietro, so we gotta make it look nice. So I added some particle effects and stuff, and then I just toned it down a little bit because I also remembered that we have to see the shirt of his. We have like the actual raincoat that he's wearing needs to flop down when Isabel runs to it here. So the shirt itself or the jacket itself cannot be deleted. It's just the skin. So I'm like, okay, cool. That also helps reduce the amount of workload. But we had a couple versions of the deletion effect that I was putzing around with. If we go back to bam, no, it's effects, character delete, concept, deletion effects. We had a couple different versions. We had this one, which was supposed to explode outwards. Or like do a whole thing. I really like the way this one looked because I thought it was like nice and simple. But it turns out that putting this effect on anything other than Tommy's shirt was not gonna work. Where's the rest of your geo, my guy? Or was it always there? Where's the rest of your geo? There it is. There he is. Please finish loading. Yeah, like doing it was just so violent and so there was so many systems that have to work to make this look at all kind of cool. But how this was done was with Blender's geometry nodes system. Like this is the node setup for, I think, just a glitch. Yeah, character deletes version 3. So this guy. Here's the node network that does this, I think. Yeah. But it doesn't do the colors. Like it doesn't make anything glow. That all happens in the shader for his ears, and then the shader for his eyes, and the shader for his nose, and the shader for his body, and it's just, you gotta. you gotta work all that in, and it's all nonsense. So I'm like, okay, so let's try a different one. What about this guy? And then I came across, and I figured all these out from tutorials. Like I didn't actually like sit here and go, oh, yes, I have subtract in a normalized node or an add node, and then put that into a scale and into an add and then into set position. I don't get how any of this works. Geometry nodes is way above my pay grade. But we followed a couple tutorials, each trying to do some sort of dissolve effect. Then I would just tweak them a little bit. Came across another one that did this glitch effect, which all it does is it just kind of breaks apart the geometry into big islands and then just shuffles them around and makes them look all weird and wonky. And then we had a welder, I guess. We also had, oh no, this is deletion effect version 4. We had character deletion 1. We had this guy. Oh man, this was certainly an effect. Where's the threshold? This was certainly an effect. It was supposed to like turn him into like clay kind of, or like really like warp him around and like make him all gooey. But it was also not supposed to show all this other stuff above. It was supposed to be more like this, where we get a nice gradient of like red glow kind of nonsense coming down. But I didn't know how this worked, so I didn't do it, and we didn't make it look any nicer. Then there was this other version, which was the same kind of thing. It's hideous. But yeah, it was a lot of this, a lot of troubleshooting. And then out of all of them, I just was like, okay, you know what? Never mind. We'll just figure it out on the fly in some other shot later on in the production, because this all looks cool, but none of it's really working, and to do it at scale in the sequence, the deletion sequence, all these suck as options. So we'll figure something else out. We'll probably make each shot unique in some way, and then so on and so forth, and we'll figure it out. We'll figure it out. Future me's got this under control. And then I was working away, and then we got to this shot, the one where Nook summons the terminal, which I was going to make look nicer, but because this looks kind of, there's not really a lot going on in it, but that's fine. So the original version of this was going to use the same kind of thing. It was going to use that same explosion, triangle exploding looking nonsense, and then it was just kind of, everything was just we're just gonna slide in from some other area off screen, and that's what the effect was going to be. Can I put this on? Yeah, so we're using character deletion 4, so that was the one that was on Tommy in the last file, but. And then they was just like, yeah, take it, put it on there, use an empty. It was literally gonna do this. It was literally gonna do this. It was gonna just be this big nonsense of polygons that was gonna like fly into frame. And I rendered that. I rendered it, and I made it. I tried to see what that would actually look like. Where is it? Right here. Come on, go back into the thing. Get rid of these boys. You know, no one steals anymore. Yeah, so we had the first version, and then we had the second version, and then and I think the third version is the one where I figured out what I wanted. Yeah, okay. Sorry, I need to also then add this, and then add a, no, not lock it. I need to add this, and then add a serial node. Where is it? Add connector node. Get in there. Bam, bam. And then we put on contrast. All right, so the first version of this shot didn't render correctly. The desk and the keyboard just didn't have the effect on for some reason. But it was gonna be like all of the pieces, all the pieces of a thing were all gonna come into, like, just fly in. and it was gonna be really wild. And then I went back and I fixed it. And I'm like, yeah, this is the effect. This is how it's gonna happen. It's gonna be big money. You know, Nook really pulling out the big guns or whatever. But then I rendered it, and then I looked back at it, and I was like, in motion, this looks like butt. This looks hella ugly. I need something different. So then I went back to the drawing board one last time, and I'm like, okay, we really need to figure out this deletion effect, because whatever solution that we pick is what every shot is going to kind of have to some degree. And I didn't like this, and I didn't think I'd want to see this on every other shot that needs to have deleting. Then I got back to Guggen. We did some more researching, some more constantly typing the same thing into Google, hoping to find the same answer, only for me to then come across where is it? Only for then literally like a couple days later, this channel that I'm subscribed to, 3D sign VFX. This guy is a Blender bonanza. He releases all these wacky and cool tutorials about how to do a bunch of wild stuff here in Blender, and then he just happened to upload a tutorial that was the exact effect that I was looking for, which is how to do this. And I'm like, oh my god, let's go. So then I just redid that tutorial with some little modifications, nothing too major, just for color and scale variation. Where is it? I need this. And then I got it working, to do this thing. Add a bunch of digital VFX, and it's all cool and dandy. And then so I did it on this shot, and I'm like, wow, this actually looks pretty cool, at least in terms of this general pixelation effect. How would it look red and on a house? Like put onto everything, actually. And then I went back to the not the Pietro shot, because that shot was already I already had an idea for it. But like we put it on this shot. Not in the blocking phase or the animation phase, in the animation phase, because originally the house was going to do this. It was going to just kind of compress into one big triangle and just go. But I'm like, no, I wanted to do a downward dissolve because I want the camera to follow it. Where is it? Where'd you go with this shot? So yeah, so I did it in this shot. I tried to see how it would look with the deletion effect and all that nonsense. I kind of this blurry kind of effect that connects various sides of the mesh together. That's kind of a byproduct of the deleting node, kind of. I think no. It's a byproduct of how it comes out rendered, because on some frames, geometry will not disappear fully, and it'll just kind of quickly whip around on in between frames, and then that comes out as like a little blurry mess here in the render. And I usually try to not show these. Like this effect used to happen a lot in previous videos, and I would often re-render sequences to remove it, because this would happen a lot with Isabel, and pretty much just Isabel, and it was really hurtful. Guy, welcome to the stream. But in this sequence, I'm like, no, this helps everything I think it kind of works with the effect, so I think I'll leave it. And we just kind of just let it go. But yeah, the effect, I'm like, wow, this looks pretty cool. I kind of don't like how it deletes like massive chunks of the building, and the only way to address that would be for me to remodel the this mesh to work for the effect, because the reason why it's doing that is because there's just low amounts, or there isn't a high amount of resolution in the model. Like the back wall, for example, is like you have that one big triangle in the center that just disappears, and then we have this other triangle here that disappears, and this big triangle that disappears. It's like, so if we split them up into smaller sections, then it'd have a nicer kind of deletion effect. But That's work. I didn't want to do that, so I just let it be ugly. Anywho, so yeah, that was the kind of the pixel. I did it in this sequence. I literally just followed this tutorial one to one, and made the effect, and then applied it to this first shot, and I said, wow, it looks pretty slapping. Applied it to another really important shot and said, this is it. This is what the effect is gonna look like, and I just did it in all the shots. And it looked pretty. I think it looked pretty cool. Nice and violent. Yeah, and there's also this other deletion effect, which is just the pixelating, which is just the pixelation, or the kind of like the mesh itself kind of splitting at the seams and just kind of vibrating really fast. I'm like, yeah, I like that. I think that looks kind of fun. You know, it makes it feel like it's made out of data, kind of, like Tron, kind of. It's pretty cool. And then I just layered them together. So there'd be like this shot had the same effect. So it's just splitting apart in at the seams, and then we'd have the big pixel thing on top of that, kind of just deleting it further. And that's how we did all that fun stuff. So yeah, that was kind of figured out after, like a little bit after animation, but kind of right before rendering. And that was a good time. What other fun quirky trivia? I was gonna add some broken wood that was gonna come up here, kind of just to imply the weight of the hat, but I didn't end up doing that because the small tests that I did would either require me to add unrealistic models, or I hand animate. I like hand do the wood, and couldn't be bothered. Anywho, yeah, this shot was extended in post. Nook talking, doing the squawking, summoning the board, and mask disappearing. Oh, another thing. Pietro is holding an eviction notice. The eviction notice. Everyone loves the eviction notice. I really wanted to have this shot. Where is it? Where is it? Get out of here. Do the thing. This shot. I really wanted Pietro to hold the eviction notice and then like accidentally drop it into the the void, so there was just like a piece of paper that's just kind of floating away. But then I remembered that then I'd have to commit to him holding it throughout this shot, and then this shot, or not this shot, this shot, and this is his little hop here. So cute. And yeah, I didn't really want to commit to him holding it, so I just was like, yeah, off screen somewhere. He put it back in his pocket. In the first hour. That's okay, Rain. You're only 2 hours in. We still got like a whole party to go through. And yeah, and then all that nonsense. Oh yeah, and there's also this other glitch effect where or the effect on the key on the terminal to make it look all warbly, because when Mask steps into frame here, there is where is it? I know, very dramatic music. Where is it? Where is it? This shot, yeah. When Mask steps into frame, the terminal or the screen here does like a big weird effect. I wanted to do something a little different that would actually conform more to his face, but I didn't know how to do that, so I just kind of made something ugly and then left it. But pretty neat. What else is there? No, get out of here. We're Nook talking, Isabel talking. This shot, I thought this idea was so funny. Like just the title screen coming up, and then it being, and then being able to see it and it spooking them. Is this iMovie? No, this is DaVinci Resolve. Yeah, she's talking. Nook's doing the. Let me grab my phone, and then her doing a thing, and Pietro talking. And it's all well and dandy. What else happens? I was gonna add another shot here of Mask, like walking to his door, and then of him opening the door, and then also closing the door, because technically this doesn't make sense where he's in front of his door and it's open, and then the next shot he's outside and the door is closed. I did think of that, but I didn't do anything to fix it. And then what else is there? Isabel talking. They're in the front of the building talking, and this sequence talking, and the walk in, and the talking. This shot was a doozy to put together because they don't I didn't animate their feet or their legs doing anything. So they're just kind of moving around. But also to do this shot, Isabel has to like come into frame, but her head is so big that it would have taken up most of the screen space. So I have to like bend and distort her head or her body so that it kind of slides in so that we can see her arm grab the megaphone and then leave out of frame. And then in between this cut, or like these two frames, her head just kind of resets into position and then moves back into a normal looking spot. All of these walk cycles that they're doing in here in this sequence. Oh, also, if you freeze frame, you can see Diva coming out of Nook's belly in the background. Don't look at that, but know that that's there. Anywho, all of their walk cycles here. I knew I didn't want to do. I hate doing walk cycles, but at the same time, they're extremely important. So I was like, okay, we're not going to worry about the crowd. I'm like, let's just animate just Isabel and Nook. Keep the crowd doing whatever, because we don't actually need to see everybody articulated. It's just the folks that walk in front of the camera. Oh yeah, I also wanted the camera to go through Diva's eyes, but I don't think I ended up doing that. Did I? I didn't. Damn. But anywho, for most of the production, I wasn't touching these guys because I didn't want to do a bunch of character animation for all their for all of them on such a tight shot. Because like we see Pietro, we barely see Filbert, we see fully Lolly, we see fully Dottie, we see Rolled here, and the very corner we see Hippo, but just his nose, so we don't even know what the rest of his body's doing, so he could just be sliding for all we care. Same with Molly and Jacob and most of Dottie or of Diva, sorry, and pretty much all of Raymond. He's literally just ahead and then just ahead. So we didn't need to animate everybody, but I still didn't want to do it. So we got to this shot and then animated all the painstaking walk cycles. And I said, all right, however these cycles look in this shot, I'll reuse for every character throughout the rest of the series. So that, I don't have to animate walk cycles all the time. I can just do one nice one and then just use it everywhere. So I did this shot, and then I backed that animation data into here, and then just added some extra little bits of animation to help make them look like they're stepping downstairs a little bit. They really just do be sliding, but don't worry about that. What else was there? We also had to do the rain effects. That's just geometry nodes. Yeah, I don't think there's anything interesting about animation. Unless anybody has any interesting questions, quote unquote, now's your time to ask. Actually, now I can take a quick break to peruse and skim your sweet words. What app to use? Wow, you guys are really curious about all my apps. We use DaVinci Resolve to edit. We use Blender to animate and render. We use Cubase, which I'll show later on, to do music and sound effects, and some sound design. And I think that's kind of it for the most part. Sometimes we use After Effects to do 2D animation, and sometimes we'll use Affinity Designer to do texture editing. But other than that, it's mostly just Resolve and Blender. What's behind the mask? A mattress. Yeah, it's still good. Thank you. How do you get the rights to make this from Nintendo? I walked to Mr. Nintendo and I said, "Can I make this?" And he said, "Oh, that's kind of cool." And so he just let me do it, and I've just been doing it ever since. What made you decide to do raincoats on the villagers? It was such an amazing touch for multiple reasons. I don't really know. I do kind of know. In a little story behind that is back when I was doing town meeting, I wanted to have a shot where, yeah, this one where Raymond comes in holding out an umbrella, and then he closes it to imply that it's been raining outside. But in my research for getting an umbrella into the scene, and then trying to figure out how to like animate an umbrella opening and closing, was just so complicated, at least for me at the time. That I'm like, okay, we'll add an umbrella once for this one shot, but any other time in the future, we'll just never use umbrellas because I don't want to animate them holding them and everything like that. But then in this episode, I really wanted to have everything raining. Like I really wanted to make a really moody like raid atmosphere on the outside, but I didn't want everybody to hold umbrellas because that was just going to be a big pain to both in terms of framing and character motions, and if they're all holding umbrellas, it would just suck a lot. So I'm like, okay, we'll give everybody raincoats so that it solves the them in the rain question of like how do they stay dry in the rain or how do they dress for the weather. But also it just looks heckin' cute because they're all wearing little hoods and everything and what have you. Actually no, the hoods was another thing. I wanted to give them all raincoats just because they're all going to be outside in the rain. But then the way all the characters look when they well, let me see if I could quickly find a good example. The way all the characters look in the rain are just so funny. Like they all wear these little like hats, and I hate the way these hats look. And it was specifically because of Roald. I didn't like the way that he looked wearing a little rain hat. I'm like, he looks so dumb. I want to make him look distinguished. Let's see. There's like no good examples. No one takes pictures of their villagers in the rain. Here's one. But look at him. He saw a little hat on. Like, what's that? So I'm like, well, we're animating. We have the luxury of, being able to manipulate anything that we want because we're working in 3D. So I'm gonna give everybody hoods. I think that'd be pretty fun. And then invest the time that I would have spent trying to figure out how to make an umbrella rig, doing raindrops on them, like coming down their clothing and stuff. I think that'd be pretty cool. So we did that instead. What's your favorite one you've done so far? All of them. Every video is amazing. Part 2 should have mask face reveal. We'll see. What was the rain for the dramatic effects, since no other weather could capture the same effect? Was the rain for dramatic effect since no other weather could capture the same effect? Absolutely. But also just a general like filmmaking kind of trope is like usually when like dramatic stuff is about to happen, there's also rain. Because rain just equals drama, and I'm like, well, we're doing that, so we're gonna make it moody. So yeah, it was just to help with the scene and the vibe and make everything work. Oh, sorry, one thing I have to talk about for the deletion effect actually, because if you notice during Rossetti's little talk, he disappears. There's one frame where he kind of explodes into particles or into polygons, and it looked great to render in Blender, but it never rendered correctly outside of Blender. Instead, it would keep doing this where I'd render it out, and Rossetti would just look like this. Very really very ugly, very not correct looking. So I have to do a bunch of nonsense to get that to work. But sorry, that was a little tangent for the deletion effect. Back to the thing. Yeah, the umbrellas would have made it look really crowded. I was toying with the idea of giving some of them umbrellas, but I didn't want to animate having and holding and getting umbrellas, so I'm like, nah, it's fine. We roasting Rold's drip now. Rold gave me so many problems during production. Not really his own fault. It's just some of the add-ons and stuff that I was using just specifically didn't like the way that his rig was set up, despite him not being set up any differently than anybody else. Like I would just open up shots and he was just broken. Like he just wasn't working. And I had to kept fixing him so many times. And he was a pain in the butt. But it's okay. What happened that made Nook Boy a villain? He's just a guy. He's just playing the game. Why does the red look like a screaming hamster? Because it's cool. But yeah. So yeah, we didn't do umbrellas. We thought raincoats would have helped save that problem a lot more elegantly of dressing for the weather. Yeah, I guess that's it about it for animation for the most part. What else is there? Oh, I could talk about this neat thing that I tried to do in a previous edit of the video. Thank you, Michaela. I wanted to do this thing. Do you learn who Mask is or getting any backstory of why he ended up the way he is in the finale? I don't know. We'll have to find out. How long did this take to make the overall video? Took about 3 months. Yeah, about 3 months. But so there was this thing that I wanted to do for the Nook's dramatic speech sequence where I wanted to parallel like do shot parallels, kind of, if that makes sense. Like wherever Nook was standing in frame, Isabelle was also going to be occupying that same frame when we cut back to her. So there's going to be like this interesting dynamic between like the two talking, or at least the two scenes and sets or whatever. But then like I was in the middle of editing it, and like the flow of it wasn't really working. Like the idea was cool, but like I don't know. I couldn't really get it to work with the music super elegantly, because I was also trying to condense this sequence into into a really short bit for the sake of song and video length and all that stuff. But yeah, I tried doing this neat thing where the two of them shared the same framing, and then we repeat it. No, well, we don't really repeat it actually, but we do it here. It's cool. And this was kind of a neat shot because I wanted to do this thing where it was like super duper tight, and then we look over, kind of like turning into like a Isabelle POV and like seeing what she eventually sees. Jeremiah is really wet in this shot, and same with Colton. Because their shaders just had the rain effects on them, then I forgot to turn them off, but we fixed that in the render. Anywho, and it's all handheld camera looking, and then it goes whoosh, then it's back to 3/4 framing, and I'm like, wow, that's so cool. I love camera work. But yeah, and then oh, thank you, I'm glad you liked it. And then yeah, we're vibing, doing the thing. Everyone's talking and squawking and having a good time. what other fun things can I gush about? Yeah, this opening shot, I really wanted to do, even though I knew it was going to be painful. I'm like, I just think it'd be cool to do a shot that starts at the ground where you can see all the rain and everything, and then it comes back up, and then it shows everybody walking up past the camera. Really egregious kind of framing kind of thing. And that was neat. I thought that was cool. This whole episode, I'm like, I just want to do cool camera shots. I think that I want people to click on this video and then go, wow, I didn't expect to see. Where is it? Where's a cool shot? This, or like, you know, the thing, the camera's up looking at the thing, and then it actually moves, and then it goes down, and we have this big sequence where like the camera frames up a medium shot from a big wide shot. Like, that's cool. That's neat. So yeah, I at least cinematically speaking, or cinematography, cinematography speaking, that doesn't make sense. You get the idea. I wanted to do a lot of cool stuff. At least in my own opinion of cool. Like this shot and this shot. I felt this came out so nice in the render. But yeah, it's a good time. Thanks for including Colton. Hey, no problem. We love Colton. What else was there? Talk about animation wise. Yeah, these close-ups. I thought those would have been really fun to do. You know, a lot of, you know, get some emotion in there for their faces, even though they can't articulate that much because they only have a certain amount of faces, unless I go down a custom route, which I don't want to do because that takes forever to do. Not really forever, but it's just more work. But yeah, I'm like close-ups. I want to see the depth of field getting all wonky. I want them to be so close that Pietro's nose is out of focus. I think that'd be pretty fun. Next big director, that's fake news. There's a lot of really good directors out there. Have you guys seen Tenet? That's a pretty fun movie. It's a good time. No, this doesn't need to be on. Yeah. Gosh, my sister loves Pietro, so she cried. I'm sorry, but it had to be done. Pietro is also a star. He is the star. You can see the title screen UI. Really gives it a great touch and puts you in their world. Yeah, nice and fun and creepy. Help them in the future with the upcoming Animal Crossing game. That'd be pretty neat. I'd accept it. So yeah, the deletion stuff. It's all well and dandy. From a big budget animated film, really? See, we love Colton. We love Colton in theory, but I hear he's a smug villager. So I've met him a couple times, and he's only ever been rude to me. But but I think he's a fun guy. People sob over a certain character, that's for sure. That's facts. Yeah, it was a good time. Yeah, in this shot where Isabel stands from being on her knees. I don't know. I thought it came out pretty nice. Yeah. Then we just kind of animated stuff. And made the goods. So I think that's good. I can call it for animation. We made things move, and also smoothed out a bunch of other stuff that you know, needed to be smoothed out. And then we got into the next phase, which is kind of everything lumped into one, which is which is doing effects work, doing shader fixing work, doing lighting, and rendering. That all kind of happens in one big step because all of these things need to be done to render so that I can move on to the next thing. So we went back in and we I'd open up every single shot, or I go through every single shot, and I would just add effects that need to be done, such as rain and lightning, or the deletion effects, or so on and so forth. Changing some of the speeds for the trees in terms of how fast they blow in the wind. Fixing up the rain effect for the characters. Ooh, actually, okay. Let me do a little poll here. What do you guys want me to talk about? Rain. Talk about. I could talk about either effects. So that's like rain, water. That's rain, water, lightning. Actually, no. Let's lump water into a bunch of water, wind, etc. Then I'm making a poll as well. Shader stuff. Oh, we don't need dramatic music right now. Lighting stuff. Or rendering slash. No, actually, rendering will. No, we'll talk about rendering stuff afterwards. All right, guys. Do the do. I can't delete this yet. I can't. Bam. All right. What do you guys want me to talk about? So the effects is going to be everything from how the water on the characters work, like the raindrops, how the rain falling from the sky, lightning. I already talked about the pixel deletion effect, but I'll probably go over that again anyways. And that's kind of it, I think. Then there's... Well, what else was in there? Then there's shader stuff, so things like character faces and some more water effects stuff. That's kind of actually it, maybe. Yeah, faces and water stuff. And then lighting! Lighting, everyone's favorite. That's not true. You guys clearly seem to only care about effects. The overwhelming majority actually seems to only care about effects. I guess that's your favorite part. But that's cool. That's cool. Okay. Thank you, Hot, Hoot, Hate, Hoot, Hot mashups. Come on, guys. You got a whole... when did the song end? You got to the end of the song. You got a whole 40 extra seconds. But right now, it looks like Effects is winning by a landslide. So, I guess we'll just go with that. Have you gone over music? No, music will be going over a little bit later. That I lump in with sound. Okay. But we'll get there. Lighting makes everything look less flat. Oh man, I have so much to talk about in terms of lighting. That's not true. I have one specific thing to talk about with lighting that I will talk about when we get to lighting, but it was going to be so much better. How many videos left in the Animal Crossing series? One. We'll be doing... The next video is the finale, and then we'll be taking a detour with something else. But I think you guys will enjoy the something else, so, don't be too sad. Oh wait, the song's over. All right, looks like Effects has won the day. Wait, let's play. Okay, actually, both of these next songs are not that crazy, but we'll just leave it. Effects. So we got a little bit of stuff to talk about. I'll start with something easy, just to get us going. Which is lightning. Bam, 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 bam. Lightning. I followed a tutorial from where are ya? Blender lightning. Where are you? Where are you, channel that I watched the Blender lightning tutorial geometry nodes tutorial from? I know you're here somewhere. There you are.
I have already.
Yeah. Watched this tutorial from this guy named Bad Normals. He made a great tutorial on how to do lightning in Blender, like growable lightning in cool, realistic Blender lightning, that you can just draw, and then you can hook up to an H system so that it can be animated to a thing. The nodes for it are kind of crazy. Don't not gonna lie. But the tutorial's free. You can watch it. It's available on the internet. So yeah, I just made this system, and thank you, Doge Boy. I talked about it in the previous, but I missed it. Which live stream do you talk about how much you made, about how you made their voices? Pretty much every single director's commentary, there's always a segment that I talk about the voices. The last one, and I will in this one later as well, but that's part of the sound phase in the later stages. Where am I going? Beep. No, not that. We need to go into here. We need to go into here. Wait. We need to go into some live stream. Where is it? The last director's commentary in the sound sequence has sound effects, but it's okay. It's also not that wild. Also, thank you for your donation. That's really appreciated. It's also not that wild. In this program called Contact, I made a Animal Crossing voice kind of instrument, which just takes the different samples. Where is it? Mapping editor. Which takes the different samples and then puts them onto a piano roll, and then that lets me. Oh no. No, that won't work. And then I just hook that up to a piano, and I just play them like a little piano. I don't know if you can hear that over the audio, but yeah, you just give them. You just do that, and we just play them like an instrument. We'll just play them randomly, or play the little notes randomly. So, if you listen really closely, then like they're often saying the same types of words like fairly frequently, but the effect as a whole kind of works because it's just noise, so it's fine. But yeah, that's how we do the voices. We have one set up for Isabel, and then one set up for Gentle Boy, which is the other voice type. And this one voices pretty much every single male in the series so far, because they all the characters that I've been doing so far just happen to be the Gentle Boy voice preset, but pitched to different octaves. So this voices Pietro and Nook and Jacob and Hippix and everybody, but this one specifically voices Isabel. And then this one, I made a peppy one that voices that does Dottie, because I needed one for Dottie. And I had another one for Luna / Sahara, because they were the sisterly voice type characters, but I don't remember where I saved them, so it's a good time. But yeah, that's how we do the voice. I'll show more about that later, but that's pretty much the whole gist of it. Lightning, we did lightning. It's lightning. We have a system that I can use to draw lightning. You wanna see a cool picture of who can we draw? Of Sonic. You can add thing, and then the nose, and then the rest of his mouth, the body, and then like the eye, and then his other eye. Oops, and then like this guy, and this guy, and then this guy, and then like his ear, and then his other ear, and then like whoosh, Sonic. But like made out of lightning, and it can also grow, kind of. Yeah, that's kind of neat. So this system was created and then brought into every single shot to do. Oops, I don't want to read it. And I would just draw in lightning strikes, and then I would animate how they come on, so that some shots if it was really fast and it was just shoo ka-chow, and then there's also a seed value here, so I can change how it looks. And yeah, that's so we do that for every single shot. Like this is the system that did lightning, but it does have some limitations. Like some little kind of branches would often spawn before the rest of the chain could reach it. And you can fix this in the nodes settings somewhere, but I didn't do it. I just left it because I'm like, no one will notice. It's fine. Yeah. Oh, thank you, girl Pollock. I'm glad you're here. So yeah, that was lightning. But we didn't use a lot of it throughout the episode. I wanted to use more of it. Like I wanted to actually be able to see it in the background in a lot of shots, but I only ended up doing it in the deletion sequence, and then where was it? And then in this shots, there's in the lighting phase you'll see it, but there's one bolt of lightning that comes along just to kind of like solidify into the viewer that there's going to be lightning in the skies. Get ready, buckle up. And then we never saw it again until the deletion sequence. But that's lightning. It's a good time, and the reason why I didn't really do it is because importing it, drawing it, and then animating it, I just kind of was too lazy to do that in most shots. And then on top of that, the rest of the scenes were kind of getting heavy enough to the point where I couldn't see it in full context without it like not playing in a decent speed. So I just left it, and I just said I'll do it. We'll do it in post. But yeah, that's that. That's the lightning. You saw a little bit of the deletion effect, but I really want to talk about water because water is the bane of my existence. There was an effect that I wanted to do on top of everything, but I only ended up doing it on certain things, which is the splashback for water being hit or rain hitting a surface, like all of this stuff. It looks not the greatest. There's like very few tutorials online on like how to do something like this in term with like Blender's geometry nodes. But yeah, I wanted to have a system that animated rain, like had rain that would hit the top of the buildings and stuff. And like I wanted to have mist hitting the sides of like the raincoats and on the trees and on the grass and stuff. I wanted everything to feel rained on, if that makes sense. But this effect ended up being so expensive and so time consuming to produce and so time consuming to like apply to shots and stuff that I just did it on Mask's house, even though you can't see it for most of the shots. And then I didn't do it for any of the characters or the trees or anything. I just was like, nah, the rain itself will suffice. Oh, but to talk about this for a hot little bit, this was also from another tutorial that was from let me quickly find it. Rain. That's gorgeous. Where was this tutorial when I was looking for tutorials? Oh. No, that's not the case. Hold on. We're almost there. I can almost smell the tutorial that I was using. That's cool. Roof? Question mark? Garbage. It just disappeared. And I don't want to sign into my other account to find it. Alright, but so the moral of the story is I found a tutorial that taught how to do this rain effect that even supplied the footage or like the very asset to do the little rain thing, and it had a tutorial on how to do it. it was a silent tutorial with Japanese. It was in Japanese, but we had English subtitles, and it was actually very informative. I learned a ton. I really broadened my horizon on what could be done with rain in Blender. The only downside is that every single sprite looks the same, so that they all kind of just it's like the same animation. Like every single droplet is doing the same animation at the same time, which I thought was gonna look terrible, but yeah. Yeah, we did that for this guy, and I also tried using this effect on Mamma Mia on this shots. On this guy with the rain with the big thing in the window the Animal Crossing logo. I tried doing a thing with it to actually have that also have rain on it, but all the rain ended up being over here because of how the system was set up, and you didn't actually see it, and it didn't really render, and then I didn't really notice until editing the video later, and I'm like, no, okay. But yeah, that was a good time. What else did we do with rain? Let's open the shots. We also had this rain, this rain here that was just a geometry nodes thing, and it just goes whoosh, like just with rain. It's basically just one polygon, or like one polygon that just kind of has this geometry node set up on it, which looks like okay, don't be alarmed. It's gonna look really confusing, but I swear to you, it's very confusing. I don't even understand it. I found a tutorial that did it. Yeah, this big nonsense. This big group here handles the speed and the direction for it. I think this is direction. Yeah, and then this is more direction. They're all directions, I guess. This does something. I guess it's the distance of travel before I don't know, something. And then this is kind of speed, kind of height. Yeah, kind of neato. And then this down here is just creates a single droplet. Where is it? Yeah, just a single droplet is what this all down here makes. Woo, very cool. Oh no, can you get fat? Yeah, look at that big raindrop. And yeah, that was it. That's how we did the rain. I forgot what tutorial I watched to do this. But it was a couple, because I was having a hard time finding a tutorial that just gave me a nice result kind of through and through. But it's cool. We made it work. Incredible animator, artist with amazing talent. Super excited to see more. Thank you. I'm glad you enjoyed this stuff. Lion, he's lasagna. That's not true. I apologize for that, but thank you. Yeah. You didn't figure out how to do everything by yourself? That's crazy. We do nothing by ourselves. All throughout these videos, it's just me binge watching tutorials to do everything. Because I don't know how Blender works. Look at this program. It's a goddamn spaceship. What else did we do? Ooh, yeah, and then the rain effects on the characters. That was really neat. I don't even remember how I even figured this out. Because there was a time when I was initially making this effect. I'm like, okay, I want rain to just drip down their bodies, all right, like around their hood and like on their on their jackets and everything. But I also want the rain to be to always be traveling down and not like along something, if that makes sense. So like all the rain, it always moves downward, like down along the model, rather than like it moving in some arbitrary direction when they bend certain parts of their bodies. Because I'm like, that's a huge thing. I gotta make sure that it dances with them. It also needs to stick to their skin or stick to the surface and just kind of move around it, if that makes sense, not through it or what have you. I just want rain to just be going down the surface. That's all I want. I want it to look kind of nice, and it does look kind of nice. Look at that! It's rain. It looks all watery. And I tried doing this a couple different ways. I tried doing it through where is it? Let me turn this off for a hot minute. I tried doing it through a shader. Like I got a shader effect that that has water that kind of like moves down it, or like that, at least that fakes the effect of water pouring down a surface. But I'm like, but that's not enough. I need something that looks 3D, or like that actually will catch light from different angles and stuff better than just a 2D surface would. So I had this whole thing figured out. I had this. I bought a rain shader from. I think his name's Nugget, just Nugget. He's also a really good Blender guy. What is Twitter? Please. No, give me the actual dude. Please. Wow, I apparently just can't find it. People? Strange. Yeah, there we go. All right, this guy. His name's Nugget. And he makes Blender stuff, like shader related things and various cool little Blender add-ons. And he's just the shader guru, even though he's like he's a young lad, a really young lad. And he's so good at Blender. Oh my god. And he's even made the system that can do that can make fake trees or fake imposter geometry, which lets you make significantly cheaper models and assets to render for large scale scenes and stuff. So you don't have to have a huge high poly tree. You can have this thing, this where is it? Please make the thing. You can have this low poly geometry that looks like a tree. Anyways, he made a rain shader. I bought it for a couple of bucks, and then and I applied that to all of the surfaces for all the characters. And then I said, this looks pretty good, but not good enough. I need more. So then I perused a Brad Knuckles alt account. I believe it. So I perused YouTube and Google and stuff for a bunch of answers on how to attempt to achieve this effect. So I'm like, it doesn't need to be good. It just needs to sell the idea of flowing water. And the best thing that I could come up with was I like mix and mashed like a couple different tutorials together. One that could make actually, yeah, this actually might be a cool story. Hold on, let me queue them all up. Let me get this going. What was it? Hold on. Oh, we're almost there. We're almost there. Okay, maybe it wasn't this channel. Maybe it was your other channel. Maybe it was here. And then he did a thing. Oh my god, everything keeps vanishing. I should have all this queued up beforehand, but I'm sorry, guys. Hold on, please stick with me here. I know it's here somewhere. I just don't remember exactly where that somewhere is. That's kind of technically it. Is this it? All right. No, give me. We don't need your whole shebang. Great. Sorry. So it was this tutorial. Hold on, it's off screen. I will show them all in a hot minute. Then it was a geometry nodes, um, points, offset tutorial. Shoot. Yeah, was it this one? Moving points. All right, and this other tutorial, and then I think, and some other tutorial that taught rain, or that taught how to make everything slide. I don't think I remember where it's from, but to make the condensation, I was using this tutorial from CG Matter, and it's just this 40-minute long tutorial on how to make condensation. Or how to make some nice looking condensation. But his tutorial doesn't teach you how to make it move. It's just how to model the cup, how to model the can, how to make the raindrops, how to make smaller raindrops, and then how to shade it and render it, which is why the tutorial is 40 minutes. Then I came across this tutorial from Joey Carlino, that taught how to do this kind of thing, which is moving points along a surface. And at least he had a little tidbit of information on how to keep things that you can spawn on a surface, and then let you move them around. But the problem with this technique was that it doesn't reset when it gets down to the bottom of a thing. So like what that means is, will this do it? Will this do it? Will this do it? Yeah. So what that basically means is that the rain, or like whatever your little dollops of dots they get down to the bottom of a surface, and then they would just stay there. And I'm like, I need them to keep rolling down the face, or like rolling down. Yeah, just keep rolling down the surface, like literally get to the bottom and then respawn at the top and then go down again. But who teaches that? Nobody teaches that. I can't even teach that right now. I don't even get how any of this works. I was literally just shoving tutorials together until I got a result that kind of functioned. Like, it's kind of broken. I can't really edit it that much because it's really fragile. Like, if I change this value to like a 0, then then it just completely breaks. But if I keep it above a 1 point something, then it actually will move. If I make this any higher, then it also will break again, and then this other value needs to be a 1 for some reason, because if it's anything other than a 1, then it breaks. It's a very fragile effect that also doesn't look that great when you know. So actually, no, it looks kind of okay. There was a couple shots where where was it? I had a different surface for it, or a different rain shader, that instead that did this, where the rain for it would just be these like blurred streaks on their clothing, and like it kind of looked okay. I kind of liked how it looked, but then I eventually fell in love with it, and I'm like, no, that's not like. It just looks weird in motion. So we didn't end up going with that. But that blurring streak was because these raindrops aren't going onto random positions on the surface, if that makes sense. Like where is it? Like this raindrop, for example, will move down the surface, and then it will just spawn back on top. Where is it? It'll just spawn back on top and move down the exact same way that it did before. So all of these raindrops, like, they all just respawn in the same position and move down the surface the same way, which in turn makes for motion blurs to be the same predictable streak whenever you render them. But it's a lot of words, basically just saying it looked good enough. I made it, and I'm like, okay, this works. And then I applied it to all the characters on all the shots, and made them look all rainy and what have you. I also tweaked the shaders so that they wouldn't glow anymore, because nobody wants glowing rain. They want cool rain. Rain that looks like cool rain. You know, cool rain, if that makes sense. Oh, man, Pizza Bros, animating is hard. Well, it's not hard. It's just time consuming. You gotta dip your toes in a lot of nonsense to get things going. But it's a good time. It's cool. What do you think of the random explosion of popularity for town meeting? I think it's pretty cool. It helps people get into the channel and introduces them to the rest of the series. And I'm very thankful that town meeting was as successful as it was. But I really wish people would watch town meeting and then watch the rest of the videos, because it also seems like they'll watch town meeting and then go, "Where's part 2 to this?" and then not subscribe and disappear, and then it's a bit of a blessing and a curse, but more of a blessing than a curse. Yeah. What else do we got here? I am now actively reading your words. Oh, actually, we can move over to the shading as well. And hope this opens. Come on, you can do it to resolve. What other effects did we do? Some effects only will some effects are lighting effects, and some effects are I did afterwards in comp. I think. Excuse me. I think. I don't recall actually if I did anything beautifully specific. Mask last. There it is. There it is. There it is. Wait, hold on. There it is. There's the one lightning strike. Blah! Pretty cool. And then sorry, I'm trying to think of any other effect stuff. Oh, I was gonna add dust, like dust in the air for this set, because in the settings menu area of the game, there's dust that gets caught by the spotlight in the area. But I couldn't render it out of Blender because the denoising was killing that fine of a pixel detail of, you know, pixels of dust floating around on the screen. And I just didn't do it in comp later on because it would have been too complicated. Anywho, so we didn't do that, but we kept that going, or we kept that idea in the back of the mind. What else was there? Yeah, and the pixel. Pixels. We love the pixels. How do we do the pixels? Actually, no. How do the pixels look like in an actual shot file? What's that about? Dong dong. To which I say, I will open it up and I will show you. So here we have this shot where Nook says, I don't know, some Sailor Moon reference, and then opens up, brings up his terminal. That outside of the camera view looks like this. Yeah, it's this big old badonk thing. This is powered by a system which is in this dissolve folder. Basically what it does is I have a geometry node set up that just copies the geometry, or like it takes geometry and then it copies it, and then it deletes it based off of you know, where this threshold effector is, which is this big circle thing here. So that thing, its scale is you know, anything inside of it will delete, and anything at the edge of that deletion will spawn some little cubes, and then just kind of make this wild looking little effect. I could have put that on the screen thing over here, but oh well. And then yeah, but this was all the how this works is from a tutorial. The Blender pixel dissolve from this tutorial. I literally just watched this tutorial and copied it almost word for word. I'm a fraud, guys. I'm sorry. I'm not actually an artist. I'm a serial tutorial watcher that just repeats tutorials with Animal Crossing. And yeah, that's that effects. You can edit the, where is it? Bam bam. Bam. You can edit it up a little bit so that the so that there's squares, so that there's tons of there's more squares or less squares, or the squares are differently shaped, sized, shape, size, something. I don't know. It's not working anymore. I'm sorry. But yeah, you know, you get a bunch of stuffs. Oh right, because I had it not on. You can edit the scales and then the randomness of things, and it's cool. It's all delicious stuff. It's pretty neat. What program to use to model and render? This program, Blender. It's free. Buy it today with a low cost of free. How do you come up with the ideas for the garbage hat? Okay, so it was kind of a mixture of stuff. We had some chatting in the Discord where where they calculated the weight of the hat based off the fact that it was 400 ingots of gold. Everything else about the ingredients doesn't actually like describe what it would look like, so I'm like, well, if it's made out of that heavy amount of gold, then it's probably made out of stone to a degree. But at the same time, I'm like, but it needs to be ugly. How did we make an ugly looking hat? So then I just perused the different hat models that the game had, and then I saw that they had the balloon hat. And I'm like, that's pretty egregious. I would never wear that in game, so we'll use that. And then I put a stone material over top of it. I added some gold ingots or some gold bits to it. And I just tried to make it look like stone. It kind of it looks kind of cool, at least in my opinion. So it doesn't actually look ugly, but it just needed to be technically heavy and covered in gold. So that was the only tidbit of information that was really important in its depiction, I suppose. Everything else is just ingredients. Yeah, it's a good show. Do a tutorial on how you create Animal Crossing characters on those websites someday. Maybe. Actually, subscribe to Denzel 2, my other the second channel, because once this series is finished, I'll probably make little tutorials about how to do some of these things, like animate their faces or how to set up the textures and stuff, and like so on and so forth. Because granted, I'm pretty sure that the general community hype for making 3D animated Animal Crossing content has died down quite considerably since the game is no longer as popular as it used to be. But I don't know. I learned a lot during this, and I want to share what I learned. So I think it'd be pretty. I'll subscribe to Dental 2. It'll be all over there. What else do we got? Oh wait, I can let this play. Oh no, but there's sound effects. But it's okay. I'm reading your words. Yeah, I don't know if I'll like share my models or like share my rigs and stuff, but I'll definitely share how I made them. Bring multiplier for voice actors. Oh man, if Markiplier were to ever actually want to voice act on a thing, I think that'd be pretty wild. You have a second channel? Yeah! Go subscribe to it right now. You specifically, Blue Pixel. How many hours do I have in game? I think I have like 200 and something. I played it for like I played it like non-stop for months, and then one day I woke up and I said, and then didn't really go back since. I went back a couple times to like get footage and like for reference and stuff, but For the most part, I'm pretty much stopped playing the game. Yeah, so that was effects. I think for the most part, there wasn't too much effects. It was just rain, and then the different ways water can be rendered, like both in terms of drops or dripping down a surface, or I don't know, all this stuff as well. Like this was the same rain effect that was on Mask's house, but and same thing here. It's just the same rain setup for the different rain puddle splash up things. The little ripples on that you can see on the actual like bricks, that's part of a shader for it was the same shader bundle that I got to do the 2D rain effects on their raincoats. And like I was also going to set it up so that they would get wet when they walked outside, but then I realized that was way too much work, so I just made them all pre-wet before they come outside. Like you can see Diva is already covered in rain and is being rained on, and same with Raymond, even though they're inside a building. But I thought no one would notice, so we just left it. So they're talking, they're squawking. Isabel here is dry though, because I could actually make her rig and character and everything. Or sorry, I could actually go into the shaders for this particular shot and make it dry. She's talking, he's squawking, and then eventually they go walking. What else did I talk about? Lighting. We'll talk about lighting. So lighting was pretty simple, or pretty easy. There was, I wanted so badly to add clouds into a bunch of shots, like big volumetric clouds, being clouds up there in the sky, but clouds are so expensive. And what do I mean by expensive? Like they don't actually cost money to make; they just cost time, so much time. This shot. There's only 2 shots in this whole video that have rain, which is this shot and then the one where Isabel, looks up to the sky. This shots are the only 2 shots in the entire episode that actually have physical rendered clouds. Everything else is just a sky gradient, because it turns out. As it turns out, they just take forever to render. This shot at the beginning took like not super long, but I think a couple hours, specifically because of the rain. Then there was also the shot where Pietro holds up the eviction notice. This shot was also gonna have clouds as well. In fact, I actually even have a version of it where you can see the clouds. Bam, I rendered out clouds. But this shot took like 15 hours to render, so I'm like... Ugh. Okay, not 15 hours, maybe like 8, but it took a long time to render, and I said, I don't think this render time is worth it for clouds, because, where is it? Was this? Because it just takes too long. And I also even made a mistake the first time I did it. I didn't render the full shot. I only rendered half of it, and I'm like, wow, this shot's only gonna take a couple hours to render. That's pretty good. And then I realized that there was still an extra like 100 frames to go, and I was like, oh no, that's pain then. Bam. So yeah, so we got this guy. And then it's, but in the clouds, you can see them. But there's also this weird lighting effect, these yellow looking things, and that's because behind the camera is Mask Boy's house, and Mask Boy's house has a couple lights that were like part of the model, and those lights spill out from a couple different cracks in the model up towards the clouds, and I didn't notice this until after waiting the ungodly render times for these extremely low quality looking clouds. There's also that, and the fact that denoising also really hurt a lot of these sequences because they make everything look a lot more grainy and distorted than how they would in Blender. But it's rain. So yeah, so I tried doing a couple of shots of clouds in them, and I'm like, okay, no, it's too much. We'll just do a different a sky gradient because it's cheaper to render. They're easier to work with. I don't have to add clouds to every single shot, and then so on and so forth. Clouds are very expensive. It's just caustics are always caustics and volumetrics are they're very computationally hard to render nicely, at least in physically accurate renderers like cycles and stuff here. I could have in theory rendered them in Eevee because Eevee can handle volumetrics a lot faster, but with an obvious quality hit, but not worth the strife, so we didn't do it. So instead, we tried to make up for it with mist and fog. Like, what's a good example? Yeah, actually, this one, for example. So with this shot, we had this version of it. Bam, bam. 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 This guy? Yeah. All right, so we have this shot here. Let me get rid of all this extra stuff so I can make this a little bigger. So we have this shot here, big ol' looking thing. This was actually the version that I had rendered. It's the same shot, just with it has rain, it has everything lit. But you can clearly see the background here, like where the map kind of cuts off, and there's no real depth in the scene, and that's because if I try to render mist in Blender, it would have made all the shots take even longer to render, and I'm already using like really low render samples to render these at a relatively okay speed, with the general quality. What's I'm looking for? Quality hit, kinda. Yeah, we'll go with that. Everything just took long to render because rain is because of rain, because of the grass, because of the house, because of all the stuff. So I'm like, okay, so we'll turn some features off in Blender, and we'll try to bring them back in post to hopefully speed up some time. So I'm like, one of those things was general scene and fog mist. In Blender, you can render a mist pass, which is super duper cheap. You can it literally just gets added on to your render at the end. Like, your Blender will go through the hard process of making your shot look all pretty and dandy, and then just goes, and here's mist. Just kind of added on at the end of things. And you can take that pass, and then you can kind of mix it into a bunch of other stuff. Like, here it is. Here's me adding some other color correction stuff to it, making it dark, making it adding this thing here, and then whatever this, adding some blur, I guess. Did I use this? And then merging them all back together to using the mist pass as like a depth kind of thing, and then also adding some defocusing and some nonsense, and then we're trying to spruce it up just a little bit so that we don't have to do all this in Blender to make rendering it a little faster. But that's not what we're talking. That's not what I'm supposed to be talking about. We're talking about lighting. And clouds were just part of the lighting. No, we don't need dramatic music right now. Get out of here. Yeah, lighting. So every shot was animated. We rendered. We walked through all the things, gave everything motion, and then said, "All right, now everything needs to look nice." How do we do that? Okay, actually, what's a good shot to use? What about yeah, okay, fine. We'll go for that. This big shot. So we have this huge honkin' donkin' squonkin' looking piece of work. Yeah, so we finish animating, and then we say to ourselves, okay, we need a set, we need effects, we need lights, we need characters moving around, or we need make sure our characters' faces look nice, and we need to make sure that everything is going to render okay. So I don't really know where to begin with this, 'cause it's a bit of a loaded topic, but one of the first things that I did was set up a atmosphere for every single shot. In it, we make sure to add a general light kind of effect. Wait, make sure that this guy is set to spot samples, because I don't want this ruining my live stream. Sure. So yeah, we add a general base color for like the sky to be, you know, nice and moody. I wanted to give them lanterns because then I could use the lanterns as light sources that I could, you know, further manipulate somehow later on. So all the lanterns are rigged up to be light sources. Because I thought that'd be cute. Then we also added in some volume scattering using some technique I came across on Twitter one day to make some dense looking fog. Dense looking fog. Pretty cool. And if you crank that to a certain high value, then you can get some like nice general looking mist nonsense. Yeah, I don't know how it works, but it does somehow. And then in that, like this was set to 800. And then after that, we go, okay, we need to add trees and you know, and various set related things. So I'll use this program called Scatter, this add-on called Scatter, which is just a scattering system. All it does is scatter things. Like you literally just give it assets and models and a piece of geometry to kind of scatter it on, and then it goes bet, and then puts everything down. So in that we have actually give me the ground. We have a system for trees that we can you know, trees, and this thing also handles some of the wind animation for that the back and forth swaying that it do. We also had some bushes. I also had weeds, but then I realized that I didn't add them in most of the shots after rendering, so then I decided to just not have weeds in this video. But the idea to put weeds in there was there. And then we also need to add grass. So I'll go in and I'll make a very dramatic grass patch, which just okay, I don't know if this will actually like work, because it's already really chugging. I'll turn it on for a brief moment and then let Blender die. So we have grass. Everyone loves grass. You put it on and you paint it into the scene, in at least in the areas that we'll see it, and then set it so that it only and then I'll set it so that it only shows up in the render, so that when you hit render, then you get your fields of grass, and it looks pretty delicious. But glass is also very expensive to render because Blender just doesn't fare well with handling large amounts of geometry, or large amounts of instance geometry for itself. So like all those trees that were there, all the bushes, all the grass, everything like that, having them all in the scene just hurts Blender so much. I'm also going to quickly take a seat with the dramatic music playing. Bap, bap. What else was there? We also did a thing where, at least in all these outdoor shots, we had lighting so that it was kind of nighttime ish. I didn't really know how to do nighttime like lighting, like night. It was supposed to be nighttime moody rain lighting, and a lot of these things kind of conflicted. A lot of these styles kind of conflicted. Like Sorry, I'm trying to like think of like a good way to explain it. And this music isn't helping at all. But it's making it very dramatic. I wanted to light everything to look like it was lit. Everything was happening at night during a rainy storm. But at the same time, you can't really have moonlight because it's supposed to be foggy. So it has to be like this weird mix of like having directional light, but also being overcast, but also being able to see everybody in the dark. So it ended up being this kind of weird mixture of adding or of doing lighting for this episode. And how we did it was with one big honkin' light kind of in the background. Actually, this isn't the best shot to show it, but we had one big honkin' light kind of just somewhere casting, or like, casting light on pretty much everything. And then a couple of smaller lights to just help brighten up some shadows and things. There's also, later on, I was running into the interesting task of, I think I did this one. Yeah, so in like this shot, for example, I realized that the lanterns weren't casting enough light onto the characters. So then, in front of all the lanterns, I just added more light sources so that they could. Man, you could do it. So in shots where we'd see characters holding lanterns, I would add other lamps in front of them to help brighten up and accentuate the I'm holding light kind of idea, and also help see their faces and everything. I tried doing like a cloud gobo looking thing, like with this, like having a big cloud kind of card over the sky to kind of like mimic clouds. That ended up looking pretty, but I didn't end up doing that. What else was there? Oh yeah. And the reason why I didn't do lightning more throughout the episode was because these scenes were so heavy to look at, like having all the trees and grass and characters and everything in them. Like, you can kind of already see how chugging along Blender is. Like it's like working in it with this amount of detail, this amount of stuff is just tough. And on one hand, you can just, remove everything and then, like, toggle things on and off, like the characters and the rain effects and stuff like that. But then you lose the ability to see the shot, to see everything in context. So when it came to animating lightning, both the actual act of animating the lightning coming down from the sky, where are you? Like actually coming down, like actually being able to see it, but then also animating lights in the distance to like reflect lightning. Like to reflect the fact that lighting is happening in the distance and whatnot. It just ended up being too slow to animate and do and like tweak and then see. So I just ended up not doing it. Like I did it once in this shot and then never again. So that was kind of sad for me to do. But it helped in the long run because I kept the video's time budget a lot faster. What else was there? And that was also the problem with doing clouds and volumetric stuff, because I also wanted to have in this shot, when the camera looks up to the big clouds thing, I wanted to have lightning coming out of it and like big, little poofs of light doing the lightning nonsense. But then we did our render tests to see how long it would take to render clouds, and it wasn't worth the hassle of figuring out how to make animating it efficient. So it's we didn't do that either. But we made up for it somewhere later, I think, in the deletion sequence or some nonsense. I don't know. So yeah, I got this is a very common theme of like I wanted to do a thing, I tried doing it, saw that it would either take too much work or take too long to render, and then wouldn't do it. But that also is the same case in terms of fixing some things. So like this shot, where is it? not this shot. Where is it? This shot. This shot was incredibly heavy to do, like to just create and make, because there's rain that the camera can see from this high up. Then the camera has to come all the way down towards the surface of towards ground level. So we need to have trees that can fill the frame. And then when we get down here, we need to be able to see enough grass so that we don't see the actual like regular ground plane that I was using to put the grass on. Because I really hate how, like, I really hate sparse and like open grass areas, like little grass patches where there's some grass, but then you can see the grass, or the ground, the ground geo. So I'm like, I like filled fields. So I'm doing all this, and I'm like, I'm painting in just enough grass in only the important areas that you'll be able to see grass, but also having to have enough of it at certain distances so that you can see, so that it doesn't look weird. But it didn't even render high quality anyway, so it doesn't even matter. But yeah, grass sets, doing all these things and making everything look nice and delicious. This big shot, I'm like, it took forever to open, to work on, and to render, that I was like, I can render this shot once, and then whatever we get is whatever we get. Like, I'm not rendering it again, because it took like 10 hours to render, mainly because of the rain and everything, and like just the amount of data that this shot has to parse. Can I open it actually? Because I think showing there what the rain cone looks like is kind of neat. Yeah, I got to work on it with nothing on, and then if I were to hit render, then I think everything would just appear. But like the trees were crazy. There were bushes there too. The grass. Can I turn on the grass? The grass is so chuggy, but like it was only like I only added enough grass that the camera can see, and then that was it. From certain angles, it overlaps enough so that you don't have to add too much of it, but from some angles, you gotta do it. Ooh, and the rain was also kind of wild. This was probably the heaviest reason for it, was because since the camera is going from a high position to a low position, the camera starts all the way. Oh, please, it's so slow. The camera starts all the way up here. Just way up in the distance, and then it has to like travel down along a path to get to the characters on the ground. But as it's going, it still needs to see rain. Like rain is technically everywhere, so I can't just have like a small chunk of it by the characters and a small chunk of it at the top, because then eventually it'll go out of the rain volume, and then we'll just have the camera not seeing rain. So I'm like, we gotta have rain. So I made this big rain tunnel for it to for the camera to pass through. And because of how big it is and how I had to bend it, ended up adding so much geometry that just made the shot take forever to render and everything. I could have probably done it more cleanly in compositing after, but in the tests that I did in terms of trying to comp rain in after the fact, well, I didn't actually really do much research in it, but I knew I would have to find a lot of rain images and rain assets and rain footage, and I knew I couldn't find a lot of that fast enough, or a lot of good stuff fast enough. So I'm like, no, we'll just render it practically, and then bite the bullet on how long it takes. And it took its time. So yeah, so I had the shot quote unquote on the farm for like a week, and then I would render it in pieces every night. And then whatever version we got at the end of the multiple days of letting it render was the end result that I was going to use, and I think it came out pretty okay. So yeah, so we're living. What else was there? Yeah, then there was Mr. Operator here, good old Rossetti. he was a fun problem of nonsense because on all the other shots, he doesn't speak or do anything, and we don't see his face until he turns around and we see his face. And then he starts to speak with his mouth. But I was running into this really hard problem where I wanted to be able to have one uniform rain texture on his body so that I can make him uniformly wet and have rain that, goes across, or at least the shader for the rain to make it look like there's water pouring down him. That it looks seamless. So I had to make his entire skin shader work with one material. And that looks like... yeah, we'll open the shot. We have Rossetti doing his resetting. Shader. Objects. And this was on, your body. Come on. So give me actually just your skin here. Yep. Come on. Would you say every shot you ever made was worth it? Worth it is kind of a big... It's kind of a big word, because some shots you have to make some compromises on, and other shots kind of just work right out of the gate, and some shots fall in between, and you never really know until you're in the middle of doing them, and because of that, it's like some shots that I was really excited about end up being really hard to do, and some shots that I thought were going to be really hard end up being really easy, and some shots that I thought were going to look really nice end up turning out not that great, and some shots that I didn't really care much for end up coming out looking really nice. So it's always a mixed bag, but oftentimes the pain that we put into it pays off more or less in the end. So I'm never stressing that much. But Rossetti here, we ran into a really interesting problem where I wanted to be able to do this, where he could have rain. I didn't even put it on afterwards. Oh my god. Oh yeah, because it was causing problems afterwards. I wanted to just make him look uniformly wet and have everything on one shader, so that if I needed, because I needed to do the this glitch deleting effect. Where is it? This effect. Yeah, I needed him to do this for one frame. Ooh, not this song. Thank you, Jet Radio. I needed for a single frame. He has to explode into geometry. He has to go kapowie. And to make this glow effect work on him means that every single part of his body needs to either be a uniform shader so that I can apply the glow effect to it. Please. Yeah, so that I could uniformly apply the glow effect to his entire body, or I would have to do that in small pieces for his eyes and his mouth and what have you. And I'm like, I don't want to do that. So, and because we only need him for a one-off, his actual model doesn't really, or not a one-off, but a three-off. It doesn't really matter how his rig is made. It just needs to work for the shots that I need him to work in. But for some hot reason, this whole setup was causing his mouth here to be not the same color as the rest of his body. As you can see, his mouth here is it looks like he's got like a beard, like a 5 o'clock shave on, and that in turn added some really weird rendering problems. Where, let me see if I can find it. Bam, sequence 650, light part. Oh, did I not actually render them? No, I fixed it and then I rendered it. But basically what was happening was he would change mouth shapes, and those different mouth shapes would would cause his skin to change color. And I don't know why that was well, no, it was happening because of the mixed shader texture that was that his face was working with. Do I have a version of it? Blep 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 blep. It's not in this one. Oh, it's such a funny problem that made me lose so much hair over. Yeah, well. Basically, yeah, every time he opened his mouth, the area around his mouth would change color. But only on a couple mouth shapes. Like this one, and then maybe like this one. But like not this one, and then like it was really strange. So that was causing the wet and rain and glitch effects to look really weird whenever he spoke. So I had to take all this time to like rejigger his shaders and everything to make it all work and look kind of the same. And then eventually I just gave up because I'm like, he's gonna be wet in the rain anyways, so like you're not even gonna see the problem. So I'm like, that's fine. It looks okay enough. Well, it's no one's gonna know. But then I tried to render it. So actually no. So then I set up the effects and everything. I had him doing all the goods. He does the oh wait. He does the and then he disappears. Ooh, spooky spookersville. And then I went to render it. And then instead of it looking nice like it did in Blender, it just looked like, please, I showed it once earlier, and I must show it again. It just looked like this. Where are you? Where are you? Bam, bam. It just looked like this horrendous mess of polygons and things, and him just looking really weird. And I'm like, oh no, that's really strange, because this didn't show in Blender, like in the viewport. It didn't do this. It doesn't do this. It just, please. It doesn't do this. It just looks normal. But apparently somewhere between here and going up and hitting the render image button, Blender just does something else, and then and then we get this beautiful mess. So I rendered the shot twice, and they both came out looking like this, and I'm like, oh, that's pretty bunk. But it turns out there's something to do with the weld modifier on it, and some other nonsense, and it interfering with the glitch effect to begin with, and some garbage. But so we rendered one frame of it doing this, and then just cut to another shot, and that's how we did that effect. Yeah. And then what else is there? Then there's why are you missing? Okay, garbage. And then that was the house getting. Oh, that was everything getting struck by lightning. Yeah. Oh yeah, and the reason why he's named Operator in the sequence and not Rossetti is because I had this planned before Rossetti was visible in the cafe, and Rossetti in the game, he does the resetting, like the player resetting system or feature when you call up the quote-unquote helicopter to come free you from wherever you're stuck in. That's Rossetti. But his name in the game is Operator, so I just made it say Operator because I thought that'd be cool, that'd be funny. Yeah. Then the characters are doing the character things. Turn all this off for now because that seems to all be broken. And then we get the thingy thing, ka-chow, and then the pixelation effect. I talked about that earlier, but I watched the tutorial how to make the effect, and then we made it in here. Pietro getting struck by lightning. I wanted this to look cooler. Like I wanted to do more with it, but I didn't know. I didn't really have much ideas for it other than just making the lightning look big. and adding a bunch of glow effects, and lens flares, and then making Pietro do the have the glitch effect on him, and then reaction, and then Snark, Tony, I feel so good. And then he gets the particles and everything. I wanted to do more particle stuff, and the particles kind of looked all strange. They kind of just like rush out of his face and then the rest of his body, but it's I think it look kind of okay. Oh, and then this is another lighting thing, because I'm like I wanted to also have the light kind of like insinuating that he's dissolving without necessarily seeing the dissolve, because I didn't want to put in the work in to make him dissolve. So we just added a light that slowly gets brighter as Isabelle gets closer to it, and then we had some particle effects that helped to finish the flop. Look at that little raincoat thing. Hey Lola, you're just in time. Don't worry, we're only like halfway through this so far. I still have to talk about more rendering, some of the editing, the sound effects, and the music. And then it's probably going to be a couple hours of me just hanging out and talking to you guys and drawing silly pictures and stuff. So don't worry. Lightning, clouds. I was like, no, we're gonna commit to the idea of having clouds actually being lit, or like having, light in the clouds and what have you. And it was a good time. I was kind of worried about the pacing of the sequence, because I'm like, oh, we should have more shots of Isabelle. Like, we should have more shots of Isabelle and more shots of crowd reactions. But I didn't want to do any of that, so I just didn't do any of that. And then we just left it, and then did this whole running sequence, and we added a bunch of lightning. I'm like, we need more lightning, so we're gonna add lightning. This shot I actually wasn't gonna use, but then in the re-edit of the sequence, turned out I ended up needing an extra shot and ended up using it anyways. Oh my god, everything's broken, and the things and the stuff. This shot I always hated. I thought it looked ugly, but it's fine. This shot though I really liked. I also was kind of upset because I held the whole live stream for this set and for this sequence, and ended up not using it for. Oh my god! I just realized their aprons are not correct. They're shaded flat and don't have lighting on them. That's fine. I thought I was gonna use more of this set, instead of just these two shots, because I spent all this time making, filling it with things and making it look nice, and then ended up not using it for more than 2 shots. What else was there? This shot ended up having so many problems. The glitch effect kept adding this smearing looking effect kept happening on all the walls, and it would like cover the camera, so it would add all this like weird flashing. I was also gonna have Dottie here get struck by lightning at the end, but that ended up looking really ugly, so I didn't keep it. Same thing with Blathers here. He was also going to get struck by lightning, but didn't end up keeping it because it looked weird. And then what else was there? I'm sorry, Hippix. And then what else was there? And then this shot also was going to be omitted, but I ended up needing it anyways because I thought it looked kind of cool. And then Nook gets a slap on the back. Good job, Nook. Bye. What else was there? Oh yeah, and the effects on the terminal here, with all the weird warping looking things. This is the same glitch effect that's on that's on the buildings and stuff, and also all the characters on the trees. but just applied to this interface. I was gonna add more Easter eggs and stuff like on top of these screens, but then I just kind of got lazy and then didn't end up doing it. I wanted the keyboard and the whole holographic desk to look more intricate, but I'm also not much of a modeler, so we didn't do it. So I apologize. But it did what it needed to do. It just needs to be a computer. They're talking, they're walking. We did more particle effects. These ones actually interact and like get knocked by Isabel as she like runs around. You can like, kind of see them like hitting her face and then moving around. That was kind of a neat beat. This ended up looking a lot cooler than I thought it would. Just with the the very aspect of it that I often hate, which is the smeared blur effect looking thing on it. Kind of made it look like fire-ish, like fiery kind of. So I thought it looked pretty cool. I was also gonna add more particles to it so that it had more particles and cubes and stuff floating off of it, but the short tests that I did, or the short little kind of stints when I tried to actually like do the effect, ended up not really looking that nice, so then I just kind of scrapped it from the get-go. Yeah, and then Nook's saying his sweet things, and then I was also gonna do, this is more of a compositing thing, / editing thing, but I was gonna have this whole thing be brighter, so that kind of to imply that like the effects closing in, but like to have the effect of everything just kind of closing in. But then once we got to like here, I realized that like Isabel's head is taking up too much of the frame, so like we can't see that effect, and there isn't enough color data on screen to like make the glow effect look cool. So I didn't end up doing it. But it's all good. And then Mask here does a little wave. He walks away. If you freeze frame all of these bits, we do a cool looking the distortion effect. We also have the loading screen here for a little bit, and then you kind of can't really see it, but there's some corruption data nonsense happening on this particular frame, and then it gets clean, and then we're somewhere else. Was there any other effects that I did in this? Grass. We love grass. We also tried doing the mist thing, but it kind of didn't really work out too well because it's in the daytime. All the kids are hanging out, having a good time. Nook is doing a Nook thing. Actually, I rendered the shot twice, I believe. The first time, things just didn't look that great. I thought I saw some weird bug. The first time I missed some things. Isabel's body was missing. Nook's shirt was too dark. It kind of looked a little weird and like wet t-shirt see-through kind of nonsense. If you look, also there's one blade of grass that's right at the base of the steps. That's actually the grass model that the rest of the grass I hear is referencing, and I forgot to hide it, so that's there. And then they're also over here underneath the flag area. The grass looks kind of weird because of just the lighting of the angle of the lighting and everything, and it was nonsense. When I first rendered this, this triangle of grass over here on where my head is actually that is covering, there's a proportion of grass over there on the right side, and then underneath where the three villagers are standing, it was flickering a whole ton. Actually, I think I have the version of it. That was the last shots. There's that lighting sticker, color fix, screen right grass, screen left grass. Yeah, I think it was this version. Let me get some. Let me just make sure I get all the fun lighting effects by doing this, and then doing this. So we have this shot. It's also gonna look a little darker than usual, but we have the shot, and characters are all looking pretty good. This was the first pass of the shot, or the first version of the shot rendered. I only rendered it fully twice, and then the second time I rendered tiny little like sticker fixes. But there's Nook's shirt. It's looking really dark and kind of see-through. And the camera pans away. We see that Isabel doesn't have a neck or arms. And there's also a lot more grass that kind of peek through. But the grass itself is like this is a flickery mess. And that wasn't cool. Ew, that's ugly. So I re-rendered. I think I re-rendered it fully a second time, and then no, did I? No, wait, I didn't. I rendered it once, and then I rendered everything else in stickers. So I rendered the sequence where the camera spins to reframe Isabel on screen the right, to fix Isabel's clothing and everything. Actually, I think I have the scene for it. The shot. Yes. All right. So we have this nonsense looking chain of things. So we have the base shot, which has all the stuff in it, and then we have this shot, or this portion of shot, which is just please, where'd you go? Which is just Tom Nook and Isabel or something. What is medium 2? Sticker from 1501. You get the idea. Then some other shots here doing a thing. There's supposed to be stuff here. I swear. These all had frame information. And then there's something else. I think these two were grass, and this one was for Isabel and for Nook. Just to piece together the this shot back from little parts, so that it would look like one nice cohesive shot. But that's a comping thing. That's more of an editing kind of thing. Other lighting and rendering stuff that happened. Yeah, this shot took forever to render. This shot took forever to render. Actually, do I have time frames for that? Deadline monitor. Deadline monitor, for those that are unfamiliar, is the render manager that I use to render the videos. If I'm working on a shot and I think it's done, I will queue it up into this program, where it'll literally just add the Blender file, and then it'll go through it. Each one, it'll break it up into chunks of 5 render blocks, frame blocks, and then it'll just render them while I sleep. So I'll queue up a bunch of shots, and I'll have them render out throughout the day. And the neat thing about a system like this is that if Blender crashes or a shot doesn't finish, then this program will take care of opening the file again and trying it again and like re-rendering it a couple times until a frame gets rendered. Or it'll just crash and say, yeah, sorry bro, this idiot chief, and then move on to another frame. How do you render while you sleep? With this thing, this program, I literally just let my computer and this program run, and it'll open up instances of the shot, hit render, take those rendered frames and dump them into a folder somewhere, and it'll just do that throughout the night with anything that I tell it, or anything that I queue up into it. So this time around, I luckily kept the list going so I could tell you guys render times. But yeah, the first shot. So 110 or 110. So this guy. The shot took a whopping almost 5 hours to render. Just for that rain, and because of those damn clouds. This next shot took. It says 6 days and 14 hours, but That's not entirely wrong, but I didn't render it non-stop for those 6 days. I kind of just rendered it in like in little chunks throughout the time because uh, it was about a minute or so per frame, and there was 610 frames. So it was it was a bit of a time. It was a bit of a time. Took a couple small rendering sessions to render, and everything else took considerably less time. Like this shot took I think an hour or two to render. Yeah, I know, crazy, right? This shot took not that long to render. This one also not that long to render. No, wait. This what shot was this? Zoom. 220. 220. It took about 2 hours to render. Really? That's surprising. That's very surprising. I guess it's because it's short. What other long boys do we have here? 5 hours for 240. What shot was that? 220 would be 30, and I guess this one? No. Because this one was what? Sorry, I'm trying to do quick maths. Yeah, 1, 2, 3, and 4. So 40. This shot was quite a doozy. That was 240. And 240 took 5.5 hours. But that, oh no, that's not rendering all of it actually. That's only rendering half of it. Yeah. From frame 330 to 680. The first half took, I think, another several hours to render. But I ended up optimizing it a bunch so that this whole sequence wouldn't render that for that long until it got to, I think, here, where it transitions into the higher, quote unquote, higher quality, heavier version, which has all the trees and the grass and everything like that. And that took some time. What energy did you do with your bare hands? The rain effects, those were all done in Blender. I made a geometry nodes setup that could do rain. So there you go. So we just rendered it in file, and it's all delicious rain. I don't remember where I talked about it earlier today, but I shared all the nodes and everything for it. Because I don't even understand the nodes for it, but we got this chunk that makes the rain geometry, and then this chunk that animates it, and then this all these nodes just kind of put it into sequence. Yeah, rain. It was a pain in the butt. No, I want to talk more about why that was a pain in the butt, but I don't think that's has anything to do with rendering and lighting stuff yet. Hey, so yeah, we did rendering, we did lighting. This shot, I wanted the idea of mask just listening to static. And he comes outside and they vibe, and then they all have a nice conversation about things. Oh, this shot was kind of fun because I wanted to do this fade effect where Nook does a fade, like the whole set disappears. I wanted to do more of an effect where it kind of would like, what's the word I'm looking for? Like a 3D kind of dissolve. So like from the camera into the scene, or into the depth of the scene, kind of like the set would dissolve, if that makes sense, or fade away. So like instead of it being like a uniform kind of linear dissolve between the two sets, it would look like like a pulse kind of had ran through the scene and was slowly deleting or dissolving everything past it. That's probably not a great way to visualize or how to describe the visualization of it, but I wanted to do a different effect for this, or a different dissolve effect for it, but I ended up not doing it because I didn't really understand how. Maybe next time. And then, what else was there? Yeah, we also wanted to make sure that devices and things had lights that came out of them. So I went through the little hassle of adding a light, animating it disappearing or turning off when she puts her phone away. What else is there? Yeah, stuff. You see the thing, and then more stuff, and then settings. Oh. Yeah, everyone looks around and does a thing, and then it's all crazy. It's all crazy. I'm sorry, Jessica, if all this is really confusing. I guarantee you, it's not as bad as I'm making it complex. It's not as complicated as I'm making it all seem. What you know? Oh man, have you listened to Panic at the Disco? Yeah, they're good guys. Did anyone care who was before he put the mask on? I mean, clearly not. This, yeah, you guys weren't all watching my stuff until I put mask on. That's terrible. I'm sorry, but technically yes. Yeah. Then we have all this nonsense. What else is there? That's more of an editing thing. Yeah, like lighting's not that crazy. It's just adding lights and then like putting them in places. Like this whole sequence, I didn't have to really light because I made the set model have lights in it, like just the spotlight that's over Nook, and then an extra light for in front of Mask Boy to help illuminate him a little bit. So when it came to lighting, I didn't really have to do much. I could just hit render and then it would look pretty okay. It's a major plot. Thank you, I'm glad you liked it. I thought it was a hilarious joke, but also it was a fun thing to do. What's your favorite Animal Crossing game? I'd probably have to give it to New Leaf. It just had the most to do in it. I watched Animal Crossing videos last night. Thank you, Isabella. I'm glad you like the stuff. But also, thank you for coming to live stream and even saying that and just coming around and saying hey and living. I appreciate that. What else was there to talk about? No, big spook, big lightning, big effects. Yeah, I think that's kind of it. I think you can move on to rendering and editing and stuff. Unless, does anybody have any questions about any of the lighting stuff or effect stuff before I get into complaining about denoising? Am I gripe with that? How did you come up with Pietro's lore? It's kind of a mismatch of community perception, my own experiences with them, and but also taking those two things and then flipping them on their heads. Because I wanted Pietro to be a cool guy, but also he's a bit of a punching bag in the series, and I don't know. I think that's that is just how the community sees him. Yeah, what is lighting? Lighting is the act of adding a light to a thing and making it look bright and not bright. Basically, like, I know this is just a gag that you're saying, but I'm gonna do it anyways. Basically, you get all your models. You know, you get your nice. Oops, no, I don't want to do that yet. You get your models. You know, you got add a cube, add a Suzanne. and what have you, and add like a big old badonkadonk sphere and stuff, and like you're like, cool, I got all my stuff. Now I want to like make it a pretty picture. I want to like get this out of Blender. I want to put this. I think this looks kind of cool, and I want to make it look a little nicer. Like I want to have shadows and highlights and stuff. But if I just hit render, then we just get this black looking nonsense. So I want cool. I want a nice looking picture. So we gotta go and we gotta add in lights. So we gotta add in things like point lights, which are just light objects that are they cast light in all directions. Then you got the sunlights or the sun lamps, which is 100% uniform directional lighting from any given direction. And then we got what else do we get? We got a spotlight, which is a spotlight. Let me crank the power of that spotlight. Pretty spotty. And then also area lights, which are similar to spotlights, but are just kind of flat, diffuse lights, if that makes sense. And those are also a thing. So yeah, we just add enough of those to make our shots look kind of cool. I'd be like, oh man, I want to add like a nice rim light behind our character here or something. I want to also maybe brighten up the dark kind of parts of their faces maybe. So we'll add maybe a second light over yonder and just kind of put it over here. To make that look kind of nicer or something, or be like, oh man, I kind of also want like a nice light above them to help accentuate the curvature on the monkey here, or some nonsense. You could even change the colors of them to change the colors of them to like the red and yellow and big honk-a-donk and salmon. And what have you, adjust the brightness and the contrast and all that fun nonsense. You're adding light. You're adding and sculpting and changing and manipulating light. And then once you're done that, you can go, all right, Blender, go up to render image, and then it goes, and then Blender just starts going crunching a bunch of numbers and calculus and all that fun stuff to give you a pretty picture of what you see in your scene here. And then you can take this image and then put this save it as like a JPEG or PNG or whatever, and then you put that into your editor, and then you make it move, or you render enough images so that it moves, and then so on and so forth. That's lighting. That's the lighting phase. And there's also a couple other facets that you got to know about it, like shading. It'd be like, oh wait, I want this monkey to be red, and I want this cube to be green, and I want the sphere back here to be like, I don't know, super metal or something, or super reflective, but also smooth, so that you can see all the things in it or something. And like, yeah, you gotta worry about all that nonsense too. But yeah, that's what the lighting phase is. It's just making sure everything, making the final image that comes out of Blender look as nice as it can, so that I can take it a little bit further in my editor sometime later. It's a good old time. Josh wants you to do the series in your style. God bless having a good day / night, right? Oh man. Great lighting looks like it would be difficult to perfect. My brain is exploding. It's really not that bad. Like obviously, the more you do it, the better you get in terms of how to light and be a lighter. For the most part, it's really fun. You can do a lot of cool stuff with it. Where'd this other light go? This light. You can do a lot of fun stuff with it. Everything is all not too shabby. What light is doing the yellow? This guy? This guy? This guy? This guy? This guy? Yeah, it's pretty neat. You can You can just just light things like a little creator. Can't we get a lighting tutorial with your sweet voice, please? I'm not good enough at lighting to feel comfortable teaching it, but maybe in the future. I do only watch tutorials. Man, there was a time when I got ahead of saying that sentence without having a story prepped up yet. But I know there's always a time before a time. I don't know. Literally just how to do anything in this program, or just anything in general. I'll be like, oh, I don't know how to do that, so let's look up the tutorial. Then I'll just watch a bunch and then try to figure it out. I don't know, render settings or samplings or motion blur or what have you. Well, okay, we're speaking a lot of nonsense. Because all lighting is the same. That's true. If you want to learn how to be a good lighter, learn how to do it, or learn how movies do lighting. Because literally every single principle that film does, that they use to light films and TV shows and stuff, or for regular photography, is a one-to-one application for 3D. So it's pretty cool. Okay, maybe not one-to-one, but like most of the principles can apply. We're gonna move on to rendering, I guess. But rendering is a bit of a loaded subject that I'm gonna not conveniently talk about. But we'll get into it anyways. So this is where I'll gush about render times and denoising and all that fun stuff. Oh, render times. The shot took forever. Denoising? Oh my goodness. So there's a process in Blender called denoising, which basically is, as you can kind of see it here, but if I turn all these down to like 1 and not denoise the render, you can kind of see all the weird grain stuff in all this and all these colors, and none of it looks clean. Like there's a lot of haze around like this light object and the reflection, and even the reflections themselves look really blurry and look really weird, and it's like there's a lot of grain, a lot of noise, a lot of visual nonsense in the frame, and that's just because Blender's renderer, the system that it uses to generate this image, doesn't have enough data in terms of like how these surfaces work and how light is bouncing off of them to fill in these little gaps. So it kind of just guesses and then gives you whatever it gives you. But you can increase how much data that it's allowed to see by cranking up the samples number. So right now it's at 1, you can crank it up to 10 and it gets a little clearer. You can crank it up to 100 and it gets a little clearer. You can crank it up. You can just keep cranking this. But the more you crank it, the slower your render times will get, because it's more calculations that Blender has to do to make a clean looking image. So to kind of like get around that, like that kind of time investment that you would need to invest to make pretty pictures clear, they have a system called denoising, which basically takes what you give it, like this image, for example, with all of the grain that you probably can't see on YouTube, but like in the shadows and stuff here, it's fairly there's fairly noisy, and it takes all that fun stuff and it goes, all right, let me just smooth it out. Like it kind of just like squirts on some salad dressing onto the whole thing and then slides it all off. And then it tries to guess, or tries to fill in those extra small bits of missing data with kind of the information around it and some other stuff that it figures out through some other systems to make surfaces smooth and make your renders look clean without having to crank up your samples to 1,000,000. And it looks great in a scene like this, because the scene is really simple. So like over here, it cleans it up really nicely and looks pretty good. The monkey here looks nice and smooth and all that fun stuff, and it's a good time. But the system has a rough time scaling with sets and scenes and shots that have a lot of stuff going on in them. Stuff like I don't know, depth of field with camera depth of fielding, or if things are passing in front of the camera a lot, like rain, for example. If out of focus things in the background are moving a lot, then that kind of stuff can also be really computationally heavy to try to make it look clean. So one big problem I ran into while working on this was just the lighting condition, like the environmental atmospheric condition, which is a nighttime, rainy, smoky atmospheric kind of foggy looking forest, is just a lot of the worst kind of situations that you can kind of render out of Blender, or just render in general. Like this kind of aesthetic, to make clean looking images out of it is supposed to take forever. Like I often skimped a lot. I skimped a lot on the detail and like render sample count and all that fun stuff, because if I didn't, then it would take significantly long to get it to render a shot out of Blender. Like this had, I think, 64 frames and was coming up to like about 2 minutes per frame. And the result for it, even with the denoising and everything like that, was still kind of grainy, still kind of warbly. Like if you were to step through it, then you can see all the weird lighting effects kind of splotching around all the places. And that wasn't a style choice, unfortunately. That's just because the scenes were heavy enough to take too long to render, and but there was also too much going on in the scene that if I cranked the samples up too high, they would take even longer to render. So I had to find this balance of like being okay with some ugly looking frames, and not having to wait 10 years for a render, or I try to optimize it some way and make it look nicer somehow and what have you. So the rain in this situation was causing tons of denoising problems, because it's just a consistent detail that's always changing on frame, and the denoising algorithms don't really like that kind of stuff, because they're not temporal. They're just every single frame it denoises it and makes and cleans it up a separate different way than the last frame, which is how you get these kind of weird warble artifacts, which are better seen here. That's how you get these weird warbling artifacts from frame to frame. It's because every frame is trying to clean the image up a different way, so it's not consistent in terms of how it's cleaning each frame up with the next or previous, and it's gross. But without it, the shots look worse. So it's a trade-off. So this whole episode, I was kind of just battling this problem of trying to make shots not take too long to render, but also keeping them at a certain quality level so that they don't look too ugly. And some shots look nice, some shots less so. But I think the only person that really cares about that is me, since I'm the one screwed over these pixels. But it's still a rough time. So yeah, I kind of knew this was going to happen when initially setting it up, but I'm like, nah, we'll keep the rain, we'll keep it at nighttime. I tried lighting some shots so that they were brighter so there's just more lighting information in them I tried lighting shots so that they were uniformly brighter, so that Blender had more general information to denoise the scenes with, or denoise each frame with, because denoising algorithms also don't like dark and like low contrast areas. So I'm like, yeah, we'll load it up with light and we'll darken it in post later. And we did that with a bunch of shots, so that we could hopefully try to mitigate that kind of grain problem. But it only worked kind of okay throughout the episode, so we just kind of said, nah, it's fine, and then kept rolling. What else was there? There's also the active animating 2D images. So like this lock, for example, I animated that in After Effects, and then rendered that as an image sequence, and then brought that into Blender, and then just kind of put it in here, added some extra shading effects and stuff to make it look kind of computery. The opposite shot where it's in front of Mask's face, I wanted the lock to be in front of him, but I didn't want it to take up all of his face. Like I wanted you to still be able to see it, so I just ended up making it a little transparent so that you could still see Mask but also still see the lock. So it's the little things, baby. He throws the hat in and the hat doesn't move, but until it do. Do I have anything to say about this? Not really. He drops the thing. I was gonna animate more of this, like the actual like confirming the deletion process and all that stuff. But then I kind of researched it a little bit too late and didn't know how it looked until like I got to the rendering stage. So yeah, it turns out you have to go through like a couple different menus or a couple different options and a couple like confirmation windows to like to fully agree and confirm that you want to delete the island. So I just kind of condensed it down to the last pop-up window that's just either yes and no. But yeah, the text is backwards because we're reading the bubble backwards, but this is what the game would have. This is the message that you see in the game when you're about to delete your island. Yeah, and then I also wanted to make this image move, like the actual screen or whatever, but I didn't have this shot rendered when I did this sequence. So the actual image that's on this monitor, it was the first frame of a test render for this shot. If this shot was rendered before this one, then I would have swapped this out with actual moving footage of that shot, but I didn't end up doing that. I just kind of left it because I thought it was good enough. Yeah, this shot took some 10 to 12 hours to render over the course of a couple days. Like I let it render a little bit throughout the night, and then would come back and pause it, and then come back, and so on and so forth. Thank you, the coolest. I'm glad you're digging the stuff. Oh, and right here you can kind of see a big denoising issue, kind of, because it's like the details on Filbert kind of just slide across the frame. Thank you, Jose. Oh no, Josie. So, I'm so sorry. I'm so used to reading that name as Jose. I really love your animations and your creativity. Keep up the work. Thank you so much. I'm glad you like them and are enjoying the stuff and the content and everything. They're definitely time to make. Did you animate that sequence again from, or just took the video and edited it in? Oh, the card stuff. So I animated the shot with the intention of doing this kind of editing thing, like showing the relation to the ingredients and how they pop up in the different episodes. But also I was like, I probably should have a shot, or I should probably reuse the shot from Lolly's Craft. Like this is all just reusing the previous episodes, but I should probably have this shot in to show that like where the card came from, like really briefly. I knew there was also going to be the chance that most people were going to watch this having no idea that Lola's Crafting exists, and then see this and go, "What?" But I'm like, it's okay. We'll make sure to do this. The showing the different ingredients actually coming to fruition. So yeah, we edited it. We just edited it. We didn't reanimate it. Even though I could have reused the original shots, but I didn't because I was too lazy to find them. So yeah, then Rossetti be doing the talk, and he disappears, and then Jacob says the thing, and then the house gets struck by lightning. Pietro's given the look, and then the house disappears. All this rendered pretty okay. Once I had a decent kind of like rendering workflow going on for most of the shots, it was kind of just like opening a shot, applying the effects, copy and pasting lights over, adjusting them a little bit to make sure we can see the things that we need to see in the shots, and then hitting render and then hoping for the best. We'll talk about the sound of music a little bit later. I'm trying to get everything out before going to sound and music. Yeah, these shots came out nice. I was pretty happy with them, at least. What else was there? Yeah, clouds were bogus to render. All these sequences, I had to like go back and re-edit a bunch of all these assets so that they would do what they're doing with slower. Like I had to make slow rain, I had to make slow lightning. I tried slowing down the glitch effect a little bit, you know, just to imply the slow. And that was a great time. This shot was kind of funny because the first time I rendered it, all the trees and the bushes were jiggling around. Why did I just show you that? It was this shot. Seven, 1:30. There was all the trees. We're doing a weird thing where they're all dancing. Like, look at them. They're just bobbing around. And part of me was like, that looks kind of fine. I think that's okay. I think that might be okay if we leave it. But then at some point I watched it back again and I'm like, oh, that looks goofy as hell. Let's not do that. So we went back and fixed that a bunch, and that general problem came up in a couple shots, so we just kind of fixed them as we went. But it also happened in this shop. We ended up fixing that later too. Yeah, that was kind of okay. There was this shot, which made me want to add grass to all the other shots, but then I didn't do that because, heck, grass. Nook doing the talking, Isabel doing the running. And nothing too wild. Most of the shot was lit from the lighting effects from the trees and the ground. I was also really worried that this sequence looks too red. Like this whole sequence is like blindingly red, and it just kind of gets like deeper red, or the red just kind of gets deeper as the sequence goes. And I'm like, I was worried that might hurt the eyes to watch and like cut back and forth to. But then another part of me was like, nah, but it needs to look destructive, and red is kind of the color of the month, so we'll keep it. And then yeah, that happened. In the rendering phase, we also tried to make sure that we could render a bunch of shots in specific ways so that we could recomp them back in Resolve here to do extra effects, such as different depth of fields or depth of field effects, or mist or fog for like the deep distance for shots. Like all this smoke and atmospheric fog and mist in the background here. That's all added in post, so that I don't have to render it in Blender. Like this shot looks like this originally. This shot looks like this originally without any all that fun comping nonsense. And then we add background gradients that then helps to color correct the background to make it darker, so that the darker portions or whatever are kind of like, I don't know, darker. And then we use the mist pass here to kind of like help mask out that system, so that we get this nice moody looking atmospheric kind of effect, and then that gets merged back over top of some blurriness with the original, so that we can get some color looking nonsense. I don't really understand what I'm doing here, but we're making things moodier for the low price of not rendering it out of Blender. And yeah, I think it came out looking kind of okay. Kind of okay. What else was there? Oh wait, we got some questiones. This seems kind of funny. Jacob's staring at his house endgame. I mean, yeah, like it's okay. So I'm like, how do I explain this? I kind of see this series as like a comedy in a sense, where where like all these very sad and traumatic moments are unfolding to these very cute characters, and I find that aspect, or like that general kind of concept, to be kind of funny. So despite it being very sad, and it makes me very sad, it's also like like Pietro's house is disappearing or is on fire. Like, that's hilarious. So you know, take it with a grain of salt, but I think this whole thing is kind of chuckle worthy from time to time. Like Isabel screaming Pietro. Oh man, that's traumatizing. But also, when's that gonna happen in the game? So you know, it's a good time. The favorite part of the episode, the cuts between Isabel and Nook talking to Mask is really well done. Oh, thank you. I'm glad you like it. I was really worried about that part. I had no problem with the red. Ah, fantastic. Why the endgame reference? I mean, why not? Like, it just felt like such a natural thing to do in that scene. So I'm like, oh, like, I wanted everyone to, I wanted to use the aspect of lightning or things getting hit by lightning, and then depixelate, like having this depixelization kind of effect, or dissolve, and then you just kind of start putting two and two together. Like, oh well, if I'm doing that effect, what other pieces of media did that kind of effect to help kind of reference and give me ideas from? And lo and behold, so did Endgame. And they really took, well, at least they just did it, and then because of the popularity of Marvel films and the scene and everything like that, made the concept of a character dissolving, like, very popular. And then obviously Tom Holland with his beautiful delivery of "I don't feel so good." It was just, it's icing on the cake. So we had to do it. I'm sorry, guys. The guy behind the first person Mario Endgame did it. I did not, but I'm sure they probably did a pretty cool thing with it. What's the most difficult part of making the entire video / project? Contrary to popular belief, it's not animating. It has to be a toss-up between doing the blocking and rendering, because like blocking requires you to have so much foresight in terms of like how you think you want to do everything, without necessarily being able to see the results of what you're setting up immediately, because it's like you have to guess how you're going to set something up or how something's going to work 2 months from now. So that's really challenging to kind of like wrap your head around. But then also rendering, like just getting your final images out of Blender is often sometimes really challenging, because like so many things break and so many things like just fall apart, and like things that you thought were going to work just end up not working, or things that you thought looked like one thing just kind of change into something else somehow, or you know, or things changed out the production, so things need to be updated and what have you. And like just like getting a pretty picture out of Blender in a way that you know you can work with later on is also really stressful for me sometimes, because like at that point I'm just like, I just want to be done with Blender. Like I'm tired of working in Blender. I just want to work in Resolve or Cubase or something and move on. But like you can't, because you gotta edit still, and you gotta get everything going. You gotta make sure that when you render it, and after waiting the amount of time for the frames to render, that you have everything you need to finish the shot outside of Blender. And like that's pain. That's really painful sometimes. But some shots, everything just comes together and it's really easy. And some shots aren't. Some shots are really hard to get to the rendering stage, but once they're done rendering, then it's a breeze. Or vice versa. Some shots like can render really easily, but they just don't work too well in the edits. So you have to figure out a way to make them, like, change them up and edit them a little bit to make them fit. And it's always a mixed bag. A dramedy. It's a dramedy. It's certainly not actually like a comedy like this series. It's very much a dark drama, but I look at it as a comedy. I'm like, wow, this extremely hard to watch thing would be so funny to do. and then we do it, and then and everybody goes, not me crying at Pietro dying. But you know, it comes with the media and the format and the storytelling and everything like that. I'm sorry. Wait, somebody asked a question about beauty passes. Yeah, new game. Wait, how much is actually put into the beauty pass? I try to put as much as possible into the beauty pass. Like a lot, like this episode isn't a great example of it because I have to do a lot of stuff in post to get the atmosphere to look kind of okay. But in like any other episode, where is it? We are trying our hardest to do the least amount of compositing possible. Okay, not this shot exactly, but like all of these shots, for example, like they're all pretty much just straight out of Blender. To kind of to make them look the way that they do. Like I would just spend whatever time I need to get them to look. Oh, excuse me. Get them to look good enough, without having to do too much compositing in Resolve, because Resolve is a mixed bag in terms of how it handles itself with large amounts of compositing, and I don't really want to use Nuke or Natron or After Effects too much because I don't want to spend too much time making things look nice when I can do most of that in Blender. So it's as much as possible to get the beauty pass to work. But if that also means compromising on render speeds, then we'll split it up into fixing things in Blender and then fixing things more in post. But yeah, it's a good show. The funniest thing I've ever seen. I'm sorry. It's very not great humor, but it's the mindset that I have to be in to like write these kinds of things. Because if not, then you'll just get wholesome stuff, and I don't want to do wholesome stuff. I want to do the gritty stuff. I want to have the lolly hide behind Isabel, and then Mask disappears, and everybody goes, "No, what's going on?" And everybody cried and screaming and all that nonsense. No, actually, that's probably a terrible way to frame that mindset, but you get the idea. We need drama, and drama to me is funny because it's Animal Crossing. But pass to the first person end game videos is a bad idea. Compositing is a better idea. Decrease the render times tremendously. I'm fully aware of that. Like, I am 100% aware of the capabilities of compositing. It's just I don't want to do compositing, which is the whole mindset to it all. Video sequencer for compositing. Blender's video sequencer can't do compositing. It's just a video editor, as far as I know. It's also not that well developed. Like, it's still running on a lot of old legacy code and content and workflows. They're currently revamping it, but not to a point that I want to give too much time. But yeah, compositing is really cool. It's really important. I know, like I 100% know the importance of compositing, but I don't want to do any of it. I'm already working so long in Blender, and then have to come out of it to then work even more on the same shots for more weeks to make them look nicer in compositing. I'm like, I want this done immediately. Yeah, it's all just to save time. I know enough about Blender so that I can make things look nice enough in it and not have to worry about it too much later on. Masks and other things. Nice. But yeah, the short answer is I don't care too much about compositing. I'll just try to make a pretty picture here, make it look nice enough, and then move on with our days. And on top of that, like, I know enough about compositing to do things that I know I can't do in Blender later on, if I know they won't take too long. But if they take too long, then I'll just not do it. Which me oh actually that's also a great example of that would be this. So like this one had a lot of compositing. Like I wanted to do this effect where in Isabel's dream here. Isabel's dream, whenever we see it, Isabel is animated in 30, or Isabel and Wisp are animated in 30 FPS, whilst her body and any character here are animated in 7 FPS, kind of to help with that stop motion kind of effect. And you can't render that, or there's Blender has this weird issue with rendering stop motion characters, or at least characters in step tangents. It would bring a lot of blurred smearing if you tried to render step tangents with motion blur on. So I had to render this shot or all of these shots in 2 different passes. So one with the characters animated to look like stop motion, and then again with motion blur on for Isabel and Wisp here. And then I would comp the 2 back together so that we would have the 2 different frame rates kind of coinciding in the same view, or the same footage image. Yeah. And then this shot, because a 7 FPS animated Isabel with no motion blur is tumbling past an Isabel animated in 30 FPS with motion blur on between Wisp with 30 FPS. We had to render it in 3 different passes. So actually, technically 2. We just comped it into 2 different ways. So we could put a higher frame rate Isabel over top of a low frame rate Isabel, so we could actually have her pass by or in between the 2 of them. And it was a time. So it's a time. Compositing is amazing. I love compositing, but I also hate doing it. It's so time consuming, and I'm also not good enough at it to do anything neat. Like I wanted to also do the rain, like all the rain effects in compositing, but that means having to find 2D rain footage or figure out rain particle systems in something like Fusion or Nuke or Natron, and that seemed like a significantly bigger undertaking than it would be to just deal with the denoising problems and the longer render times out of Blender. So it's all trade-offs. But rendering everything, that went pretty okay. Next episode, I have a bunch of stuff to try out, or that I want to try out to help address some of the concerns and workflow problems that I had in this. But in this particular video, a lot of just ham fisting and forcing things to work, so that we don't spend too much time in it. But see any more shows planned for the future? Yeah. We got stuff. We got stuff in the works. Where was I? I feel like I was on some total tangent and then I went off on another tangent, and then now I forgot the original tangent. But yeah, rendering went okay. We did the mist in compositing. We did a lot of color grading and lighting effects inside of the editing here. We did all the yeah, that's kind of it really. Because I guess that kind of coincides with editing. As you can see in our resolve timeline here, we have one track which is pretty much all the footage. We have another track which is for secondary footage for doing things like dissolves and stuff. I know Resolve has like you can do crossfades and whatnot like on one channel. But I hate this because it oftentimes ruins your edit. So I'll just do it above and then keep moving on with life. Then we have what is this? We have all the dialogue please I just want to show them the dialogue. What if we took this down here? It's up here. Oh. Okay. What? Oh, it's because there's no caches for them. Up. That's fine. We can go into here. We have a block or a track just for all the text options, all the text dialogue, and that looks like we use Fusion to do to use a thing that is an auto expanding bubble, and we use some other compositing to add a little bit of camera shake, a little bit of camera shake, and then a little bit of waviness, and then a little bit of more waviness, and then we merge that back over top of the original text that we have, so that the actual letters don't don't look all warbly or whatnot. And then we merged, and then we also add a name tag. Name tag? Name tag? I guess we don't. We add a... Oh, it's missing, that's why. Alright, fine. We're gonna go into here, and we're gonna go into assets, and then we're gonna go into AC elements and name tags, and then get one that says Dotty. We add a name tag that we put over top. The downside about this is that despite the text being automatically scaling, it doesn't take the name tag along with it. I haven't figured out a nice system that could do that automatically, but or procedurally. But so unfortunately, we have to go through each one and hand fanoodle name tags into the corners. But it's way easier than the previous solution for doing text bubbles, which was hand animating the entire thing in After Effects, and yeah, bun that. And then that has a little transformed for scaling. I used to do a thing where it was gonna come out of, like it was gonna scale up like how it does in the game, kind of. But I did end up doing that because animating that little like kind of like appear on kind of effect for like all of the text was, where is it, all of these guys, for all of these guys was a really big pain in the butt, so we just didn't do that. But that's how the text for all the characters works. I do all the text in the editing phase, so that I can fine tune exactly what they're going to say, so that I don't have to commit to lines of dialogue in another program, and then and then if I need to change them or edit them later, then like it's a whole runaround of working between 3 different programs and stuff, and it's nonsense. So we do it all in here to make it a lot easier on our lives. Yeah. VSE? Are you sure you're talking about Blender's video editor or the compositing stage? Because like I could never see myself animating or editing a video in Blender, but compositing, they're coming out with their Compositor 2.0 stuff, and it can do like in viewport compositing, and like it looks crazy. But for the duration of my current production needs and workflows, I can't really use Blender's compositor that much because it's just too slow. And the video editor I also have never used, because I do all my video editing in Resolve, which has a boatload of other tools that I need to do some stuff, like audio mixing and color grading and a node-based compositor and stuff like that. So it's a whole thing. It's a whole thing. What else do we do in editing? Yeah, editing. We also do color grading stuff. I'm not a color grader. I'm still trying my best and figuring things out, so please go easy on me. But yeah, here's where we'll add a bunch of other nonsense like halation and film grain and like chromatic aberration and doing things like fixing the gamma and the brightness for things, and trying to get shot cohesion in terms of like lighting and color kind of stuff, continuity. Yeah, enemy logo with it, nice. Yeah, sure. Throw it on Discord. I'd love to see it. So yeah, so in here is where like most of the compositing stuff comes into fruition because um, you know we're trying to take a shot from this to this, and it's pretty what else is there that was coolly to talk about. Yeah, if oh, I could talk about frame fixing things. Sometimes if I render a shot and like 90% of the frame looks okay, but like one detail is kind of like ugly, like sorry, I'm trying to remember a good shot that I did it in. No. Actually, yeah, this was a probably a pretty decent shot. So the shot where Pietro gets struck by lightning, most of the frame looks okay. The mist pass also is pretty okay. Or looks pretty okay, but every time I render the shot, because of how the geometry nodes and glitch setup worked on them, I couldn't. It wasn't like the idea of just turning it on and off or keyframing turning it on and off wasn't really working too well. Sometimes it would render with just the effect fully on, and sometimes it would render looking really strange, or the effect being on would warp the GU in a way so that when it's off, the GU is still offset. So then I had to render like some of these deletion shots or some of these glitch looking shots in little passes so that I could comp them back together to make one cohesive shot. So in this one, I rendered it, I animated it so that it looked good in Blender, like the glitch effect wasn't there and everything like that. And then as soon as he gets struck by lightning, then it all turns on, and then and everything kind of happens. But it wasn't rendering that way for some reason. Like it just kept breaking in between you hitting the render button and the final image that Blender gets you. So then I had to render it in 2 passes. One or a couple frames where Pietro where the effect doesn't happen on Pietro. Where is it? It happens here somewhere, I think. Unless, oh, is it this because of this? It's because of this. Oh no. Because of how I had to fix this this instance of the project that I'm currently putzing around in, doesn't have all the assets that I used to make the final video, because before the live stream started, I couldn't actually open the original project. So please bear with me here, but yeah, I think this guy. Copy. No, we'll just put it in. So this guy, and here, I think that was a mispass. Was it this? Oh no, I've forgotten which one was which. But basically, we would render little stickers of give me this. Give me this, give me this, give me this, and give me this. We would render, give me this. We render little stickers of or like, you know, various frames in chunks that we didn't have to re-render the whole frame, and then we would just comp this back over top of problematic areas on whatever shots that needed them. So in this case, it was a shot of Piepo here getting hit by lightning for some hot reason. The effect just kept not working, and we kept having to re-render little snippets of the shot to put it back over top and stuff. Then we did I know more shots had this problem. I know Ratatouille. Rossetti did. I talked about that earlier. His whole geometry kept bugging out, and every time I hit render, he would just be this big red mess. But we fixed that by just literally making one frame, the effect, and then combing that out. And then what else was there? No, this was rendered once and then never again. All the mask stuff was pretty okay. There was a time when I wanted to add mask having like being wet because he was outside, so I wanted it to be wet. So I went back to edit his model or his rig to add a wet version of his clothes and his mask and everything like that. So with the rain and everything, that in turn ended up being rendered accidentally in a bunch of shots. Like the wet and the dry version were overlapping. So when I shot like this, he'd have like big chunks of like wet and dry patches on its clothes, just kind of like moving around a bunch. That was kind of fun. Then actually this shot I rendered twice because I wanted to do this fade effect, but you can't just do a regular linear fade in Blender like this between two different like set and lighting conditions. So I rendered one which was just him in the town hall, and then another version where he's just in here, and I just blended it in Resolve afterwards in the edit. All this stuff, all this stuff. Well, we made a thing, a speech bubble. This was animated in After Effects just to do like the text reading on, and then we just brought that into Blender to render. And then the same thing with the with the lock. The pocket. Oh, this was good stuff. We just edited all this in the editor here to make it work. I'm not much of an editor, so like this is just basic putting the things on the things. And then what else was there? Lightning effects. It wasn't really that great, but I added a bunch of bloom and stuff to the lightning to make it seem more dramatic, even though it's not really that dramatic. But that's okay. Then he gets struck by the lightning and all that fun nonsense, and Piepo gets hit, and then oh no, it's Big Sad. They're doing the runs. But yeah, we didn't do any lighting. I was thinking about adding like artificial lights in post to do more of the thunder and lightning stuff, because I couldn't do it in Blender. But then the idea of me having to composite all that and like having to animate lights and the effects and everything in the compositing stage, I'm like, I couldn't be bothered. We'll just hint at it with sound and then leave it at that. And then all this nonsense. Most of this was just straight out of Blender with like a little bit of compositing here and there. This shot I ended up really liking because I thought it looked really dramatic. But there's literally like nothing really going on in it in terms of compositing and editing. It's just making it look a little red, a little more crunchy with shadows. Same with this guy and this guy and this guy, and this guy is all fine and dandy. This guy was wild and all the fun stuff and everything running and all the crazy kiddos and everything and all that nonsense, and the talking and I feel like I was gonna do more with this, or I wanted to do more with this. I don't think I really had much ideas. I'm like, it just needs to be dramatic. And then we got to the last shot, which is where all the fun happens. Yeah, this shot was rendered. It took, I think, a whole day to render a passive, and then that pass ended up having problems. And then I re-rendered small portions of the shot and then recomped them back together so that we can make it one cohesive thing. The original version, Nook's shirt was darker. Isabel was missing her body. There was a bunch of grass in all the bricks, and all the grass outside of all the bricks was flickering, and it was a big mess of problems. But I'm like, but I can't re-render this again fully, so we'll just re-render the portions of the screen that just need fixing. So in this case, it was just a portion that just had the grass, a frame rate that was here. I think it was like between here and onward. Was re-rendered to have his for Nook's shirt and Isabel's body. You can still see one blade of grass in the ground here, but I thought that was okay. This grass also over here in the underneath the flag to the right of the frame. It looks really strange. It just doesn't have the same kind of like lighting condition as like any other grass in the in the shot, but I end up leaving it. And then yeah, then the credits. Everyone's favorite credits. Hey guys, remember to like and subscribe. Sign up for the Patreon if you want to get cool behind the scenes nonsense. It's a good show. I don't update it super frequently, but I try to make it worthwhile when I do update it. Okay, so that's kind of editing, and like not a lot really happens in editing. I re-edited the deleting sequence because I didn't like the original song that I had written for it. So I did a new song and then I re-edited it, and then that re-edit ended up making me having to change a bunch of the shots, at least in terms of where they were in the sequence and how long they were as well. I had to go back and like make some shots longer or some shots slower or what have you. And it was a good time. It was a great time. But I think now that means we can talk about the last two things in the video. And you guessed it, it's all sound related. Sound. What do you guys want me to talk about first? Sound. Hold on. Sound effects, or sound music. I'm making a poll. Here you go. Effects, music. There's a lot less music to talk about, or there's a lot less to talk about in music than there is to talk about with sound. But sound effects or sound music. You guys got till the end of what song was this? KK drum and bass. Oh, actually, this is almost a 2-minute song. Never mind. We'll cut it halfway through. And in the meantime, what did you send me in the Discord? Ooh, cool. Neato new game. That looks really nice. And then back to your sweet comments. Oh, I can catch up on your words actually. Have a little break. When's part 2 coming out? When it's done. Ratatouille's best AC character. Who doesn't love him, right? Oh man, we love Ratatouille. Appreciate the work you put in this project because you get to enjoy it and entertain with the story. It's late by me, so have a good night, everyone. Take care, Nadia. Thank you so much for coming out, hanging out, chatting about, and just being you and saying all those sweet words. Have yourself a great slumber, unless you've already left. Never mind. Mask Boy is not me, guys. I 100% promise you that. Is the girl at the end Mask? Oh, that sounds like a lore question. I'm gonna not comment on that. So I found Joe so happy. Thanks, Lilac. I'm glad you're liking the stuff. Stick around for part 2 whenever that comes out, and then vibe. Oh damn, you're still going. We always go. Alright, we're gonna cut the poll. This seems like... Oh wait, music one? What? That's wild. Okay, so we're gonna minimize this for a hot minute. And we're gonna open up everyone's favorite program, Cubase 12. Oh no, Ram, how are you doing actually? Oh no, we're doing pretty good. All right. So the project was called Isabel's Loss. That was the original naming for the song. There's only going to be one song for this episode, which was the song for the reset sequence. But then when I was doing the editing for it, I'm like, oh, sorry, excuse me. I was like, oh, some of the other sequences could, use some music too. So let's do some for that. Oh wait, and this also might take some time to open. So in the meantime, please ask your questions or speak your long words. Have you actually tried Live 2D as an animation software? Planning to use it for live artworks. I know of Live 2D in terms of VTubing and character rigging and all that stuff, and it's really powerful. But I'm not familiar if you can do like longer form animations in it, other than just like small looping things. But it's really cool. I'd say check it out. I don't know too much about it other than what it can produce. So if you can, then awesome. But if it can't, that's also fine too. Happy you're live. You did such a fantastic job. Thank you, Juju. Oh, I appreciate that. I appreciate both you and everybody else that has come along and is still sticking around. There's 60 of you here. It says my internal tracker, clock, rate, time, number. So that was really cool dense sea lion shirt in the Able Sisters scene, and I really wish I could buy it. Oh wow, you're just in luck. Oh yes. You're just in luck. Because it's available. Please, I want to pin it briefly for the joke. It's available right now for the low price of whatever your local currency is. Buy a shirt or don't. It doesn't if you do, it helps support the channel. If you don't, I'm not gonna be mad. Do you use a keyboard or mouse to input music in Cubase? A bit of both. I have a couple keyboards, a big one and a tiny one, and I actually use the tiny one to play the walking song. The song called "The Walk." Very, very cool. Oh, that's fine. Okay. Wait, why aren't you there? Locates. Hold on, it's saying that it's missing some video footage that I used. Videos, AC shorts, respect. Locate reset part 2. Version, yes, this guy. Or is it that guy? Version 2, this guy. Awesome. All right, we're gonna pause the real music, and we're gonna close this so I can see you. Oh no, you guys were all speaking while I was looking away. Watched with my girlfriend literally 2 days ago. Nice, Sophie. Thank you so much for watching them. I hope you and your girlfriend enjoyed them. Because you're an amazing art wizard. That's fake news, but thank you. Artemisia? I don't know if I'm pronouncing that correctly, but thank you, Art. I'm glad you like the way my vocal cords sound. Will we have a plushie? I currently don't have plans for a plushie, but that's not a bad idea. We'll mask face reveal in the next episode. Find out next week on the season finale of I don't have a name for the series yet. Well, technically the working one is just mask, but I think I might change it later. Garbage. Okay. Yeah, go check out the merch, guys. We got merch. I'm putting the message. Your song is my favorite song right now. Wow, that's crazy. That's actually crazy. Ooh. Okay, So I'm going to quickly catch up on everything you guys are saying, and then I'm going to jump into talking about making audio. Ready to make these vids you just got here? Well, Lilac, with a lot of elbow grease and blender, and actually a full real blender. Okay. I don't think the guy would have something that cool on his merch store unless garbage. Okay. Um, how do you think you currently sound? I don't know. Like a guy. Okay. We so here's the project for all the audio or all the music that's in this episode. It's a bit of a mess. It's very much a mess, and but it's a cool mess. So to explain some things going on here, up here, this track here is a BPM track or a tempo track, and each one of these little squares, these little like dots, is a kind of a keyframe or like a point to that the tempo will be like changes at. All of these things down here on this track, this track are markers that all mark different points in the video. So over here, I have the video that I can import into the program, and then I can just scrub through it and mark certain things that happen like between the end of the reset sequence to when Nook and Mask are talking to each other again. I wanted to make sure that we have a marker for that, and then because I want the music to change between those two moments. So I'm using markers to kind of like help me see where the music needs to change or to be different throughout the video. And then from that, you just kind of bend and warp your project to those markers so that you can just compose music like you normally would and not necessarily have to worry too much about syncing it to picture, because the syncing aspect of it is all handled from the markers and the project warping, if that makes sense. Originally, I was going to have a version of the song that sounded a lot like this. It kind of sounds kind of butt because it's a little old and I tore it apart, but it was just going to be the Isabel's Island broadcast, but significantly more dramatic with a lot of horns and a lot of strings and a lot of drama. The song was also going to slow down as the sequence played out. So and then you could hear it, and it's really jarring. But like it literally would have been from like up here to I want you to do a ramp to like down here. It was like yeah, really really dramatic, and it was also synced to the song as well. Or to the video as well, like the different shots or cutting between the different shots would sync up to the music and everything, and it was gonna be cool. Yeah, it was gonna be really sad music, but then I kind of just hated how it kind of sounded and how the sequence played out. Like I didn't like how the way I edited the whole deletion sequence to the song. I'm like, I don't think the song is super strong. It doesn't seem dramatic enough for the sequence, and the slowing down of it all was a really neat concept, but in practice it looked it sounded kind of weird, even though it helped a lot with where is it with later on where Nook talks to Mask Boy. It was a really cool part. Come on, get over here. It was a really cool part. So I'm like, oh, I want the music to be like, I want the music to be a lot more gentle, a lot more like have a rest moment, and then immediately slap us back in the face with a big big drama. and yeah, the first version of the song that I had done wasn't really hitting it, and that's the version that you can see or that you can listen to on the Denzel Bandcamp or on Spotify or what have you. It's the Isabel's Nightmare. It's this draft song. It just it just wasn't hitting, and it was making the video suffer. So I'm like, okay, let's not worry about it. Let's just make sure all the shots look nice, and then I'll worry about how they're edited together a little bit later. Because like I know the shots that I have in the sequence look cool, and it's just I don't know. I just don't have a great way yet of putting them into sequence, and it all relies on the music. So there was a day when I just took a break from doing any of the visual stuff and just solely worked on music for like a whole like 2 or 3 days. Um, and then in turn, what we got was was this tune. I'm like, I know this. So this song is also still technically a remix of Isabel's broadcast theme song. Sounds a lot like where are you? Where are you? This song. Turn that up a little bit. Yeah, see, you can hear the resemblance or whatever. So I wanted to reuse this song because it was something Isabel related, and I'm like, well, mainly for a long while, I knew I wanted to use the song because I thought it was gonna be, I thought it was funny to have a dramatic and sad version of Isabel's really cheery, happy theme broadcast song. So I'm like, we need to make it really sad because I think that'd be really cool, really interesting. So, we just made a sad version of it. And how do you do that? Well, first you got to go in and please and make some piano sketches of the original tune, which were I think this. Just kind of figuring out the notes, the bass lines, and the counter melodies and what have you, so that I can manipulate them further when making the song. And then once we got all that figured out, then you can start, making various instruments play various things and what have you. So we just turned the piano into what is this? What are you? A cloudy glockenspiel. That does the main melody. Then we have good old Arcus doing some other stuff. And I'm sorry, guys, I didn't name them all names. Make a family, but it was a good time. We just had to make it sad. I only get laughter when describing the turning of happy song with the sad song because it's just a funny concept. I'm sorry. But yeah, we just needed it to be super dramatic. We needed everyone to be super sad, and I'm also kind of a really big fan of like sad music and like making sad music. So this was way up my alley of like, all right, take a happy song and like make it depressing for a depressing scene. Yeah, we did the thing. We just kind of did the thing. Added some of the other things into it and made them thing soundy. It is a cool time. Oh, that's the other thing. Which I'll explain a little in a hot second. This is a full-time job currently, but this melody, this like version of the remix, I came up with outside of the context of this video. I just kind of had a recording of me humming this melody at some point, and I plan to use it in another video at some point in the future. So Look out for that. And the reason why I say it's technically a remix still, or like it's only technically a remix, is because you can only really hear the Isabel's broadcast at the beginning. When it gets to here, it's kind of a different song. But it's like you got piano doing thing, and so drama. We love the drama. Oh yeah, cause and this whole thing took it took a couple passes to get going, or to get sounding okay. I knew I wanted it to be like really piano heavy, so like I layered a bunch of pianos together. Um, and then from that we also add, I think it's another piano. Yeah, there's another piano doing the bass. Like it's pretty much like mostly pianos, some strings, and then some Glock or some hammered instruments. Not including the piano in the hammered category, but we also add a little synth, and then some oboe, and then some strings, and then some other strings, and some other strings, and then a trill sound effect, and then some other strings. And we have to make it also very sad at the end, because they're talking about some heavy stuff at the end. So we got to make sure that the music relates to the emotion, to the emotion kind emotion. So we do, they do the do. I really like this crying synth. I think it sounds really depressing. Wow, so moody. And well, yeah, and then so this is actually the first time that I used a tiny, it's like a smaller keyboard. Like I have a really old piano that I've had for a while, but it doesn't have a mod wheel or a, what's the word I'm looking for? A pitch bend wheel. That's it. But this tiny one does, and it's pretty neato, because I would just kind of like putz around on a piano or something, or actually or on a thing. Please, 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 not in front of in front of everybody. Oh no, I don't want to restart Cubase for this. It's not worth it. All right, well, I'm trying to have a little piano here. Oh no, it is working. Yeah, a little to edit the whole thing for a synth here, and I really liked how it sounded. Um, oh wait, that reminds me of another thing that I gotta show you guys later, but I'll show you guys later. How did you add KK? Well, I didn't add KK in this episode, but how I currently add KK, though this current method is pending, to another way to do it in the future, maybe KK, because the way that this version of KK sounds isn't the greatest. But I have this plugin here called Unify, and what it does is essentially lets you play multiple instruments, or it lets you combine multiple instruments into one big instrument. So I took KK Slider. I have this one plugin which is basically called the Sound Font Player. And it takes all the different KK phonemes, like the way, now, me, how, and all that fun stuff, and puts them all into one big instrument. and then I can take some lines, some MIDI information, and then I can also add where is it? Expression map to to do his thing. And so this is just like a fun way of Cubase or me letting me mapping a certain type of functionality into Cubase to let me pick the different sounds that he can make. Because right now, if I try to play it, it'll just be his guitar. But with that expression map, I can go in and select specific notes, and then come up to here where it says articulation and pick. Oops, actually, I need to turn on the map. Bam. I can come up here to articulation and then change them to whatever I want. So I can make them go, how about give me a now, give me a me, give me a way, me, now, me, oh, and give me another way. And then this will actually, that sounds like too big. Let me, or high pitched. And that's how I do KK in previous songs. But I'm not too big of a fan of how this version of KK sounds, because it's very it sounds very artificial, and there's a lot of like digital problems with it, if that makes sense. Like if I try to play too much of it, then you start to hear the limitations of the quality of sound that the sound font gives me. So I need to figure out a better solution for that. And then I also tried working on different voice stuff for this episode, but I'll talk about that in the sounds. Well, probably immediately after music, but you'll hear the juicies. Don't worry. Will this music be available on Spotify? It already is. Go look up Denzel right now on Spotify, and you'll find all the tunes. It's under the Reset Part 1 album. Wow, KK Magic. I know. Thank you, Josie. How have you been streaming for 5 hours? This is pretty much the norm. Which is why we don't stream fairly often. but when we do it once, it's a whole event. So yeah, either get comfy or get bumping. What else am I doing? Ew. Popping you up higher. Wow. Will this music be on YouTube as well? Yeah, it gets uploaded to my Denzel topics page. To the Denzel we got the Denzel channel, and then at the bottom we have albums and singles, and then in here is where the Denzel is where other music lies. In boxes? Yeah? No? Oh no, my topic page got merged into my channel, so yeah, it's all there. You can look it up and give it a listen to if you want. Not that. Come back. But yeah, that's how we would do KK. I have an instrument built for him. But I haven't been using him. I've been using him a whole lot less because he just doesn't sound as clean as I want him to. But I am trying to figure out different ways to make it sound nicer. There's one guy on the internet. I'm gonna email him at some email. I'm gonna message him at some point. He does KK slider covers, like Blinding Lights, for example. This guy, Clay Kramer, he has a really good solution for doing KK sounds or singing. It's really clean, and I need to know how he does it. I'm gonna hunt him down one day and say, "Give me your secret sauce," because I need it. Anywho, yeah. So I made this song. Um, and I was putzing around with it for a while, but I generally liked how it came together or how it came to be. And I'm like, cool. I think this will work for the sequence. But then I'm like, oh, but this song actually sounds so nice and moody that I want this kind of aesthetic to happen earlier in the episode as well. So then I went back and then tried to tried to compose some tunes for other sequences in the episode. This one I was gonna do a whole thing for, but I ended up not really doing it because it sounded kind of weird. But it doesn't. It was gonna like when they disappear, it was gonna like have like big note hits and like big strings doing the big and like yeah, like it was when the house gets struck by lightning, it was gonna be like a big drama kind of thing. That's the name of the game here. It's just drama. But I ended up not using that. I ended up just reusing the song made for the walk, the opening sequence. But we'll get to that in a hot minute because we're going backwards. Then we did this tune, which is just supposed to be like, it's literally just background filler. So like, so that you know you can have just some slight bass unease, and that's what carries forth half the sequence. Good old climax. Thank you, Seattle Mariners. I really appreciate that. But yeah, so this one you can't really hear it in the episode, but it does also have sound cues like here, where it pops up when Mask disappears. That's when all these instruments start kicking in, and then you just kind of use it to keep doing the thing, doing the drama. We had a little synth thing here. I found it once and I said, wow, I got to use it everywhere. Then we did. So yeah, that was that tune for this whole drama sequence, and then but I think this came after I did the one for the walk. This was also supposed to be another song. Like I was originally going to write a song for this sequence, like this whole thing. But I ended up not using the previous song that I was attempting to write for it. I didn't finish it to even like to the point where I could release it or anything. But we made a tune. We made another tune for the sequence. It didn't really sound too great, and I just ended up scrapping it anyways. Like I wanted to. Thank you, Aaron, for joining the thingy thing. The join. Thank you. I appreciate that. Yeah, I wanted to have the music have this like this consistent element or consistent feature, which is like the ticking of a clock. I thought the essence of like time, or sorry, the idea of time moving forward, was a neat concept to try to also convey in the music, but I just ended up not liking it, unfortunately. So I kind of didn't do that and just went back to the drawing board and then made some regular sounding music. I literally I got my piano out and I'm like, all right, we're gonna need some piano tunes. What do you got for me, piano fingers? Oh no, I don't know how to play the piano, so I just kind of somewhere in there, you know, we did a little piano diddly, and I'm like, wow, that sounds pretty neat. I like the way that sounds. It's kind of moody, kind of a moody patootie little sounding thing. Yeah, that we did. Oh, never mind. I guess I did it in 2 different takes. But yeah, we made the song where I made this little melody. Um, this thing, and I'm like, okay, that sounds pretty good. Can we double it on, I guess, the same piano? I think. That's a lost piano with quiet warmth on another piano with neurologic on it. Never mind. 2 completely different pianos. One's really sweet and bassy and twinkly, and the other is a lot more like string plucky kind of. But yeah, we mixed those 2 together, and then I'm like, okay, we need another one other thing, because we're cutting in between seeing shots and reading titles, and I want the distinction between the 2 to be like represented sonically as well. So apart from sound effects cutting in and out, I wanted the music to also have really big dramatic transition elements to it. So we gotta have the signature trailer, piano single note hit kind of thing. It's an aesthetic that I quite like. And then but then the rest of the episode kind of unfolded, and I'm like, okay, well, I kind of like this song. I think I want to keep it going until we reach Mask, like whenever we see him. So we also added in this little crying synth, which is just me hitting a single note and pitch bending it a bunch. And I thought it sounded so dramatic that I just left it as is. And then there's no ending for it, because it ends when we see Mask, and that's pretty much the 3 songs that I did for this episode. Yes. Oh yeah, here's where the ticking thing came into be. What is this? Oh, I think this was supposed to be during the walking sequence. Really moody, very piano. And but I thought it was also too. It just didn't really work. At least not as well as I thought I could probably make it. It also would have been a ton faster, but that fizzles out into nothing. Yeah, that was pretty much the songy doos. Oh wait, was there one more to this? No, there wasn't. That was pretty much the songy doos. And then I did them all inside of Cubase here, and then I exported them out into Resolve, and then I re-edited some of the sequence to make them kind of work with the song a little better. So like the opening here was originally going to be image first, or like rendered shot first, and then title, and then rendered shot, and then title. Like it was going to be bam, 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 and then we have 2 blocks of titles. So instead it would have been reset, and then like it would say reset, then part 1, and then cut to this. But then I put the song in, and I was doing some little bit of re-editing and stuff, and I'm like, oh, it actually looks kind of nice if we put the title first, and then this, and then this, and then this, and then this, and this, and so on and so forth. And it also then coincidentally ends right at the end of Isabel about to talk to Mask, and I thought that worked significantly better than it ending when we saw Mask. So I thought that was pretty neat. And then the dialogue bit happened with this song. Same deal. I put it in, and I ended up moving it around a little bit. Then or changing it from the syncing that I had done in Cubase around it. Um, and it all just kind of conveniently fell back into a new kind of place. I still wanted to make sure that we had some sort of drama when he disappeared. So I kind of I synced it to that, and then everything else just kind of fell into place. I was also kind of worried that like this song might clash with the theme song. But I'm like, but if the music's diegetic, then it doesn't really matter that much. It's just the part of the chaos of chaosity. Yeah, it's a pretty cool time. So somber. Are we gonna get another dork original? How dare you! I take offense to that. What? Maybe. Hmm. 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 In the future, most likely, I'm probably like the stuff in the future. It's probably going to be more music oriented as well, or back to being music oriented, but not fully. And that's all I'll say about that. So maybe. Wait, what other questions are over there? Clock theme song? Yeah, I wish, but it just didn't really work, so I didn't do it. Just hidden music gems all over this project. That's fake news, but thank you, Pom Pom Girl. I'm glad you like it. You post more of these snippets on Bandcamp. Some of these are nice sounding. Wow, like it's just kind of the nature of like producing music. Like you just think of stuff, you try it, and you go, that doesn't really work, and you either delete it or you just forget about it. So like the entire production, I'm like, wow, this song. Please. I'm like, this sounds not that great. Cause it also has to coincide or like live alongside all the other music that I've ever done, and I don't know. We just never really use it much. Ooh, what did you do? Drama. There's also this Unicorn over here doing. Oh yeah, the other drama sounds. Yeah, because I wanted to do a thing where why are you what you have no sound effects? What are you doing? Get up here and get it to 0. There's also this. Oh, we're missing a bunch of sounds. But yeah, I wanted to do a thing where like I really like this idea where at the ends of all of Isabel's like are all the melody bits. There would be long pauses, so we'd hear the little melody bits, but then have like big dramatic buildups and pauses to all those kinds of like points in the thing. If I make this a little faster, you probably hear it. That big drama build up, and then silence again, but still drama. Drama kind of nonsense. So like, it's like every shot that we see is gonna be like, whoa, that's crazy. And then we jump back and forth between, showing really big, crazy looking shots, and then like showing smaller, intimate shots, and then the music was supposed to reflect that. But I ended up not liking how it looked, so we scrapped it. I might use this idea in the future video, so it's expect this concept again somewhere else. But for this particular video in this particular sequence, we didn't do that. Yeah, that's kind of the music. Our favorite drama king. Ew, get out of here. But also thank you. So that's kind of the music. Nothing too crazy. We just kind of made the song. The general gist of the process was I loosely did some transcribing of the different parts of the song, and then I just made a bunch of different instruments play them in different ways. Like it's like 4 to 6 pianos, a couple glockenspiels doing some other stuff, and then some other pads and violins doing like counter melodies and other big chords in the background to kind of just fill some of the space and some of the air. And it's a good time. And then we made this song, and then we just kind of stripped it down a little more to make the different kinds of versions of it. And yeah, and so I kind of just took this melody and then simplified it for the 2 other songs, like, by a whole bunch. That's music, baby. It's a good time. I just wanted it to be really sad, and the other version of it wasn't sad. It was just very epic. So we went back to the drawing board, and we made something a little quieter, a little more intimate, a little more fitting, I think, for the scene. And that was the music. Now the other thing that we did for all things audio was, you guessed it, voices. All the characters talking and squawking and making them look all and doing all the things. I'll talk about the voices, and then I'll go into sound effects and stuff, because the sound effects isn't really that interesting. But we have all the voices and them going so cool. It's just an instrument of them going. And we just export that and then cut it up even further inside of DaVinci Resolve here. If we go over to just make you little tiny vocals are all the way down here. There's 3 tracks for talking, because but pretty much one big one. So we have the characters speaking, and I used sound bits from pretty much all the previous videos, because there's some bits where, like, this dialogue here. There are the sound bits from Isabel's dream during the therapy session. I like the way they sounded, and when I tried to recreate them for this episode, they just didn't really work out too well. So we're reusing a bunch of older clips, but also newer clips, and we just cut them up into sequence here. And then in the Fairlight tab, we also do pitch bending. So that's where all these weird wobbly waves are here in the here on the waveform, and that just lets them talk with inflections. You know, if you wanted to, you could take it and go like, yeah, pretty neat. So that's how we do the voices. I made an instrument that can let me play their different sound bites in sequence. And we render out a big chunk of that audio. And then we splice it up further inside of our editor, and then we do pitch bending inside of there to try to make them sound like they're actually talking and not just being all monotone. But this episode was very, very special because it has scenes where some characters yell. And by some characters, I mean specifically only Isabel. Where is it? Where'd you go? I need to dunk on this so bad because I hate the way it sounds. Please. Right here. It's Isabel scream Pietro's name. Oh no, please give me the goods. Give me that. And we just took throughout the whole episode, I've been trying to make sure that anytime Isabel says Pietro's name, she says the same, or she makes the same noises. But that meant that I had to make that noise also sound like a yell. And there's no reference out there in terms of animals or any characters in this game yelling or like speaking at a higher volume than their normal talking voice or like range or whatever. So I'm like, I'm gonna have to I'm gonna have to do some yelling, and I'm gonna have to figure something out for that. So uh, or is it actually transcribed to what they're saying? Or is the Animalese is just all lowercase pronunciations of each letter? Um, it's a bit of both. If I tried to make everything phonetically correct, then it would make doing their voices take a lot longer. That's what I did in Isabel's dream during the therapy sequence with good old oh no, my caps are on. I mean, I don't want to yell at you to YouTube. Um, well, yeah, like all this stuff. Um, like I actually went in and like tried to like handcraft the words or the sounds that they're saying to you know to coincide with what they're saying, and it helps a lot with pacing. Like it sounds a lot better in terms of just speed, not as much as quality, but like it helps conversations feel nicer. But at the same time, it takes a lot longer to do because then I have to like I have to hand place. Oh no, where is it? All of their sound effects or all these like all the MIDI notes for their dialogue, and then I have to work every line of dialogue painstakingly, and I don't have the patience or time to do that. So we just make big chunks of we make big chunks of gibberish, and then we just splice that up because at the end of the day, no one really cares. If Isabel's saying that for like 70 different words, then like it doesn't diminish the quality of the episode or the video or what they're saying or anything like that. It's just there is a system in play for Animalese, but recreating it doesn't make sense. Or recreating it fully 100% accurately doesn't make sense because it's just work. But this yell. Oh, okay, guys. So I was like, all right, I need to figure out a system. I can close Blender actually. I don't need to have this open anymore. I need to figure out a heckin' cool looking system, or cool sounding system so that I could make Isabel yell. So we opened up the research barrel and we said, okay, myself, what do you got? What is that brain of yours got cooking up that you can do to make to turn Animalese into Animal Yell? Because the fate of the most dramatic scene relies on it, and I'm like, bet. Spoiler alert, I just slowed it down a whole bunch, which is why it sounds weird. But there was a brief moment when I tried to do a where I studied up how they did Wally's sound, like Wally's voice in the movie Wally with the Wally, because that's pretty not human. And I'm like, if I could figure out that system, then I might be able to run Animalese or an animalish like sound through that system, and then maybe stretch it and bend it and add pitch bend and all that stuff to make it, to make maybe a couple words, stretch them out in a somewhat clean fashion, and then add a bunch of pitch bending to them, so I could hopefully try to make words. Make it a ringtone if I could. Garbage. So I did some research on that and figured out that, well, not really figured out, like I didn't discover anything, but I came across the information that Wally's voice is generated with granular synthesizers. And what that means is a system or program that takes a sound file, takes little slices of those sound bits, like you have your whole waveform, and it cuts it up into little pieces, and then it can play back those pieces, kind of in a big, like it just plays them all, or like it'll just keep looping through these little granular kind of like snippet points of a waveform, and then uses that to make a new sound. So essentially it's using a sound effect or using a waveform or sound to play it like a sound, or play it like another type of sound. Oh my god! Thank you, Christina. Thank you so much for that. You're a gem. I really appreciate that. So I was like, maybe I can use that system for their voices, to do a cool sounding thing like making them yell or something, or warping their voice so that they can talk a little, or so they can change how they talk. And it didn't really work. Instead, what we got was the sound of this cursed Isabel. That doesn't really, do anything for the initial problem, but it sounds really cool. Yeah, you feel me? So I'm like, this general idea I was trying to work with for a couple days, with the hopes that I can use it to make, yeah, like a character that's talking at a different rate, because I'm like, Animalish is cool, but when you hear too much of this, it starts to like wane on the ears a little bit. So I'm like, oh well, you need to add emotion and inflections and speed controls and all that stuff to make them sound like they're talking and not just spouting gibberish at a monotone kind of rate. So oh no, take care, Jenny. Thank you so much for coming around and hanging out. I appreciate you being around. Oh, my own Isabot. Which one of these does the thing? Like, as you can hear, she just keeps talking, and if we try to slow it down too much, then we get this hard artifacting in the audio, because there just isn't enough data for it to work with, to make a clean sounding sound of her doing at this kind of slowed rate. But it sounds kind of cool sped up. Like she's yelling at somebody in like, I don't know, in some other language. And then we hook up to a pitch bend, and I said, this idea has promise, but not with this particular plugin or with my current level of expertise. So I said, never mind, we'll just not do that and go back to the old drawing board, which is reusing all the audio that I've already made throughout the series, and then filling in any new gaps with new little bits. But we might come back to this. We'll see. We'll see. It's so cool. It sounds so alien. And you can do all a bunch of nonsense like what else do we have here? You can increase the speed or the or what else do we got here? You can add the randomness, so it goes from all the way to that's pretty wild. So it's a cool idea, but I have no idea how to work with it the way that I want to. So we're gonna put a pin in it and come back a little bit later with some fresh ears, fresh ideas, fresh me. So yeah, that's how we do the voices, and then we bring them back into our editor here, and then we just make them do the thing. So with the story about the yell, it ended up I couldn't use that system to make it work. I couldn't get slow sounding words to sound nice or clear enough, or clean enough, sorry, for me to then exaggerate them further to make it sound like they're yelling or whatever. So I just ended up taking the sound bite, slowing it down a whack ton, trying to hide the artifacting and the slowed down artifacting with some pitch bending and some reverb and stuff. But we did the best we could. Sorry guys. Then we got but yeah, so she says yet up poop. Every time she says Pietro, and we got him. We stick to that the entire time through. What else do I gotta talk about in this? Oh wow, thank you, Moon. I appreciate you as well, and obviously everybody else watching as well. Can we get a yell? No. Garbage. Oh, we reused the evict sound. So yeah, I like so if it's certain what's the word I'm looking for? If characters are saying things that I know they're going to be saying again later, or like if the sound that they make is important to what they're saying, then I'll make sure that we hear them saying the same sound throughout the episode. Um, but for the most part, if it's just talking, I'm like, yeah, well, it's just random sounds. Oh, but the other problem the other fun issue that I run into with talking or with doing sound effects and talking and stuff is, um, because what they're saying, how long they're saying something, and how long it takes them to say a thing is kind of figured out in post after the fact. When I'm animating them, I'll just kind of animate them like bobbing and like weaving around and stuff like that, and like moving their mouth and stuff. I have some gist of what they're saying in the scene, so I know how to make them move and stuff or whatever. But like, not exactly the exact words that they're saying or how long a sentence that they'll be saying takes them to say, if that makes sense. So when it comes to editing, like I'll run into this problem where I'll edit a shot and I'll just and Nook will just be talking, like his nose will just keep moving around, but all I need him to say is hey. So, so that I'm like, oh, do I run into now? Do I either go back and edit the shots or edit the animation so that he talks less, or do I just leave it, have him say hey, and then just have him talk, or just have the sound effects talking or of him talking the entire time through to match up with with his actions. Um, so we would pick one of the two throughout working on the sound because sometimes it was easier to just forget it and just let him talk. And sometimes it would be easier to go back in and maybe finoodle their words a little bit. But also for the most part, I also kind of hate doing dialogue this way. Not well, hate's a strong word. It's problematic because it's a lot tougher to do the general idea of like a character being cut off, like in the middle of talking kind of thing. Like right here, it's like Isabel is saying a line, and then Pietro distracts her, and then and she stops speaking. But it's like, because this whole episode, this whole medium, or the whole way that the series is, no one's speaking English or any real language, so everyone speaks only through dialogue or through text on screen, which makes so that if they're being cut off, or if somebody has to speak over them, then like that has to be reflected in the dialogue and like in what they're saying, which means that if you're reading a long sentence, then you'll know that something's going to happen beforehand because they can't finish the sentence. So like it kind of spoils itself sometimes, if that makes sense. Which is kind of it's just a challenge with this kind of project idea, like just everyone speaking in subtitles. So, how do you convey how do you properly convey natural conversation speeds with the fact that you have to read everything? So that's the time. But we do it anyways, and we just kind of let it roll. Someone talks too fast, you can pause the episode. That's fine. We live in the age of pause buttons. I try not to stress too much about it. Because if I make text too short, then it feels too fast. If I make text too long, then then you just have to hear animalish for like a whole couple seconds, and that gets tiring to the ears. And also feels weird in terms of pacing if you have to like stop and let someone read a long sentence. So it's a bit of a bit. So it's a bit of a mixture and a balancing act to like get text to look nice, to feel nice, to read nice, to be paced nicely, but also not sound weird. And every episode we try a little differently, but for the most part, it's a pretty challenging thing to do. But we do it. Ugh. Oh right, and then now we can talk about the other sound effects. Okay, so I want to share this so badly because it's so cool. There's this plugin that I came across called Codec, and basically all it does is produce this kind of sound effect, like that really crunchy, distorted compression artifacting that you'd get from terrible internet bandwidth. So it literally its whole purpose is to make ugly sounding compression. It literally has JPEG compression algorithms that it runs all your audio through, and okay, not JPEG compressions, but like internet data compression algorithms that it works with, and it's so cool. So you just have it sound like garbage, and I'm like, yeah, I want the theme song to sound like absolute garbage. So we ran it through this thing so we can sound a little bit more like that. Please come on. Delicious. But we only hear that version of the song at the at ground level. Once we're in the air, it's back to normal. And then also, but once we hear it, but we also can hear it through the monitor. And then back to gross compression, and you love to hear it. It's just so crunchy. And so yeah, we did that for a bunch of tunes. I love the aspect of all the music being diegetic. At least in like physical Animal Crossing music. So we put a little reverb on it to have it echo out throughout this quote unquote void space, as if it's just kind of coming from some ambiguous speaker above. And that was a fun time. So we have that going. During this sequence we filter it a little bit so that it's not as distracting. And then more drama. Oh my god, I hate this scroll speed. It's so annoying. Do we add any other music anywhere? We did. And no wait, over here. And then we hear the sweet sounds of the regular broadcast music. You love to hear it. But, with some sound effects, they could sound like it's coming out of some speakers from behind, kind of. I wanted to do more panning for it so that it sounded more like it was coming from actual, like, left and right side of the screen, but I ended up not animating pans because I kind of hate doing audio work inside this program. But we vibed. So we added a bunch of music, and then the next thing we added was rain. The rain was a huge aspect of the video. Big spooky. So I often do like music first, and then atmospheres, like atmospheric room stuff, to kind of like set the tone for like how loud everything else is gonna need to be. So I went and I added music in, and I added in, I started adding in just the background rain sound effects. Thunder and all that stuff as well. Because I wanted it to sound super nice. And then on the inside here, because we're a freak that likes to work a lot, I cut up the audio and process it in a way so that it sounds like it's coming from behind outside. Rather than like, just having loud, unprocessed audio just kind of filtering throughout the scene or over top of the scene. We gotta make the music sound. Gotta make it sound like it's part of the thing. So it pans left and right based off the shot and camera angle. And then we get the drama music. the piano and the you can't even hear it because there's so many there's the rain and it's nice and quiet for a little moment because there's nothing there. And then back to rain, and it's all rain and drama, and it's nice and quiet again because it's where we're going. And then there's rain again, and it's all moody and wet, and then it's back to normal again because we like to. But then it's back to rain. I thought that was pretty fun to do. I like that idea. And then it's all just more rain and stuff. Most of these sequences kind of just like overwhelmed by the sound of rain, and wind and stuff because that just is what most of the landscape of the audioscape is and as they hear. I think we added little footsteps and stuff, but I don't even know if you can really hear them. Oh yeah, we also added in some chat mumbling in town meeting. I made like a sound clip of just background noise so that I could layer them in because they were because there's a couple of shots where actually in all the sequences where we're inside of the town hall, it's a crowd, so you just kind of assume that crowds talk. We also have the sound effects for like it's the sound of a cape flapping in the wind, but I used it for all the raincoats close-up shots. So anytime we get close to a thing, it sounds like you can hear the sound of fabric. Yeah, it's kind of cool. Crap. Yeah. Pom Pom, true, but he's the favorite dorky gremlin. Garbage. Drama is everywhere. It's all drama, man. We love the drama. Compression really made the title seem super ominous and leering. Right. Thank you. I enjoyed it. Well, at least I was pretty happy with the outcome of it. What else do we got? Can't help but hear Sierra's song during the drama music. Drama. Wait, did you know the D in Denzel's icon is for drama? A lot of people think it stands for that's for Denzel, but they're in fact wrong. That is very true. The D in Denzel stands for drama. What else was I talking about? We got wind layered in with the rain and the thunder, because we wanted to have the wind and the rain and the stuff and the things, and the neat thing about sound, which is something that I kept having to remind myself when working on the visual aspect of it, like actually working on the footage, because I would often like get really worried and anxious about the way an image would look. And then remember that it doesn't actually really matter how ugly a frame looks so long as the sound design is on point. You can get away with a lot of ugly looking stuff because you will your eyes will just ignore things if the sound is nice. I don't get how it works. Some philosophy about the brain and how eyes work and how sound is processed about the brain, all that nonsense. But fun tip of the day, you aspiring animators, editors, sound designers, and what have you. If you just make kick-ass sounding sound design, you can show the audience garbage and they won't even notice. Until they do, and then you have to own up to your own actions. But yeah, we added a bunch of rain. And I'm like, cool. I don't have to worry too much about the denoising artifacts and all that stuff because I think the sound of rain helps convey the feeling of rain rather than the way that it looks, or more so than how it looks. Hey, it's Octo. Welcome to the stream. Oh no, don't actually write down that tip. I don't quote me on that, but I forgot where I even heard it. But it's like, yeah, if you good sound. You can get away with a lot more visual stuff if you have good sound. Not to say that my sound is like good or anything. Like, I'm not tooting my own horn in that kind of retrospect, but just something to keep in mind. Rain. Oh yeah, this sound effect. Oh wait, where is it? Wasn't this little the sound of rain umbrellas hitting the sound of rain hitting an umbrella? Yeah, I thought that was really nice because I couldn't make the effect of rain hitting their raincoats, like the actual like visual effect of like water hitting the surface and then exploding into like little little water beads or whatever. The actual like mist of rain hitting a surface. I couldn't do that on any of the characters because I A didn't know how, and B throughout most of the production it probably would have been expensive to do. So we didn't do it. Instead, we kind of made up for it by trying to convey those ideas through sound. So in all the close-ups for all the shots near the raincoats, we have rain hitting an umbrella sound, so that it helps ground the viewer in that kind of mindset. And then we got what else do we have? We got static. We have Isabel saying, "Can you come outside, please?" Try to make her sound like she was coming through a wall, um, but also megaphoneified, if that makes sense. Did you go to school for this? For most of it, kinda. Actually, for most of it, not really, but for some of it, kinda. This particular aspect that I'm showing you, sound design and music making, this is all just stuff that I do for myself, kind of just as a hobby, or at least before as a hobby. Now it's part of the gag. But yeah, rain sounds. Ooh. We also have footsteps. I hate doing footsteps. Did I not even put his footsteps in the? Wow, I didn't. All right, never mind. Mask doesn't. He moves as quietly as a cat. Um, Good on you, mate. Oh yeah, I'm also gonna have add a sound effect of a door closing to make up for the fact that I don't have a shot at him closing his door. Oops. But moving on, we got thunder and everyone talking and everyone doing things. We also got all the sound effects from the game. So cute. You get him, Pietro. You show him who's boss. And he also has some footsteps that you can kind of hear in the background. Yeah, they get kind of lost, but you can still kind of hear them. And then he says it. He says the line, and then Mask looks up. And now something I like doing with camera moves is adding little whooshes. I don't know. It's such a nonsensical thing to do. Cameras don't make sounds when they move, but at least they shouldn't. But I always think it's fun to do. Like, it just helps ground the motion of, I don't know, the camera moving a little more, so you can like pay attention to the camera move or something. I don't know. I just like doing it. I think it's fun. What else is there? She gets bumped in, and we could hear the little lantern doing the squeaking. And then he disappears, and everyone's freaking out. They're like, "Oh no, what's going on?" She pulls out her phone, and then we can't hear it, but there's sound effects for her phone, so she can do the thing. And then Nook does the Guggen. I was gonna add the sound of typing, but then I realized that I'd probably have to like animate the text, like actually, typing on screen, and I didn't want to do that. I was too lazy. So instead, I made one image of this and then another image of this, and then just kind of animated the visibility of it, and then rendered that, and then added a single key hit. To kind of like give you time to read it if you wanted to read it, and then change it to the other frame. Pretty yum yum. Oh, thank you, Melissa. Oh my God, thank you actually so much for buying the merch. You're great. You're amazing. Did you just call your art garbage? How dare you? Okay, I'm I kind of I'm kind of allowed to because I'm making it and um please don't call it garbage. It'll hurt my feelings, but it keeps me motivated for me to call it garbage because then it makes me want to make better stuff. So it's a bit of a slippery slope, but it's fine. Ask us no footstep that adds to the mystery of the drama. Yeah, he doesn't walk at all in the episode except that one shot. No, he does at the end. Never mind. He does twice again. And in those scenes, he does footsteps. But throughout most of the episode, he's a foot planted, look around kind of guy. I guess something you didn't know what to do to the whole thing. What would it be? What would I add? Um, can I add? Can I just add more resolution? I feel like all these shots look, or every shot in every episode could just look a little clearer. But that's a mixture of resolution, render resolution, denoising, as well as just general like model quality. Um, like all the textures and assets are fairly low quality because they're all just from the game files, so like they don't really hold up too well to be rendered in this condition. But yeah, I'll say more resolution just for everything, just for everything. Didn't have visual effects for raindrops on the coats. The sound effects just convinced me that they were there. See, boom, Exhibit A. Thank you, Glacial. You're helping keep production times super low. I'm late, but I love your animation details. I love your attention to detail for these videos. It makes them so much more enjoyable. Ah, thank you. I'm glad you like them. It's kind of funny when people talk about like the details in these videos because it's like some of them are intentional, but like some of them are just kind of the results of like just trying to make things realistic or cohesive. So like for example, like I could have done this entire thing with no audio, like it's just music, and none of the characters would do any sound affecting or anything like that. But I'm like, but that'd be boring. I want it to be an engaging watch. So I'll just do the bare minimum kind of to make the scenes or the atmospheres feel like we're actually in them. So you had your room hum, you had your the sound of footsteps, the sound of typing. I won't go too overboard in terms of like doing some stuff, but like just adding enough sounds to help ground the visuals. And people love it. It's a great time. And oh, I should have added more to that thing. I usually add the sound effect of like wood being rattled on, kind of to imply the phones rattling on the surface, but didn't do that. So yeah, like I appreciate you guys liking the effort that goes into these. It's really it's a power trip, but one that keeps the motivation rolling. Wait a minute. Did he even do a comment corner? I didn't do a comment corner, but do I even have any comments to show? Also, do you really want me to pause talking about audio to do comment corner? Let me in. Let me into my tablet. All right. So during the this entire live stream, we've amassed a total of 17 comments. Do you guys want a comment corner? Oh no, I'm seeing that some of these are the same person commenting twice. Can't do that. That's illegal. Anywho, do you guys want a comment corner? Take a quick pause from me talking about things, and then you just do a thing. And you're still streaming. Yeah, we're still streaming. We do long streams, all right, guys. All we do is stream long. Of course, we want a comment corner. Comment corner, please. Sure. Garbage, but let's do it. Let's. Oh, actually, which comment corner set do you want? Do you want the Animal Crossing one with the art on the left, or do you want the other one with the art on the right? This one looks a lot more sleek, but this one's just kind of funny in terms of context. What do you guys feeling? Bam, bam. Money. All right, left, both at the same time. Oh man, I could do that. I don't know how I do that, but and it would require me to do that on the next stream. But we could do that. I can figure it out. Oh right. Then quick pause on the talking. We're gonna talk. We're gonna do comment corner. So hey guys, welcome back to this another episode of Dangle's Comment Corner. I'm your host, uh, Devin. Yeah, I'll go with that. And on this segment of today's live stream, on the director's commentary live stream, I take a quick pause from whatever that I'm doing, and I just read your comments out loud, and 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 then comment on your comments. So let's get into it. We got a comment from Boba T that says, "Wow, Rad Nugget didn't know that. Lol. Thanks for the info. Makes a lot of sense now. I guess that's a response to good old Rad Nuggy here. One of the dudes, one of our delightful mods. Oh, I will close the app. We got another comment from Sunflower2 that says, "I literally cry," with two crying emojis beside it on. And that's on reset. We got a comment from the moon. The actual the celestial body itself. It says, "Hi, be nice to me for once. I've never noticed how aesthetic your D icon is." That's exactly what I was that's exactly what I was looking. If only it came in pastel pink or pastel blue hoodie with a broken heart emoji. I'm sorry, Moon. Wait, it does though. Get out of here. No, that's rude. Don't worry, Moon. Your prayers have been answered. We have, please, um, please, please. I know this is just a beautiful corporate um a shrill, but we're doing it anyways. We got the delicious merch with kind of pastel-esque colors on the with the hoodies and the things and the pink and the white and the whatever. Check it out. All proceeds go back to helping the channel make delicious content. But moving on, we got another comment from Mellow Mew that says, "I'm crying" on the reset. We got a comment from Gene Luck Roper that says, "Mask Boy," like the actions kind of thing, like Mask Boy. He says, saves and ends instead of closing the game. Me, okay, that's dumb." I mean, absolutely. We got another comment from Mellow Mew on Isabel's dream that says, "I feel sorry about them." Me too. Wait a minute. That's another comment from Gene. Get out of here, Gene. You only get one comment per comment corner. Yeah, that's fair though. We got a comment from Sirmel11 that says, "Great job." Wow, thank you. We got a comment from Loud Potato that says, "Blue pixels, preach it blue." Is that I guess that's a response to another comment on on the news and merch video. Wow, guys, go watch that. That's a pretty funny video. It's got some cool information about stuff in it. We got a comment from Tom S that says, "No, I don't want this series to stop, please." On the reset, but sorry, all good things must abruptly come to an end. Okay, no, not abruptly. Some things abruptly come to an end. Some things get a nice bow and an ending sequence made for them. But yeah, we got a comment from Christian Sonic that says, "I honestly love and dislike this. I love it because of the superb animation and attention to detail. However, it seems like everyone wants to vilify people who time travel, even though the developers, in all caps, said that time traveling is not cheating. Some of you just don't want to wait." Wait, is this a whole thing? Oh, the comment was deleted. Never mind. He seems pretty upset at time traveling designer because wait, no, this was on reset. What? He seems pretty upset about time traveling designer. Don't worry, guys. I 100% sympathize with time travelers. I do it as well because I don't got time to wait seven weeks to move a house. Oh my god, I got work to do. So you know we don't vilify time traveling, but I need to see when that video for story. So I'm I'm sorry. We got a comment from Duck Mustard that says, "Oh, on Isabel's dream, sorry, that says, glad I'm not the only one who noticed that. Lol." I think that's a reply. Oh yeah, from the spelling mistake for breathe and not breath, but yeah, that's fine. Brion Twinkle? Umbreon Twinkle. Oh, like the Pokemon? Okay. Oh wow. In boxes says the only villagers I did that to was Kitty, and in brackets, no, no one wanted her, and Raymond, but I give him away. Why are you selling villagers, Umbreon? We got another comment from 6_0. I think that's supposed to make a face on the reset that says, "I'm waiting for the next one," with a bunch of exclamation marks. It's really amazing. I love your I love you, my residents. Yeah, absolutely. Dude, do it up. Do it up, pup. All right. Guys, pick this. So this is the last comment here is from a guy named Switch Unboxing, right? He seems like a pretty cool guy. He's got a nice icon, a nice image. But he commented 3 times on the video, which isn't a problem by any means, but it is for the rules of Comment Corner. I'm trying to figure out which one of these is a fun one to read. Actually, this is kind of funny. It's Tom Nook saying, "We'll never forget this," but also Tom Nook saying, "Hello, thanks for joining us. It's great to meet you. What's your name?" Implying the reset thingamajiggle. That's all the comments we got for today. Thank you so much for listening in on those. I will now take a quick pause to read your actual dialogue here. Like, oh no, everyone left as the regulars. Except for Colralian. I'm not sure if I pronounced your name correctly, and I'm sorry if I didn't. Honest question: since folks are asking for plushies, will Denzel be able to have the licensing rights for it? He might get sued. Yeah, I wouldn't make Animal Crossing plushies. I don't think I'd be allowed to do that. So I'd have to make something else, or at least something that references it. That's where being creative comes into fruition. We'll figure something out if the opportunity to make a plushie arises. But it's okay. It's okay. Some of your fan needs explanations. No, they don't. Buff Dongle? No, he doesn't. That's just what I am. That's just a real picture of me. All right. So I think we can finish up the commenting. Oh yeah, everything left is just me showing all these little details in the sound effects and making them, and then making you guys go, "Wow, I didn't know that was there," and then going, "Wow, that's pretty cool," and then I go, "Yeah, that's pretty cool." I also really like doing the juxtaposition of like having a quiet moment and then cutting to loud and egregious. I think that's pretty fun. And what else is there? Everyone's yelling and doing the thingy thing, and then back to this fun stuff. Oh, the other fun little detail is the island broadcast song. Isabel has her own version and Nook has his own version. So when we're in the settings place page room, we have Nook's island broadcast song. And then everywhere else we have Isabel's, or at least Isabel's version. Oh yeah, the sound effects for the terminal summoning. It was a lot of layered nonsense. I didn't really know how to make it like what it was going to sound like when doing it. I'm like, it just needs to sound digital. So we have this evaporation sound. Then we have this magic wand cast sound. Then we also have a electric arc sound effect. That kind of fades in and out. Then we have some glass bottle rattling that I think I reversed to make it sound more weird. Yeah, I reversed it. That was kind of neat. And then we also had some sound effects from Kingdom Hearts 2. They're super low quality, but you know, it's fine. And another sound effect. And then whatever this is. Yeah, and then all together, it's all just whooshes, so it all sounds. And then I tried to make sure that the digital sounds would persist throughout the rest of the sequence. It's just the little data hummings. Because I thought that would be kind of nice. I also did the lock thing with a bunch of whooshes and other Kingdom Hearts sounds. So yeah, it's a good time. I can see it now. A little hand-sized dental that I can carry with me all the time. What does that mean? like like a plushie of just the logo, just the letter D. I mean, do you really want such a dramatic plushie in your possession? What else is there? Um, yeah, you tell him, Nook. We also had to get the sounds for the crafting table. I hate the sound for the crafting table because it's the same sound doubled up twice for every single thing. So like you can't like I could find the individual sounds like the hit and like the saw kind of thing, but like I couldn't replicate the way that it sounded like it does in the game. So I ended up just finding a some clean audio of somebody crafting in their own house, and then I just used that. And then he throws it into the thing. Yeah, so we just did the thing, added a bunch of glitch sound effects that we found on Epidemic Sound, which is the website that I use to get sound effects that are not from the game. And then we just add a bunch of stuff. Oh, these were kind of fun. These little like bass hits because I just made them sound. I just went into Cubase and then got some like drum hits. And then I just EQ'd the whole like most of the sound out of them, so they were just in a nice gurgly bass. We reused that for a bunch of dramatic transitions. And then yeah, the sound of that thing, it hitting the ground was some wood to carry most of it, another impact sound, some wood creaking, I think an axe hit. I reused the axe sound effect that Mask Boy that you hear when Mask like is hacking his way into the shop in town meeting. I thought it was just a really nice sound. Layered that with some wood splintering and then some door kicking crash. And that is the sound of the ugly hat falling down. Pretty. I just needed to make it sound really heavy, so we just added a lot of heavy sounds to it. Pretty heavy. And then more of that, more of the looking. He steps into frame, and then I was gonna add a sound effect for this like this weird kind of glitch effect looking thing here, but I didn't find a good one fast enough, so I just didn't do it. We also have this big old low quality whoosh that travels with the camera. And they're all talking, they're all mingling. We had a bunch of static for the lightning effects. And yeah, I was so disappointed when I had to do Rossetti's little dialogue bit because I was expecting Rossetti to sound like a really deep sounding guy. Like he sounds like maybe like a cranky um, a cranky villager kind of thing. Um, and then I went to go do some research to hear his voice, only to find out that no, he sounds like Pietro. Like just like canonically speaking, in all the footage that I came across and throughout all the Animal Crossings, he just sounds like Pietro, and I'm like, ah, I wanted him to be rough and tough and gurgly buff, but now I can't anymore. Now he has to be. He just has to sound like the rest of the guys, which is fine. Oh yeah, so let me layer a bunch of Animal Crossing. Laid a bunch of whooshes and electricity and those two things to do that effect or to help sell that a lightning effect. And then added crashing, lightning, spooky drama. Oh my god. What else is there? This is all kind of egregious to listen to. All this stuff. You look at an effect and you just kind of sit there going, what do you sound like? And I asked that question quite a lot to a lot of the things that I made in this episode, like this house deleting effect. What is data, deleting something sound like? You could go the official route and like I don't know, hook up a stick of RAM to a speaker system of some sort, and then you like translate the data or like the electromagnetic nonsense going throughout the circuits of it into music, and then you do that, or you do what I do and just guess and say, all right, so I'm gonna want a teleporting effect. I'm gonna want like some electricity. I think because data electric, we need some electrical static. We're also gonna need some just some numbers getting crunched, if that makes sense. We need some electricity pylon buzz, and we need some. I like the reverse glass effect. I think that was pretty cool. So we just kind of would layer a bunch of nonsense, and then would mix it into the rain sound so that we didn't have to do too much detailed data sound articulating, if that makes sense. Plus, there's music and there's rain, wind, and all that stuff, so you can get away with a lot more. Ooh, and this I wanted it to be like, very big. We're looking up into the world from the void, so we wanted to have that kind of like spooky, airy, alien cave kind of nonsense. That's what that sound's called. It's just Alien Cave Wind 1 from Epidemic Sounds. It's pretty cool. And then we immediately cut back to it. Everyone's yelling, Pietro, get home! And he goes, yeah. And then, oh, Pietro, oh nope. So then he gets hurt, and then he buzzes a little bit. Then there was this sequence where I kind of wanted to feel like I wanted it to feel close, so we got rid of most of the rain effects. We EQ'd a lot of the other effects to make them sound a lot more, a lot less in your face, kinda. But I knew I wanted to have the sound of rain hitting their clothing, and that's kind of it. Oh no, Piepo, we're so sad. Same deal, just layering a bunch of effects into the things so that it sounds kind of cool. And she goes, "Oh man," and then lightning, and then looks at the sky, and then we do a little bit of a. Oh, you can't even hear it. Nah, never mind. I wanted to have some risers and stuff to help with the drama. And then there's the song Drama, everyone's favorite total drama island. And then that plays out just by itself. There's no other audio. I was really close to adding a bunch of sound effect nonsense in the sequence, but I'm like, no, I think if I make the song sound cool enough, then I won't have to do that, and I can just not have to do a bunch of sound work for like this chunk of the video. Oh my god, stop it. But then we hear talking again, and because we are talking, that means we have to hear the rest of the scene, so that the talking sound effects have place and space. So we have to bring back the ambiance, and the echoes, and the reverb, and all that stuff. Which is also why I wanted the song to be a little less dramatic here, so that it's just a little less dramatic. But so Nook do be doing the talking, and then Math doing the looking, and then we get hit with the and then we just had to also make sure to do a bunch of audio levels editing so that the song wasn't too loud throughout the talking bits, because we're trying to follow that general principle of we don't want sound drowning out our dialogue, even though our dialogue is gibberish. You still have to worry about that. Because I think that audio ducking is a nice effect. Like it makes the aspect of the need to pay attention to his dialogue feel more important. Because it's moving the music out of the way. Let's get if I sense to you. Thank you. I'm glad you like the audio. Now, something that I was actually thinking about removing was, where is it? This? No. This? No. This? Plasma? Yeah, so most of this sequence is lifted by this like pulse, this like fire sound. That literally does like most of the heavy lifting in this sequence for all of Isabel's running shots. But this sound is so violent, and there's a part of it that sounds like people are screaming. And I'm like, I don't think anyone will notice. But also, I like the way that it sounds kind of mixed with everything else, so we're gonna keep it. Though canonically speaking, there's no other villagers left in this shot. It's just Isabel, so there's no one in the shot that's actually, no animals were harmed in the making of this episode. But it also works as a riser for the mood, for the drama, so we can cut to black and then have it be all quiet and the piano just. Very drama, that's the motto here. And then we cut back to good old Mask Boy. He does a little chuckle. Yeah, we have the shots later on with just wind blowing and everything's all nice and dandy. It's summertime. We're in a different hemisphere of the world or something. I don't know. But it's Meg. Wow, everyone loves Nook. Oh my God, Nook. What's going on here? Where did the chuckle come from? I don't know. Some file I found online. And she says the words, and then she's all confused, and everyone. The Nook goes, oh, she's just nervous. We gotta do it. And then we cut to black, and then I plead for your patience for the next episode. Yeah, and that's kind of sound. And then at some point, a couple days before the video was released, I moved the last slider or something, and then I said, I think the video's done. I think it's done. I think I can upload it and release it in a couple days. No, that means I have to look at it. And then all the fear of releasing a video that you've been working on for the last while and a half. And that was kind of the video. That was kind of what it was like working on it throughout the thing. I hope you guys had like had some cool tidbits of information and it wasn't all too confusing. Um, but yeah, that's the episode. That's how it do. That's how it goes. Um, yeah. And the last camera shot, shaky on purpose, kind of reminds me of Breaking Bad shot. So I actually wanted to do very specific camera move with it, which is the camera starts static and it doesn't move, but as it pans or as it turns over, it slowly becomes more handheld to kind of like change perspectives. Um, because now we're seeing what Isabel's seeing, which is her looking at these folks, so it's still handheld. And then but then when Nook calls her, we jump out of POV and it's just what now we're in the same kind of headspace as Isabel here. She's like, looking at and revealing the island, or revealing this new island that she's on, kind of like in little pieces. Um, and then we do a wide shot. But also, I really like handheld camera animation. I think it looks really nice, or at least it looks really cool, in my opinion. Helps things make things look realistic. Helps things make things feel realistic. Yeah, and yeah, that's what I wanted to do with that shot. So, like, I had this shot brewing, like at least this camera move with this shot brewing for like a while. I thought it would be really cool to do, and then I got to the episode, and I'm like, oh fudge! Now I actually have to do it. Like all of these things that that we have to worry about, or that I have to, like, that I thought I wouldn't have to do or have to worry about throughout this like throughout the episode or throughout the series, throughout the franchise, because I thought I would never actually get to this episode. Like, I thought I would make a couple episodes and then the series would just die off in popularity, and then I would go back to doing something else. But you guys kept watching them, so I'm like, oh no, and that means I'm gonna have to do these episodes that I thought I was gonna have to. I wasn't going to be doing. They're just kind of fun thought experiments of like, what happens if we delete the island? What happens if Isabel wakes up on a new island at the end of a deletion? What happens if the game logo is in the air? I'm at the end of Time Traveling Designer. I panicked for a little bit, but like, we'll panic with us with excitement, because I'm like, oh, I actually have, like, now I actually get to do the episode, that I can actually do this episode and make it, and try to actually make the vision that I thought I wanted to make. And then we got into it, and I'm like, God damn, why do I give myself so much work? Because it was quite rough and tough, and all that fun stuff. Like this shot, for example. I originally had it framed on the left side of the logo, because I thought that that's where the settings button was when you like do the thing, like when you're looking at the main menu and you're like looking down at the bottom corners. This is to like to see what the plus and minus buttons on the Switch do, or will, excuse me, where they'll bring you. Um, but then I did some last minute research, and I'm like, oh wait, the settings is on the left side of the screen, which means that it should be on the right side of the logo, since we're seeing it from behind. Um, so I had to like quickly reframe the shot so that it was like, so if we put it all the way over there, and so then the camera then swooshes back. Um, and I thought this shot was cool because it was like handheld, and like all the nonsense of that kind of thing. And it's pretty cool. But yeah. Um, we got to this episode, and then we were like, oh, no, shoot, no, you have to do it, and then we did it. And it was really, I want to say painful, but like, it wasn't that painful. It's just slow and tedious to work on. Um, because working on animated little short films is hard. It's totally doable. Anyone can do it. It's just a lot of time. It just takes a lot of time, and you got to like read up on a bunch of stuff, um, to make things work. But we did it. I hope you guys liked the episode. The next episode is in production. I'm currently working on it. I can't really talk too much about it yet because I'm doing a really big thing with it that I don't know how successful I'll be with it in terms of if it'll work. But if it does, then the video should come out pretty soon. No, not pretty soon. That's a fat lie. But it should come out eventually, not take as long as the last couple videos. But that's if whatever I'm doing behind the scenes goes smoothly. Till then, we're living, we're vibing. But yeah, that's kind of it. I think that's kind of everything I have to show you. Thank you for coming to the 7-hour long director's commentary. I don't know what else to tell you about or to show you. Does anybody have any questions or anything? Like, like a WoW dongle. Where do you get, the drive to do these videos? And then I'll turn to you and I'll say, I don't know. Or like, how do you how do you consistently do a backflip whatever we ask? And I'll say it's all the hips. That's all. You just gotta. Yeah, I think that's about it. I'm going to swap on over to the winding down talking scene, because I think. Give me the comment corner. Yeah. Comment corner. Comment corner. I don't have any more comments, I don't think, so it's kind of just vibing. But uh yeah. I hope everybody I hope you guys all learned a thing or two um about the stuff. I hope oh. Wait, what? Oh, it looks like my comments had frozen for a bit and I didn't get any updates. Unfortunate. But now I'm catching up on your words. By Christmas, well, we'll see. I don't really know yet. Like it's safe to assume 3 months, but we're trying a little faster, or we're trying a couple different other unconventional things in the next one. So maybe we'll hopefully get it a little faster. Shifting hairband was explained earlier. Her little color shifting hairband was explained earlier, but can somebody give a cliff note? It wasn't, but it has purpose. I'm scared that the finale episode is going to be 20 minutes long. Why are you scared? Isn't that what everybody wants? Like just like a whole 7-hour long Animal Crossing movie. But we'll see. I'm gonna try not to make it super long, but if it needs to be, then I'm gonna let it, because it has to do a lot for an episode. But I think it'll be really cool. I think it's gonna be so cool. I'm in the middle of writing it now, and I'm really excited about some of the stuff in it. Whether or not that stuff ends up coming out looking cool will be a completely different story. Your art. Ooh, I might have missed it to put it in. It might not be here. It might not be in rotation, but I'll put it in for next time. And if it's not, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to. Oh. I feel like I should go to bed. Yeah, I mean, bed's a good time. How do you stay motivated and escape creative blocks? Any tips? Also, sorry about all the mouth noises that I make. I do them a lot to think, but I don't know. I guess the best advice. Well, the advice that I follow, it's not really the best advice, but like you just kind of have to do it. Like sometimes you like even if you don't want to do it, some days you still have to do something. So like try to commit to like a non-zero day rule or something. At least if you're working on a project that you think you really want to see done or like progress to a certain degree, like just chip at it a little bit every day in some way, because eventually those little chippings will kind of overall compound and then you'll make progress. Um, but also, you know, if some days you're just really not feeling it, then like don't push yourself. But for the most part, you got to push yourself because motivation is a great starting fuel, but it's not great to like get you all the way to the end. Like there were a lot of moments when I was working on this video or any of these videos where I'm like, I don't want to do any of this. Like I don't want to animate a shot with 40 characters. I don't want to render. I don't want to wait for like 7 days for things to render. I don't like getting all these pulling all these assets and all these like sound clips into this program. It takes hours and days to do, and like it's work. It's a lot of work, but like I don't know. You just do a little bit when you can, and then you know, yeah, and you do a little bit when you can, and a little bit often, and then and eventually you look back and you go, wow, so much stuff is done because you put in little tidbits of time. So I guess that'd be my best advice. Creative blocks, they don't exist. It's all just a figment of the imagination. But the imagination is a very powerful force that keeps us from doing a lot of things. So, you know your limits, work within it, and but also push yourself a little bit from time to time because we're lazy beings. Humans are lazy, man. I'm lazy. Half my compromise is because I'm just too lazy to do work. Evil and Barty makes Animal Crossing movies. He does. Go watch Evil Imp's movies, guys. He makes some cool stuff. So about the dramatic version of Isabel's Nightmare, are you gonna release it, or is it too unfinished? It was released. That was one of these had the Denzel Bandcamp open. Denzel Bandcamp in the the release that has all the other music has Isabel's Nightmare, which is the first version of the song that was gonna be used. Yeah, so that's available to listen to and download and do whatever you want with. To ever explain why people drown in morning turnips? No, that's something you gotta figure out. I'm worried about the amount of work you have to do in creating a 20-minute video. Not that the video is 20 minutes. Don't worry. The if the video ends up being long, I'm going to be doing a bunch of stuff to making a long video still feasible in that time frame. So you know, expect a lot of quality cuts, but we'll do it. We'll make it. It'll be fine. What about this honestly feels like a podcast. Hey guys, welcome to the Denzel podcast. I'm your host. Not Denzel. He's actually out now getting some KFC and he'll be back in about an hour. Oh, thank you, Sophia. I'm glad you like the stuff. How do I remain just a guy this weekend? Just by being yourself, man. You look at yourself in the mirror and you go, yeah, I'm enough. And then, I don't know, live your best life. No, I can't do ASMR, guys. Please don't make me. Can't you just... Oh, wait, there should be music, actually. Give me the goods. Oh, actually, no, give me that accordion song. That's a nice song. This guy. But yeah. Just do the save file of the game. Oof, big oof. Who's your favorite koala villager? None of them. They could all not exist for all I care. Especially what's his name? What's his name? Ozzy, I think. He's a guy. $1 million was the ASMR video. Oh no, that's something I might have loosely promised some time ago. All right, give me all the music, but shuffled again. Now that's a bop. Can you not be me? I'm sorry. It's just so easy to hate koalas, you know? Who's your favorite squirrel villager? I guess I'd probably give it to Filbert, since I've been... But that's kind of biased because I've just been looking at him the most. I haven't had a squirrel villager for... No, wait. Did I? I don't remember actually. But currently it'd be Filbert, good old Philby. Also, is Mask your actual character in AC? No, he's not. Mask Boy is not me. Guys, I'd like to put on the record that Mask Boy is not me. He's just a character. Well, I don't want koalas extinct per se, but you know, what do they do with themselves? They just eat leaves and then go, I'm a koala, and then climb trees and stuff. I mean, like, come on, get a job. Have you tried Splatoon 3? I have not. I do want to pick it up at some point, I think. I think I'd want it at some point. I have the second one, but I also never beat the second one, so the franchise is very much a Call of Duty to me. All right. Yeah, I don't think I have anything more for you guys in terms of fun things to do on a live stream. Unless you want to hear more Isabel talking really slowly. Oh, I'm sorry. That was kind of a lot. Karaoke night. Oh man, could you imagine? We got some other comments too. We got one from Alicia that says, "Man, it was intense. I guess I'm never going to reset my island again." With a sad face. And then we got one from Logan that says, "Not me," sobbing with a question with a crying emoji. But yams. Revive Discord streams. They never died. I just been busy. They'll be around again. After the next episode, is that it for Animal Crossing? More or less. Well, at least, like, I'll be moving on to other things, but like, I might do more Animal Crossing stuff in the future. Clearly, there's a market for it, so you know, I'm not gonna abandon it, but after this series, we will be doing something a little different. It'll be the same general type of content, like dramatic, you know, game related animation stuff, either game or cartoon stuff. Because my channel as a whole is a music and animation channel, and we just pick various subjects to make remix content out of. So expect more of this caliber of work in the future, but maybe just not Animal Crossing. So you know, do with that as you will. Feel free to unsubscribe if you were just here for Animal Crossing and don't want anything else. I understand. I understand. What else do we got here? I wait for Splatoon 3. I can wait for Dongle's next video. Thank you. Please be patient. It'll take forever. I'll try to live stream and I'll try to do some live streams in between, with some stuff because there's some stuff that I know I can live stream, like set building and asset gathering and stuff like that. But in terms of like live streaming things while in the thick of production, like animating stuff and like editing stuff, I can't really live stream. But we'll try. I'll try to do stuff to make the wait fun. How does it feel to make people cry with your work? It's so surreal, man. Like, okay, Pom Pom. So earlier in the stream, I was like, yeah, dark comedy and like all this drama is really funny to me. But at the same time, there are so many moments when I'm like editing the video and I'm like, this is actually really sad. Like it's making me sad. So I could only imagine what that might feel like to other people who, I don't know, who might find it easier to cry or might be affected by this kind of stuff a lot more strongly than it would be to me. So I'm like, it's a bit of a trip, not gonna lie. That's something that you've made elicit such strong emotional reactions from people. I think that's really neat, but also very scary. But it's cool. Were you excited to make everyone cry while making the video, even though we were cracking up, looping Pietro's death? I mean, I had a feeling that people would look at it and go, "Wow, that's a lot. Like that's like that's a lot to like visualize and depict in such a kid-friendly series." But also at the same time, like, not to make you guys seem like it's all your fault, but you guys really eat it up. like aspects and things in the series that I'll question doing myself end up being some of the most popular aspects of the series. Like I was really worried about doing the drowning sequence in Morning Turnips, and that turned out to be like everyone's favorite part. Pietro's house burning down was really, really sad, but like everyone really liked it. You guys are all like, "That's really cool." The whole aspect of like all the drama of like all the characters being living in this purgatory of sorts is like is a vibe. It's a vibe that brings everybody back. And it's so weird to think that like, I don't know, that like you guys actually like this stuff and like it's not just me that's kind of like doing it for shock value. Like I am to some degree, but also like, I want to make sad stuff. I want to make drama stuff. I want to make happy moments that feel earned. But to do that, you have to make, the opposite aspect of that kind of media, really dramatic, moody stuff. And you guys seem to like it, so I'm very thankful that there's an audience for it. Because if not, I guess I probably just would have made more wholesome stuff and then moved on to do everything else. So yeah, so every episode we kind of just push it a little further in terms of like what I can and can't do. Not to say that I ever plan on like, depicting graphic violence or anything like that. That's not my MO. But I don't know. Kind of like, dark, somewhat serious stuff I find funny. Or I find finding dark and serious stuff in unsuspecting media I find to be funny. So, spooky Animal Crossing, that's pretty funny. But then you have to do spooky Animal Crossing, and it has to actually be spooky, and then, that requires work. But at the time, it's a good time, so I appreciate you guys watching it and being around and seeing it and supporting it all, because I know Nintendo wouldn't do anything like this. So it's a time. Netflix should pick up your series. I don't know if they'd like it, but You know, replace all the characters with other characters. I think it might be a fun series. Oh yes, you have learned all about your desires to make drama today. It's just drama. It's just so fun. Even though, you know, I'm not great at doing any of this stuff. Please don't take anything that as I'm saying as like some showboaty kind of like, huh, I'm amazing at my art. Like I'm very aware that I'm no Martin Scorsese, but you know it's fun. It's a fun time. I enjoy what I do. Is it okay if you DM me on Discord? Sure, DMs are open. Yeah, my asked to do whatevs. Have you seriously been streaming for 7 hours? Never. I would never do that. I stream for like an hour and a half, maybe. To be spooky dramatic makes it funny. Yeah. And just like finding that in unsuspecting media is like, it's cool. I think that's cool. How long is part 2 gonna take? As long as it needs to. Feel free to join the Discord. I post little updates when I'm working on that. Also, feel free to join Patreon or the YouTube membership. I'll post milestone updates whenever I reach stuff. Yeah, if you really can't stomach the wait, then I'd recommend either joining the Discord or following me on Patreon, because that's where all the information about how the videos are coming along get shared. But yeah, like I'll sometimes post on like Twitter and stuff, but usually only when I have like enough cool looking stuff to share, because Twitter is a bit of an attention game. Drama rhymes with pencil. You say it correctly. I mean, yes, absolutely. Listen purgatory, but cutely. Absolutely. Okay. Yeah, so I usually only post close to finish and finished stuff to places like Twitter and Instagram and TikTok, and everything else in between is posted on Patreon and in the Discord. Because yeah, like not many people really like find the behind the scenes stuff that interesting. They all just want the end result, which is fine. Like that's like I get that there's less of an audience for how things are made than they are for what's made. So yeah, I'm saying if you want to keep up, if that's interesting to you, then follow me around the internet. Because it's a good time. What'd you miss, Eric? Unfortunately, pretty much everything. We've been streaming for 7.5 hours. Yeah, but now we're pretty much done. I've talked about everything that there was to talk about. Oh, I actually could have used the stream marker thing. Oh well. Yeah, I guess. Can you make it 8 hours at least? Could I? I mean, that means going for another half an hour. My room is incredibly warm. So I might not. But I will stand. Oh. Just long. Okay. Well, then I guess that about does it for the stream then. Did anybody have any... If anybody had any last questions, feel free to share them. I'm going to find the piano that I used earlier and then go... You just got here? Oh, I'm sorry, Cyber Hannah. But, unfortunately, yeah, the stream is donezo. It's donezo. We gotta move on and do other things with our lives. Time for you guys that some of you got to go to bed, some of you got work, some of you got school, some of you got other stuff. Some of you got other stuff and what have you. So, to which I say, oh wait, no, give me the other piano. That might sound nicer. Yeah, go to bed, guys. I hope everybody had a great time. That's actually what you led. Oh, actually, I want the piano on my other hand. I hope everybody had a great time here at the live stream. I hope you guys learned a lot. There was over 50 people consistently the entire time through. That's pretty crazy. I'm very appreciative of the fact that you guys stuck around and heard me ramble and talk for as long as I have. You go over here. Great. And then you go over here. Great. I hope you guys all have wonderful days. I hope everybody has a fantastic afternoon, evening, after the work time of day. You know, you get the idea. I hope you guys all learn something new and fun about animation and rendering and blendering and all that fun stuff. I hope I didn't make all this sound and look too confusing. Feel free to join the Discord. Feel free to join the Patreon. Feel free to join the YouTube membership. That's where you can find more of me during the downtimes when videos are being produced. What else is there? Feel free to follow me on Spotify and Apple Music or whatever, or on Bandcamp. Listen to all the music over there. Feel free to... I'm trying to think of more things to say, because when am I going to be able to talk to 40 people at the same time? That's crazy. Make sure to stay hydrated. Make sure to eat your greens. No, that was far more important things I was going to say, but I can't remember any of them. Oh yeah, buy some merch. It's limited edition merch, only available for 1 month, and then it's gone. I forgot to say in the video that the design was supposed to coincide with this current video. Like, it was supposed to be a themed piece of garment, and I just didn't say that in the video. So now you're hearing it from me. You're hearing it from me. Go do that, or don't. I'm not gonna be mad. Hey, you know, something along those lines. Yeah, it was that one. So yeah, have yourselves a great rest of your time. I love y'all. Thank you all for coming around and hanging out and chatting about being your best yous. I will catch you guys sometime in the future. I don't really know when, but well, actually no, join the Discord. That's where I hang out when I'm not live streaming. And that's it. I love you. Make sure to stay healthy and be cool to your fellow neighbors and your fellow Animal Crossing animals. They all they want is love, and it's up to you to give it to them. Um, Actually, wait, I completely ignored all your comments. Can Megan have a cranky villager? Yeah, can you finally do a deep voice? Maybe we'll see. Megan's sister, I still don't have school. Now, well, enjoy whatever time you would do instead of school. No, whatever time that you would spend at school doing something else. Yeah. Blah, blah, blah. Dramatic. Would you ever consider a 3D art stream like the Aquarium one you've done a while back? Yeah, I do plan to do more of those in the future. I don't exactly know when yet, but I do want to do more of those in the future. Though those will definitely come back. Um, Tomorrow instead of watching this, welcome to the end. Are you gonna play us lullabies until we fall asleep? If I knew how to play the piano better, I would love to, but I don't. So no, you get nothing instead. Um, yeah, that's it. Thank you, Larry. I really appreciate that. Them over and over, and then make them feel the most pain as possible. Oh, you don't have to do that, Donna. But if that's what you want to do, then by all means, I suppose. Now play Dearly Beloved. Thank you so much for hanging out, guys. That's been it. Feel free to join the feel free to subscribe to Denzel 2. Feel free to not. Feel free to just vibe. That's it. Have yourselves a great night. Yeah, great nights. It's have yourselves a night that's gonna be so great that you look up at the sky and you go, wow,